ऑन टाइम स्ट्रीमर बोलते। कैसे 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 हो गाइस? भाई आज अगर जेनजी घर पे गया, प्रॉब्लम तो है नहीं, चैम्प्स के लिए क्वालिफाइड है ना, लेकिन अगर आज घर पे गया, वैसे तो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, लेकिन समझ रहे हो, लेकिन इमेजिन करो आज घर पे गया, समझ रहे हो? कैसे हो हाउ डू यूज ऐड बंद करके रखा है, ऐड बंद करके रखा है भाई। तुम लोग को भरोसा नहीं है भाई, दिख रहा है तुम लोग का एड्स ऑटोमेटर ऑफ दिख रहा है? भरोसा नाम का चीज नहीं है। दोनों फर्स्ट मैप कौन जीतेगा भाई? सिंपल है भाई, सिंपल है। जेनजी FTW जेनजी अगर हारा तो बाहर। हाँ बे, ओनली PRX क्वालिफाइड। जेनजी हो तो जाना चाहिए वैसे। हो तो जाना चाहिए, हो तो जाना चाहिए जेनजी। भाई आपको अंबानी के शादी का इनवाइट मिला, मेरे को मिला था, लेकिन रिसेंट इंटरनेट सीन्स के बाद मैंने स्टैंड लिया कि मैं नहीं जा रहा। जब तक जियो फिक्स नहीं होता तब तक, समझ रहे हो? फिक्स होने के बाद वापस शादी करेंगे मेरे हिसाब से। PRX टॉप 3 आ गया तो जेनजी चैंप्स पॉइंट के हिसाब से तो वो हो जाएगी क्वालिफाई। हाँ, हो तो जाना चाहिए, हो तो जाना चाहिए। मुझे लग रहा है 2-1 जेनजी। 2-1 2-0 बाई 2-0, समझ रहे हो? मतलब RRQ भी सोचेगा कि RRQ करके, समझ रहे हो भाई? लेकिन इवॉक डब्ल्यू कोच, कोच के लिए मैं सपोर्ट करता हूँ RRQ, और टीम के लिए जेनजी। जेनजी VCT मैड्रिड विनर्स है ना? यस यस मितवा, यस। दोनों मैच का प्रेडिक्शन 2-0 भाई।
This team needs no introductions. It's our kickoff winners, the Masters Madrid qualified team, and the Masters Shanghai winners. It's none other than Gen.G.
Gen.G.
Feeling like the final bosses right now in Pacific for sure. Stacked team, cracked aimers. What more do you want? They're
Madrid ने
amazing.
शंघाई की है, सॉरी
And
शंघाई
on
की है, शंघाई
the
की है।
other
मास्टर्स
side,
विनर
we
है
have
लेकिन।
RRQ. For the very first
Masters winner
time ever in Pacific, RRQ has qualified to playoffs. The question is, will they be able to overcome
Music
Gen.G
है।
and pave their way to Champions Soul?
मोने बोलते
Quite close to being able to make it to international competition last year. They were relying
विनर्स को
on
डायरेक्ट
that
शॉट मिलता है ना
LCQ,
चांस में, नहीं
but
पॉइंट्स मिलता है।
team that happened to stand in their way. And
Gen.G
that's happening
winning.
once again here. No more LCQ. It's all about the playoffs.
मैं भी Gen.G की तरफ
RRQ
हूँ।
have to win their way into the top 3 if they want
Yes,
to
बे, आज
represent
आप
Pacific
जाओ
here
RRQ
in
के
Seoul at
side पे।
Champs.
हाँ,
This is a really big
70
day for both
members
of
का।
these teams.
चलो डबल और नथिंग हो जाए
It's a do or die situation, especially for RRQ and Gen.G. You just don't
भाई।
want
W कोच
to
है बे,
leave it
W
to
कोच,
chance
W कोच,
for Paper X to win in order to
RRQ
qualify.
W
Yeah, no doubt
कोच।
about it. I don't think Gen.G is going to let off the gas pedal today at all. I think they're going to come at
आज
RRQ
आ रहा
with
वो
just about
घर, आज
everything
जो
they
आ
have.
रहा वो घर।
Really try to cement themselves into champions. You know, you want to beat this RRQ team. You want to keep getting it in their heads that you every time you face them, you know, you're going up against giants. So no doubt about it, this is going to be a very close, tough match.
I mean, we
Walk
got to
by
hear it. I believe it was
Bolte.
from Ellie Moore there
He's
during the
this
video
man.
saying, like, the last time we
I
faced,
only
we took
take
you down. We're
favorites.
doing that again today. They've been able to jump that hurdle at long last where they have tripped up many a time over. RQ
यश भाई, इसलिए मैं VCS में रेवेनेंट को फेवरेट कर रहा था।
the history in the matchup between these two teams, because taking out Gen.G here denying them, making them wait that much
Try
longer
one
for a
Simon,
potential
Akash
spot
bhai.
at Champions,
Thoda
making them
match dekho na re
rely
baba.
on Paper Rex would be a big blow to them.
Speaking of Paper X, Monyet, the latest addition to
Mone bolte,
RRQ
Mone
here.
bolte.
Is this guy gonna be the one, the monkey, to take down the Tigers?
I mean, he could be. No doubt about it. He's got it in him to take over games. To take
Jersey
over
की कोई
matches. So
इज्जत है,
certainly my eyes are on
रुक
him
जाओ.
and Jemkin to be the leaders in the fragging department, to come through and really pressure Gen.G
आज
in
पहनने
that
का बाहर
sense.
जाएगा, अच्छा
You're gonna
लगेगा?
need great calling from Estrella as well.
भाई
You're gonna need
सबका वो है
extra,
बे लाइट
extra
वाला.
LB more to step
उधर
up.
फैनेटिक
We
का था,
know
इधर
that
Gen.G
those two
का
can
है.
also frag. We've seen it this year. So there's plenty of potential on RRQ. It's just, can they finally kind of get over that hurdle when it matters most?
Yeah, and one of the things that I'm going to be looking for is it's not just, as far as fragging is concerned, Monyet and Jemkin, but also Estrella, seeing some more involvement from him. The calling overall for RQ has been good,
Which
but there
player
have been
should
those struggles
G pick in
from him
upcoming
fragging in
roster?
the IGL position from time to time. Same with Munchkin as of late. So
मेरे को
eyes on
करना
both
चाहिए
of those
FTG
guys,
versus
these Korean IGLs, to see how they're going to be directing the teams towards successes.
मैं
Well, what these
T-Bone,
compositions look like, because
Gold
we
भाई,
haven't
अन्ना
gotten
और
to see
यश
Haven
भाई.
from either of these squads yet, and I'm really curious to see what they're bringing to the forefront here.
Both of these
How
teams
many
are
teams
certainly
will
cooking
qualify
something
for
up, and
VCT
like
from
you just
each
said,
region?
we have
VCT
not
नहीं है, अभी
seen
सीधा
Haven yet
champ
from either
है,
one of
champs
these
है,
teams,
bro,
and surely they have
champs.
something up their sleeves. But with two crack duelists on either side of
तीन
these
या
teams,
चार
I think
team
Haven is
जाएगा.
going to be a really good one.
I think that they're playing a game of chicken, and
Are
neither
they?
team wants to cheer before the other. I literally think they are watching each other at the moment, saying like, okay, who's gonna sit down first? That will determine the winner. But it looks like RRQ say, okay, enough of this. We're ready to get into gear, to sit down, to get mouse in hand, and get ready to do battle.
Is this another one of those
GEELI one incoming.
superstitions like Munchkin? Like he's like, yeah, whenever it rains, we win. Is this like another one of those things like we won't be the first ones to
पिंके उड़
finish
गया,
our
सुबह तो उड़
cheer,
गए.
otherwise we'll lose. I don't
No
know,
one,
but
thank you for the
yeah, whatever.
membership.
Anyway, I'm really curious to see what they're going to do on Haven, because again, we haven't seen it. I
चैट तुम लोगों को पता है, कल मैं एकदम चोमटे जैसे सीरीज देखना चालू किया, सुबह 8 बजे सोया यार. भाई बंद करना पड़ेगा मेरे को सीरीज देखना अभी. जब तक वॉच पार्टी है, से नो टू सीरीज होने वाला है. पूरी नींद की माँ खोद दी बे, पूरी नींद की माँ खोद दी. कौन सा सीरीज था वो भी याद नहीं, रुक जाओ बोल रहा हूँ. पैंच एक सीजन कंप्लीट किया, दूसरा सीजन का 2 एपिसोड खत्म किया, पता है? नाम बता, रुक जाओ. मैं बंद कर रहा हूँ यार, बंद कर रहा हूँ मैं. स्वीट होम करके, स्वीट होम. मेरा भी इसमें मिर्जापुर सीजन 3 देख रहा था रात भर भाई, सच्ची भाई. 3 घंटा भाई, 3 घंटा. सीक्रेट वर्सेस टैलेंट में डबल और नथिंग. सीक्रेट.
Yeah, that is kind of what happened. And at the same time, Gen.G also suffered a bit of a loss, like against Team Secret, right? Towards the very end, they've had to deal with a rough schedule, and they're always trying to adapt and improve as time goes on. So it's always a little bit grueling. But now that we're coming into the knockout rounds, you saw the map. Yes, this is pretty interesting. We haven't seen either team play this map ever since like last year or something like that.
Governor
I think Abyss
Supremacy
coming in obviously shakes things up a lot, and I'm not surprised
Jesse
at all that Gen.G
bhai,
obviously went for
Boomers
that
ka
ban. I
leader.
mean, they don't have as much to lose by by hiding it as much as possible.
Prem
Again,
में
with the high
खेलेगा क्या?
points,
Prem
they
में
try
नहीं
to save
खेल
it
रहा
up
हूँ
for the
मैं.
later parts of the playoffs, but that does
Prem
mean they
में.
have to open up things like Bind, like Haven, right? Some of these other maps that they
Don't
have
tweet Binks,
kind
I
of
know you
not
know.
favoring as much here in Stage 2
Love you.
are now being opened up. And RRQ, we should note, Haven was one of their best maps last year, right? They gave DRX their first Haven loss in Pacific last year, and they kind of showed how to really kind of all in,
बहुत
and then
गजब
Secret
की
took it one
series है,
step
बात
further and
है.
literally only went to the
Prem
X
में
side,
Supremacy.
literally every single round. So we'll see. I mean, I think the core of RRQ
Right
still
there,
remains. The
Marco,
philosophy around Haven should still be there.
Pass
But
है,
then you
कुछ
look
पता?
at the players that are on Gen.G. Obviously, no strangers to Haven. I mean, Munchkin, this is one of those maps that he's always turned up on no matter which team he was on. Texture, of course, this is a classic Jet map, so he should be able to fly free. But I'm wondering, I mean, Gen.G, they've been kind of hiding away some of these maps. How much have they retooled them? Are we going to see new comps? Because they've stuck with all tried and true comps all throughout Stage 2. Not much experimentation, and they started to get red.
Yeah, they're starting to show some of their cards. I think you can clearly see it in that match against Team Secret, right? Team Secret, they really pushed Gen.G to their limits, really playing around with some of the setups that Gen.G had, and because of that, they exposed some of those weaknesses as well. So Gen.G, I don't know, there might need to be some changes. Thinking about the compositions and everything, or the players at the very least, right? We still have like Lakia, Meteor,
Top
doing
1
their jobs,
leaderboard
and,
per MM.
you have the assistance coming in from Lakia as well, maybe on the breach or something like that. But when you look at a team like RRQ,
Binks, can I get the mod by जिसका सबसे ज़्यादा watch और उसको मिल रहा है?
You've got Monyet coming in, you've got that potential double duelist.
Yeah, I mean, again, Monyet really has a lot of flexibility to this team. We've seen that in action. Of course, it adds a lot more tempo to the team as well. It adds someone else who's just confident enough to say, I'm going to take the lead, right? I'm going to lead the charge a little bit for us. And then you can still have Jemkin, who's going to kind of play that textbook clean carry potential that they were always looking for last year. Now, we are waiting for the players to finish setting up. Just make sure that we're ready to go for map 1. So please bear with us as we should be jumping into the very first game very soon. But talking about the draft a bit further, quite frankly, I doubt either team was surprised, right? I mean, I think the Abyss spam, you probably saw it coming from a mile away with Gen.G. And then the Haven pick, I mean, Gen.G, if they've done any amount of their homework.
mod बनने के लिए कितना hours चाहिए पता है? ये देखो. अभी आएगा. मैंने गलत कमांड डाला क्या? वो रहा गाइस, दिख रहा है? पॉइंट्स में मांबा के नीचे एयरबीएनबी है यार. ये पॉइंट्स है, पॉइंट्स नहीं रही. मॉड्स क्या कमांड है? टॉप आवर. हाँ, टॉप आवर. हाँ, ये रहा. देखो, नाइट बॉट मॉड है, ठीक है. मनराज भाई मॉड है. भजन सिंह का भाई मिसिंग है, पता नहीं किधर है. मीर भाई मॉड है. आकाश भाई मॉड है. पीटर जॉन भाई भगवान जाने किधर है. गौरव साहब भाई मॉड है. टेस्ला भाई मॉड है. देख रहे हो? सिंपल है भाई, सिंपल. मॉड कैसे बनते? सिंपल.
Controller, you've got the Viper as some sort of a pseudo sentinel. Meteor as the killjoy, so there's a lot more control that they can work with. However, once they swap onto the attack, how is that Sky going to play out? Meanwhile, for RRQ, a lot more versatility. Like, it's going to be a little bit interesting with how the Cypher plays in and how Gen.G.
भाई EMEA का प्रोडक्शन, NA का वो म्यूजिक, हाँ, पैसिफिक का भी म्यूजिक अच्छा है. चाइना का पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है. चाइना कोई देख रहा है यार?
Our screens. Of course, the coaching staff, I think both coaches really earning their medals so far this year in VCT Pacific, proving that they are here to continue growing with the team. But you covered a lot of the composition. Quite frankly, I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of a spear versus shield, right? Gen.G is going to be looking for more map control. They're going to be looking for a lot more delay so that they can go for those stacks, those rotations. Classic Gen.G understanding of Valorant. Whereas RRQ, I mean, especially with the but also especially Gen.G, you're looking to force these fights. You've got the breach. They don't. You want to make sure that you go in with the numbers before Gen.G gets settled. So ladies and gentlemen, buckle in. It is going to be our very first map of the playoffs knockout round.
Let's go, baby!
The winner moves on to face Paper X, and the loser will be eliminated.
Elimination. Such a devastating word. Can you actually believe it if Gen.G gets knocked out? But that said, it only starts right here, right now. On the defensive side for Gen.G, RRQ on the attack, we're looking at a potential C push.
Yeah, and a frenzy buy for Xfero. My eyes are going there on the Cypher. Still going to go for that solo lurk, but favoring a little bit more close quarters combat. But RRQ is just going to favor the C site. I mean, we're going right back to last year's RRQ. They loved hitting that C site. They love that they have a great idea of how to break through the backside. You're going to push Meteor out. You know that oftentimes it's going to be the solo hold when it comes to Meteor. So you force that fight, but do they know that Karen is already here? RRQ is going to play it safe. They don't have solid information just yet.
Still though, great numbers advantage already with this pick. They might be able to rotate off. That said, Gen.G always exercises the discipline that they have. Textures not moving up front or anything at all. You've got that Trailblazer to get further information to see if they are rotating or not, but RRQ stays disciplined. Yeah, and RRQ's pulling the page out of Gen.G. You have the numbers advantage. No matter what, you're still going to have a bit of an advantage if you go as 4. You still leave a lurk for extra pull potential. You still have 50 seconds on the clock. And you know that you gave 0 information up in mid. So Gen.G not going to be able to go for a full stack
barring any illogical decisions. Texture looking for a pick, and
Oh,
Jemkin finds the
bhai,
kill. Opens things up,
lag
draws a reaction out, and
gaye,
RQ immediately makes a call to go back to C.
That is a tremendous
भाई
advantage. The rotation's
Gen.G
coming through,
पूरा
but
मैप इधर उधर
Gen.G
घूम रहा है
is here. A single peep from RRQ, so slowly setting up now. Monyet
क्या ओमेन
sends out the
अकेला
dark towards
कर
the C side.
पाएगा
It's
कुछ
classic, it's default, but Karen has to receive all of this. He's got the paranoia, but not quite the opportunity to send it out
Nice,
again. First shot
nice,
goes through, he
nice.
takes down a couple of players.
Lug है, blind,
Paranoia now
heavy
out,
blind.
and RQ's in a world of hurt. It's a firing range for Lakia as both players from RQ fall down, and
Bye
Gen.G picks up the pistol.
Oh, a big
बोला था
miss
कि
on the
नहीं,
assumptions here
RRQ
from
के लग गए।
RRQ, thinking they would have faked him out, but something that Gen.G has been picking up on since the beginning of the year is that people
बराबर
have
था,
a read
वो
on their
लोग को
rotations, so they
shooting
will make
push
even
hold करना
quicker
था।
change-ups on their decision. If they think they're wrong, they won't mind just saying, hey, we got to go
Really
right back, we
fire
got to
बे।
stack the other side. We saw that rotation come out early, you called it,
बहुत
no
delay पे चल
audio
रहा है, कोई
heard,
scene नहीं है।
and so they say, listen, if they end up still sneaking into A, fine, we lose
कौन
the
सा
round,
जल्दी
but if
जीतेगा
not,
तो
we
वो
want
लोग
to
घर
be
पे
great for
जाएंगे।
C-site. And the thing is RRQ, they didn't quite fully clear back site. They didn't get the check on Charon. They just kind of go for the fault line behind platform, and that's it. And they pay for it dearly after playing the first half of that round so well.
है लेकिन
Now they'll have to try to
potential
claw
है,
back into
हाँ?
things with an eco, all classics, saving up their creds.
Yeah, make no mistake. This is mind games and confidence at play as well. Look at how Gen.G's controlling this. The snake bite falls right at the feet of Jemkin as he tries to dash on through. Estrella now basically stuck inside of Garage. He's got the
Dash दे
spike
दिया
as
बे।
well. RRQ, they're trying to pick up some weapons at the
Huh?
very least, or some damage, but they're not able to do so.
Now it's just going to be Elmi Moore getting taken down at long range, and with all the buys that we've seen here from Gen.G, of course, 4-man buy, looking to try to snowball things
आगे
forward,
करो
double
सर
Bulldog and a
पीछे रे
Guardian
बाबा ये
amongst that purchase. They should be able to close things out. Next sure he will drop the Sheriff, but already damage done to Xfero, so not much of a loss.
13-0
No plan
लग रहा
given
है।
either. Gen.G feeling very solid about this defensive
ये
start
लोग
on
मास्टर्स
Haven and
जीत के भी चैंप्स के
RRQ.
बाहर
I mean, I'm sure
जाने
obviously this
वाले
comp is
अगर
not
आज
new
हारे
coming
तो
up from
मोस्टली तो
Gen.G. We've
क्वालिफाई है
seen it a
चैंप्स
lot
के लिए
last year,
लेकिन
but
पॉइंट
you
टेबल देखना
have to
पड़ेगा
know that this composition really allows Gen.G to actually not have to lean heavily into their
जर्सी
4-1
बेच दो
defense.
यूज
You
तो
can have
करते नहीं अरे
utilities
मैं
spread
रखा
out
हुआ
and have
हूँ
very fast rotations around those lanes.
आज पहनूंगा
It's gonna be
RRQ
a lot
घर
of
पे
double
जाएगा
teams when
कैसे
you're not
लगेगा
expecting
रे
it. And we'll see if RQ picks up on that.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough to say the least. I mean, in this round, you've got Texture picking up the Operator, and that's always a very,
C-side
very
खाली है।
valuable tool as he locks down this A-long angle. The
C-side
rest of
खाली
RQ are
है।
going to try to break their way through the C-side, but so far, it's been Karen and Meteor and Munchkin locking down this site. Now, Karen's kind of rotated
पहले
over.
वन वे
and you've got
स्मोक
the
उसके
two
बाद वाइपर
Sentinels, or at
स्मोक
least
फिर
the
बाद में
Viper,
वन वे
kind of
स्मोक
hovering around this site, and there's a lot of utility to work against as well. RQ
अंदर
needs
आएगा
to
तो वॉल
take
भाई
their time to find information on some of these,
Buddy.
but they're peeking out, and Karen just shuts down Xfero.
Yeah, that little peak right
Buddy.
above the generator. That's a rough loss for RQ, so now you can't really work the other side. You know at the very least there isn't an operator on the
लग
C
गए,
site, at least
लग
not
गए।
just yet. That arrow's going to get illuminated right away. Jemkin in trouble. There's no backup for Armand yet. Goes out just in time. Surviving
Yo.
just a bit longer. Jemkin will open up the site for the rest of the team. But
अच्छा
now
हो
it's down
गया
to a
ना?
3v3. Monyet so low. But at the same time, it's an operator for the retake. So they go for the flood. Estrella takes down Heron. Who doesn't quite
2v2.
get the spray down onto Lakia. Now a 2v2. Texture still not on the site just yet. Lakia taking space one at a time, but Monyet is holding close.
ऐसा
He's
बैठा है
looking to be that wild card. He needs to try to get this kill. Do they check it? He knows he's here. He hears the gun smoke. And that should be the round, but Texture gonna
भाई
be calm about
jumping
it. Gets the
jumping
first kill.
yell
The
me more
recon's coming down, but he should. Oh, it's gonna be the shock dart. And Texture, he's gonna get the half
Mar,
done
mar,
on
mar,
me.
mar.
More. He needs to get the kill. He cannot.
Oh,
Panics at the further one swing from Texture.
कैसे
And back here to carry Gen.G.
He just doesn't get phased whatsoever. He even took time to shoot down the
Recon
recon
तोड़ के
and then
मारा।
jumped over, swapped back out so the operator had enough time
अरे
to
पैचे
quick
डरते
scope
क्या
in
डरते
towards
तो ये
Elmore. How does that happen?
I mean, this is just, he goes for an extra tap and then the further wide swing. You know that just completely threw
भाई
off
तीनों
Elmore.
राउंड RRQ का था बे
Not one to miss those shots
तीनों
normally,
round.
but off to a rough start today. 0 kills in the first 3 rounds.
ऑफ से रिकॉन तोड़ के
Now
मारा भाई
RQ, they'll buy up, scrape together whatever they have.
गलत टीम
And
है
they
बे
have to get through 2 extra rounds now to try to equalize the econ.
Now the half shields, but now they're facing up against Texture's operator as well. At least they know that he's kind of set up around the A site for the time being as the Owl Drone kind of pushes out in towards sewers.
But no smokes. You lose your smokes here on Haven, single controller. I mean, sure, you have the Cypher, so yeah, you have a little bit more leeway. But you're not going to be able to afford him for the lurk either, so they're just going to turn up the tempo. They're hoping that it's going to be a rotation out from the operator, and they would be correct on this read, but they don't quite have control of the site yet. Gen.G, they've already filled up the link, and they are here to flood right back in. You know that they're trapped because of the angles that Munchkin and Texture are holding together. A clean 3K from Texture, and Gen.G will continue the streak.
Surrender.
Yeah, it's a very little bit of a Hail Mary push from RRQ, just trying to bank on the fact that maybe Gen.G's going to rotate over, but it doesn't quite happen. Gen.G has too much control throughout this entire map. We're seeing how it plays out on every single round. You've got the utility, you've got the toxic screen, you've got the operator now at play, and you just watch all of it in this round.
चालू होने से पहले चीज़ हो गया.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
वो लोग ने लेकिन स्पॉट किया था ना जेट को.
Sure, you get the read that the operator would have left and gone for a rotate because you cut
ये
noise,
ओमेन का
but
स्मोक और ब्लाइंड रहता तो.
too many. Whoa, the spam comes through. I mean, welcome back to Haven, I guess. We haven't been seeing much of it here in Pacific, but now all the old tricks are resurfacing. Sure, it is an eco for RRQ, so they're not going to mind it too much. And,
ये देखो मिड आ रहे दो बंदे मिड में बे.
Gen.G's thinking, all right, pretty good chance he's going to come to the B side, try to just flood it with close quarters weapons. So you got the Nana Swarm, Sneak Bite at the ready. I mean, triple watching.
यहाँ पे वन वे स्मोक है, इधर भी नहीं जा सकते. सी पे ऑफ है, उधर भी नहीं जा सकते. ए पे आएगा तो इसको सिर्फ पीछे जाने का एक दो बुलेट मार के फिर वॉल अप आएगा, एक बंदा भी रोटेट करेगा.
At the same time, still maintaining
Long
relative
blind
control
देगा,
over
कोई
the
नहीं है, तो
entire
rotate मत
map.
करो.
Keep in mind, this was RRQ's map pick, and starting things
Yeah,
off
blind.
like this with a potential
बस,
5-0,
ए पे कोई नहीं है.
you know, given over to Gen.G,
लग गए.
it does not feel good whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, Lock actually had a great move. Oh, it's just going to be so much util. The Snake Bite and the Toxic Screen. There's no way you're not decayed from that one. And that should be the round. RRQ is hoping to find at least a trade before they go. But either way, they will be getting their ultimates. They will have to sacrifice themselves at some point, but you have to choose your target carefully. You die to Lakia, that's going to be the Seeker. Meteor gets both kills, that's going to be the lockdown. There's really not a great option except maybe, I guess, Texture. Munchkin going to be picking one up. It's going to be Meteor who picks it up, getting 1 point closer to his ultimate. So in that round, I mean, Gen.G, we can tell even against the Eco, they're not risking anything. Lakia, he actually sticks to the drone, make sure he eliminates it, because that masks the idea that there might be more people on A, totally ruins any idea of rotation, and then they don't have a choice. You're either going into the operator with pistols, or you're going into a bunch of utility. And RRQ, their hands were absolutely forced on that one.
भाई गराज नहीं जा सकते वन वे. सी पे ऑपरेटर है, ए पे इन्फो लिए, बी बचा.
And Will, you mentioned those names, Meteor, Lakia, and now they are both 1 point away from their ultimate. This is going to be a painful round. RQ really needs to find a way to turn things around, but starting things off already, Munchkin pushes up on the offensive, takes down the first kill.
Wall के इधर blind करके wall गिराया भाई, क्या टीम है ये?
And they eliminate RQ in total.
This is such a good play at the start of the round. The Toxic Screen just to fight off A main. I mean, sure, you can still hold it to the lane if you don't win that fight, but at the end of the day, this round was a hard read. We're going to fight A main, we're going to take him down, and if we don't, guess what? We got a Log Bot at mid, we got Operator on C, we have all the time in the world to rotate, to pinch them out in the middle of the map. And, I mean, you saw those guiding lights. It's perfect timing here from Lakia as well, right around that Toxic Screen. I love to see it. Because here's the thing, you're not really expecting that much aggression if the Jet's going to have the...
वो लोग को क्या करना पड़ेगा मालूम है? देख, कॉम्प डिफ हो रहा है, समझ रहे हो? वो लोग को ओमेन स्मोक्स वहां पे डालना पड़ेगा, सीलोंग के एंट्री पे और गराज पे. इन्फो डिनाई करना पड़ेगा, पहले गराज लेना पड़ेगा, उसके बाद बी का यूटिल्स तोड़ना पड़ेगा, फिर किधर पुश कर सकते. सीधा नहीं कर सकते, डिफ है, कुछ नहीं कर सकते ये लोग. कितना वन वे है, स्पिट है, ऑपर है, एम है, सभी है, और लास्ट 40 सेकंड में किधर पुश कर रहे हैं तो लोग को स्मोक और वॉल से जाना पड़ रहा है. हैवी सीन्स है यार. हाँ,
single round right now.
Yeah, and we should also note, I mean, the double Phantoms as well, Munchkin and Meteor, they have really been favoring the sprays that they can have through the walls, through the smokes, and now the same Toxic Screen. Gen.G pumping up the mental conditioning just a little bit to try to hold RRQ at bay. The Guiding Light hits as well, so RRQ They're going to just pause and say, all right, was this another setup or not? The extra smoke and the Trailblazer comes out. So you get the read that it's not the exact same setup, but now so much time has passed. And look at the minimap. Texture's completely pushed out C-Long. I mean, Gen.G, another adaptation. So far, another masterclass in the first 30 seconds of this round, as RRQ are now trapped.
There's only one way forward, and they've got to go through Lakia, maybe even Karen, and if those two fall down, there's a quick reaction force already prepared in the form of Munchkin and Meteor. Texture is just waiting on that trip. I don't know, RRQ, they kind of have to Paul drive through. They do have a lot of, ultimates, so Rolling Thunder at the ready. They start things off with Gen.G dashing in, he misses the blade! He's just tucked away, waiting for them to peek out. Their first shot, takes it a trade. Meteor just tucked away perfectly while Lakia sends out the guiding light. But look at this, RRQ managed to fire back.
Yeah, so the Rolling Thunder still gives them the space that they needed. It got real dicey.
तो बनाया था Gen.G ने यार.
Texture out in these situations. 1v3 operator and Bladestorm online. Cam spots him. He's waiting for the peek. But Sparrow is just a step faster. So RRQ, as dicey as it got with everything they threw at him, still get finally a round win on the board after 6 rounds in a row for Gen.G, but at the cost of 3 ultimates. I mean, I get it. Listen, you're so far behind. You want to try to layer things as much as possible, so you're not using the Rolling Thunder off the map. But boy, oh boy, did that cost you.
Still a round picked up nonetheless. You gotta respect it. This came after Coach Ewok's time out, and they had an idea and they were going in for it. So staggering ultimates kind of works out for the time being, but now we're back to Gen.G default control. Look at how they've adjusted that toxic screen around, and at the same time, Texture is still pushing out with that operator.
Yeah, because he wasn't spotted. They have no idea that he's all this space. Last round, I mean, maybe RRQ, maybe you could fathom a guess because so many people were prepared.
सही में बहुत ज़्यादा ओवररिएक्ट कर रहा है कोई सीन नहीं चलो तुम्हारे साथ भी हो गया
We'll see if RRQ has a read or not on this, depending on how they react after they enter the site. It's not going to be a pinch. It's a full B send for the time being. Spike not yet delivered, though. They're going to wait to see if they can clear it out. Texture finds the context, Sparrow. So now RRQ, you're panicking. You have to move forward again. This is where they thrive, the chaos. And Monyet is going to be above. Once again, it's just Texture left. You've already eliminated everyone else coming in from the A side. You know Texture was on the C side of the map. RRQ should get another plant.
Yeah, the jungle gym from Monyet, the way that they push into this B side, just covering every single base and kind of flashing and making sure that that Gen.G stays blind at RRQ. They manage to take down the site, then rotate over onto A. It's going to be a tougher fight for Texture, so this is looking to be a very likely save round with his op in his hands.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, you're so far out. Last round, sure, you're close enough. You try to go for a Hail Mary. And if you do get it, you know, are able to eliminate all their guns, you still keep their econ low. But here, just given the time, I'm sure you could buy up again, but you're just not going to want to risk it. You don't want to maybe accidentally fill up another Rolling Thunder too fast. So Texture just going to go for the save. And let's see it like it is. I mean, RRQ, quite frankly, they're still starting on the back foot in these 2 rounds that they've won. But they are just barely getting into the site fast enough. Well, and we're sending shots through the blind. Just enough to make sure that they can win the chaotic trades. But they're not always going to have that leisure if they're starting with a man down. RRQ has to be able to buckle down and try to find some stabilization.
6-6-7-5 lag raha hai.
It's going to be tricky to say the least, but so far so good with the way that they're trying to get the read on Gen.G and trying to prevent them from rotating just as quickly. But at the same time, I mean, Gen.G's actually still doing a very good job of retrieving that information. The way that Lakia is using the way that Texture was pushing out on different sites. This time around, we've swapped things to slightly more default composition with Karen back on that C, Texture back on that A. Karen slowly pushed up now.
Oh, this is, I mean, this is very aggressive from Gen.G.
They're saying, okay,
we have A main control, we have C main control. If you come B, you're absolutely screwed. But if not, as long as we get the information nice and early, we have the pit, we have the lockdown, we have so many ways to delay and push you back out. Yes, there is Hunter's Fury on the side of home, but we'll see what the timing looks like. Because here's the thing, RRQ has not been clearing information that quickly at the start of the round. Gen.G's abusing this against them, continuing to keep RRQ contained right outside the courtyard.
That utility, let them try to gather whatever information they can. And with the tiny little gaps, they try to go in for some duels and peeks. Karen was forced to Shrouded Step his way out of
Bang
long.
ba, आज no masti
Now
kar
back
sakta
into
masti.
it though. Garage is slightly open, but at the same time, it's a bit of a read. Gen.G's kind of luring them into this while they have 3 members stacked up towards the
એટલે
site.
ભાઈ, અરે
Yeah,
મત
I mean, this is
બોલો.
a hard read, relying on Texture's operator. There is the recon. It does get destroyed, so no scan. Snake Bite delaying them. Paranoia as well, and then the lockdown. The Hunter's Fury will be used to destroy it, but Munchkin's already here, just absolutely holding the choke point. They actually get choked up by their own
10-2,
Hunter's Fury
10-2.
as well. And it's just disaster for
10-2.
RRQ as the spike gets
बस
out.
बचा कैसे बन गया वाह
At the
वाह
entrance of the site,
वाह
nobody
फर्स्ट बोल दिया
nearby.
मनीष भाई.
The guard is all here for
Underrated,
Gen.G.
excuse me.
It's a firing squad, and I don't think there's a way out of it.
One
Only 8
enemy
seconds
remaining.
left, and Xfero does not find an opening. Only 1 kill to his
Then
name.
क्यों नहीं गया रे
And Gen.G
Xfero
will
ने?
shut down what
पैसा
looked
तो बहुत
like
है
it might
Gen.G के
be a
पास.
streak for RRQ.
Starting to build up to it, but then Gen.G shuts it right back down like you
10-2
mentioned.
लग रहा
Well,
है,
they are
10-2
reading
लग
this
रहा
map
है.
again. And you look
Huh?
at how they have everything set up. The snake bite always in place just to shut down the C push from RRQ. The Hunter's Fury, although it goes out at the same time, I mean, Gen.G have every single possible angle locked down. They've got each and every other
PRX
member
versus
covering each
Gen.G
other's
देखना
back.
है बस.
RRQ
उसके
are
लिए
just
PRX
facing,
को अपना Gen.G को जीतना
the
पड़ेगा ये.
toughest mountain to climb
ये
while they
best of
try to
3
push
जीतना
through.
पड़ेगा.
And this is a result of the fact that RRQ is not able to get information nice and early, right? Again, Gen.G in that previous round, they keep RRQ contained right up to the 50-second
9-3
mark.
कद्दू का
The
9-3.
next time RRQ gets
10-2.
information, they're not going to be able to get solid information on 2 parts of the map and then go for a double rotate. So Gen.G can then just say, well, we still have an operator on the other side. We'll stack this. And Gen.G knows how to put the numbers in their favor. They
अभी
know
तक
how
op
to play
का
the
info नहीं
timer
है
to
ना?
their favor and abuse RRQ's tendencies. So RRQ this time, maybe a mildly earlier drone. It's going to find a little bit, but doesn't quite spot Texture. RRQ, are they going to take the risk again, or will they play it safe?
लग गए.
There it is. There's a flash, but there's the anti. He doesn't land the shot. That was a close one.
Almost.
Almost turned back to
Bhai,
it.
almost
And then now,
था.
at the very least, RRQ has a little bit more space to work with. They're going to try and rush into the A site. Gen.G is prepared. Lakia trying to get bailed out.
भाई
He's
कितना हरामी है
got
बे.
the guiding light available as well. Xfero
Jet
pops
के
the neural
smoke में
theft,
जाके
though,
बैठ
just gets
गया.
all the information. The Viper's Pit was deployed. Meanwhile, Monyet, with the From the Shadows into C site,
Oh, this
tries to hold it by himself.
भाई लाशिया कैसा है ना?
Hail Mary. I mean, Monyet just needs to stay alive. I have a feeling Meteor is going to creep through this smoke. He's waiting. He's already on the site. They have no idea. Monyet finally spots him, so there is the trade. But Karon now trying to fill it again. Gen.G, they might be coming in 1 by 1, but Karon says, 1 is all we need.
कैसे
As he gets
दो
a
मार
triple kill
सकता
on the
वो?
site.
ओय.
But it's going to be a straight answering right back as well. Chaos ensues on the C side, and
9-3,
RRQ
9-3,
gets a
9-3,
third round.
9-3.
RRQ just showing that you can't
9-3.
really out-read every single map if they do some
Out-read का
wild
पता नहीं, aim
antics,
तो है
right?
बे यार.
Just getting that early bit of control, finding those numbers advantages, taking down Texture, gives them that much more
9-3.
freedom and movement. They not only managed to take down the site, they baited out that Viper's Pit from Munchkin. And then as they pushed on through, you had that little bit of a lurk from Elmi Moore or Estrella
बस
in through the B site. And they
दो
just
मारने
win
के बाद,
out
हाँ?
on these
बस?
trades and duels.
Rolling
तो
Thunder
बड़े
online
होके
again.
नाचता
It's
है.
just going to be a full send this time. RRQ pushing the tempo up, realizing, you know, we don't want to give time for the
Drone
rotation.
third.
Gen.G reads this very quickly, and it's going to be Texture not hit by the Rolling Thunder. Still hidden in sewers. They just haven't quite cleared him just yet. They all get spotted around the smoke. Texture, he wants to get bailed out. They have a read on his position. He's trying his darndest to stay alive, but there's just too many people. But the site, whose side is it on? RRQ, they're flooding it. They're coming out of the smoke. That's on both sides, but now
Free
it's
का
down
मारा
to a
सोवा.
3v1. Meteor, sure you've got full health
सोवा
and half
free का
armor,
मारा.
but no util on the site. Creeping up. It's a double stack. He finds the 1v1 down to 22 HP. And he's going to try to reposition. He does have time. If he can
Camera है
find
लेकिन.
just one more pick, maybe. But RRQ,
देखा.
they're going to stick together. They're not taking the chances to Cam. Gets a reaction. And now
गया.
they're ready for it, and they're not going to give him the angle this time. RRQ trying their darndest
8-4,
to bring
8-4,
this
8-4.
to a
8-4,
5-7 half.
8-4. Final prediction.
That it would be a
Final
very
prediction,
good advantage for them if they can
8-4.
pick that up. 5-7's not too bad if they go into the second half. And at the 11th round, right, almost the nth hour, that's when they really switch up the pace. I mean, look at how they took down the
के
site,
बाद
how they
4-1
flooded
score
through
हुआ
and
है.
managed to pinch down onto Texture, really eliminating the
हुआ है
tip
ना,
of that
timeout
spear
के बाद?
from Gen.G. So looking to keep
पहले
this
round के
up
बाद ही
as they
timeout लेना
pull
था.
out the Odin and the Operator on Gen.G.
8-4.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Econ's a little low on the side of Gen.G as well. The Guardian trying to answer back, but the Odin just fires too fast. Meteor pays for that risk. The Killjoy
कुछ ज़्यादा
being
जल्दी
down
adapt नहीं कर
ruins
लिया।
the setup for Gen.G because already look at the start of the round. He spread his util out both on C and B side. He was trying to get as much information as possible. An RQ off of that early drone. And Gen.G's response is tightening the map here on the A side.
Jemkin right around the corner. He goes in for the crouch peek. That's Karen down. And with that, a little bit more space to work with as well. The rest of RQ thinking about pushing over onto the C side, maybe in through garage. Textures pulled out the plate, so they're very cautious of it as well.
यश भाई ने फेमस वर्ड्स बोला था ये तो शुरू होते ही खत्म हो गया
He
करके
doesn't quite have much intel gathering utility.
Yeah, just not just yet. Now RRQ probably wondering if it was a two-man push or not over on A, but they say at the very least Gen.G, they're probably going to hedge their bets and go towards the extremity, so they will take the risk of entering on to B site. One gone through, but Jemkin not quite spotted high above the right click to finish off Texture. And RRQ after what seemed nigh impossible against the Pulsar flawless to get up to 5 rounds.
Great adaptations coming in from RRQ. Suffered a bit of a loss streak against Gen.G in the beginning rounds, up to 6. But once that timeout from Coach Ewok came out, they flipped a switch. They started to go in for it. And with that advantage, with that confidence, taking down Gen.G 3 times in a row, how will they fare off onto the defense?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I agree. They turned a new lead. I think they found that confidence after a couple of, even though they were messy, they were winning some fights and they found that confidence. However, let's be honest, they were only in that position because they gave away so many rounds to begin with. You're starting on attack with a composition that can just break through sites.
फाइनल स्कोर प्रेडिक्शन फाइनल स्कोर का प्रेडिक्शन पता नहीं लेकिन अटैक Gen.G का बहुत स्ट्रांग है बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रांग अटैक
It's a recovery act right now for RRQ.
प्लस 3 साइड्स है कंट्रोलर भी अकेला है
Have some optimism, William.
भाई
You're the one who
टोपी
just
चाहिए
got out
यार
of the
Gen.G
coma.
का
But at the same time, yeah, you know, you talked about how this was Spear versus Shield. But you can really see how Gen.G's Shield, how they control, how they read the map, really deflects every single attack that RQ sends at them. But once you start having RQ try to create openings, try to poke at every single possible angle, that's when they start to open things up. That's when they start to really expose some of these weaknesses, for example, with that Odin in the previous round. But now that we're on to different sides, it's going to be a little bit tougher. RQ might have to play some retake scenarios, and that's not always something that you want to do against a team like Gen.G.
Karen ने मीटर का
texture buys on both sides as well, similar to the very first pistol round. Double sheriffs on both sides. But we are going to see a ghost on top of a frenzy for RRQ. Starting with a 2-1-2 default, so not looking to fight very strongly. Counting on Gen.G to play the map a bit, and oh man! The first shots are good for Monyet and Jemkin. Meter and Munchkin a bit bunched up, doesn't separate fast enough, and there's still 2 people on the side on C, so massive numbers advantage for RRQ.
Sheriff and Classic stacked up. Who would have thought? So much more control now. Texture trying to creep in through, but the well-timed
last time 3-5 जीते थे
just blocking it off.
Last time 3-5 जीते थे
Now, love RRQ's adaptation here. Instead of saying, hey, because we have numbers, we can still hold 2-1-2, you say, let's play the numbers advantage. Let's get ready to shift faster onto B or C, just in case they rotate to B. But A, we got a tripwire. Worst case, it's a 5v3 retake on pistol. No util really on either side, so we should have the numbers advantage. Now trying to get ready for a high-low setup. Instant spot, but Karon sneaks in a kill. And that's going to be the cue for Texture, but Elmi Moore is waiting. RRQ, their early rotation is paying off. Monyet on for a 3K in the pistol. But he's not going to give that chance. There is the flash. Lakia spotted. And Elmi Moore is waiting to receive. And there's the kill. Double kills for 2 members of RRQ as they tighten the gap. Now down to 1 round.
And potentially the next round as well. Great reads, great plays from RRQ as they anticipate the movements from Gen.G this round. I mean, the way that they were just pulling out C-Long, I don't know if that was brilliant, you know, plays or anything.
मेरे को बोला था ना तुम लोग मेरे पे ची कर रहे थे अचानक से मैं जीता वही होने वाला है भाई वही होने वाला है रुक जाओ थोड़ा रुक जाओ.
It's going to be a 4-man buy, but this time it's going to be a Stinger and a Spectre on the side of RRQ. So favoring a little bit more chaos, a bit more close quarters combat against potential pistols. Gen.G still going to buy up 2 sheriffs, so a bit of an investment. Texture already takes a hit as well. With these sheriffs, they're going to want to find at least some value. See if Texture can get a pick here on the A side. RQ's playing this very safely, and I think Gen.G might just hold here to wait to see if they can get confirmation somewhere in mid if this is going to be a default hold from RRQ, because if so, they will just
अरे
go
बाबा
for it with
जिंक्स
the numbers.
भाई नहीं हुई यार.
Those pistols as well. I mean, they have the potential to just really push and shut it down. Nonetheless, Elmi Moore might be able to retrieve that information, but he doesn't spot anything.
Yeah, the
with that
drone
ultra.
भाई ब्रिज
so much
टर्न भी
shorter
दे
now.
देगा
So
बे
he
ए
pings,
पे.
you know, the potential
कोई भी स्पॉट हो गया
of
सीधा
the
स्टन.
hidden members. RRQ's aware of it.
buddy.
He sees two, Gen.G, and he's going to
down
dash
A.
out. Not going to give that opportunity. Looking to
Here.
just delay.
दिया
Elmi Moore
stun.
still hidden on the site. And the smoke just to shut off sewers.
You're
साउंड दे
trying to
दिया.
creep through though.
There's the fault line.
Just spotted
Oh!
out by the fault line. Great shot from Xferro just to take it down. And with that, some of the RQ players still wondering about the A site, but
Eco
Gen.G
है.
slowly starting to rotate on over. They know where that
Eco
fault
है.
line came from, so trying to pinch down onto the sole breach that is Estrella. Aftershock tries to put
मोने
them
को
off though.
किधर तो देखा हुआ लग
However,
रहा
the
है.
plant will go through as Karen tries to stick it.
Spike
And
planted.
now
Yeah.
a great shot from Estrella as he finds the next one. Monyet going through now.
आई
With
तो
the
या
spike down,
5v1 में
Munchkin's trying
स्पाइक
to
को
hold his
स्मोक
best
किया.
with the classic. Estrella starting to stick it all the way through. Nobody's pushing out against Munchkin just yet, so this is looking to be just a great round from RQ, keeping things flawless.
Yeah, they won't even give him one cheeky
5v1
kill. They will
में
still
smoke
just go
कौन
for the
करते
ult
spike पे?
themselves.
हेलो?
And
Try
Munchkin,
कर
I
रहे
mean,
थे.
at that point, you did have to die, right? Get those creds, the full creds going into the next round. So he won't be
Karan
too
भाई
upset
क्या कहा
about
है?
it.
तो
At
सुबह
least he got the
breakfast
plan,
Wait a
especially
moment.
with the numbers disadvantage. That looks tough.
Probably afraid.
But the movements on the defensive side looking a lot cleaner for RQ. But Gen.G, it starts here now with the buys. They already put in some conditioning with the toxic screen over by A. That's what this default screen is for. It still gives you that option
अब
to rotate to B as well.
देखना.
We'll see how
अब
they start to
prediction
go for
time,
these
अब
orcs. Two
देखना.
members very free to let three,
Gunfight.
quite frankly, if you count the Omen as well.
जमकिन को रीड है लेकिन रीड का
Potential
क्या
for Gen.G
करेगा?
to play
कैरन
with, but
भाई
so far
टॉप
it has
फ्रैगर
been
है.
RQ controlling the pace because of their early picks. Now that the real rounds have begun though, flashes come out, they're trying to peek on over. A jump peek takes down Monyet.
That is a far jump.
भाई ये
Lakia
स्मोक चाहिए.
preparing for the Olympics, it seems. Getting distance out
ऊपर
there,
बैठने
gets
वाला
the
क्या
kill.
करेगा बे? कुछ नहीं
Takes
कर
control
सकता
of C
बे.
main. Now you force a lot of pressure down there. RQ, they're going to say
ये
we have
चाहिए.
Cypher util
ये चाहिए.
over on A. He's got the cyber cage to play around right outside of sewers as well. So we'll just hope that we can delay as long as
एक
possible.
question
The
आना
drone
चाहिए.
barely not
Heaven
fully
map
clearing
में
Cubby, but they're
कितना
just going to
बंदे
assume
कर
that they've
सकते
made the
हैं?
clear. And RQ will also go for a hard rotate over. Gen.G, not quite hearing this yet, but there's still 50 seconds on the clock.
Still a lot of room to wiggle around, to say the least. But meanwhile, RQ working off of their own kind of reads. Maybe not quite hearing that Trailblazer, so they're keeping 3 players on the A side and just prepared to set off those trips.
Counter
Great little
recon.
counter recon now, but nobody's
30
pushing out
seconds
just
left.
yet. Gen.G trying to stay in the pocket.
Yeah, and they're ready for the lurk as well. Jemkin's watching for it in mid. Meanwhile, Texture trying to keep through, but it's going to be the
अरे
fault line to
guys,
just
ठंडे
delay. And
रहो.
Elmi Moore gets a cheeky kill with the shock dart. It's going to be a crack in the cyber cage, but RQ cannot
Dart,
find the right
dart.
angles. Texture surviving with one single point of
एस्ट्रेला
HP,
भाई
but they will still get the round.
क्या सीन
Started
है?
to get a little bit hectic and chaotic as the push went through. I mean, that counter recon, the ideas from RQ
वो
were there,
टन
but with the
शॉटगन
tiny
के लिए
little
था.
cracks in the cages, with how Meteor was going in off of that flank,
Plus
there was
cage
just too
में
much
थोड़ा सा
attention being
gap
pulled away
था.
onto the A side, and they weren't quite
लेकिन
able to find
है,
those
RRQ
advantageous
भी
kills
है.
when you start to section out the side. I mean, look at how the rest of Gen.G
दो
managed to
जन
push
लो
through
थे
Texture,
बे.
finding that
निकाल
final
सकते
kill.
थे ये वाला भी.
Yeah, not as clean as Gen.G would have hoped, but still get to keep 3 weapons. Do take a bit of a hit on the
Every
armors.
sound आ रहा है.
But now it's just going to be a full stack, a full push, and the operator not on this side. C-site completely left open by RRQ, so this has to be a very well-prepped retake here. Fully intentional, no util,
Jet को क्यों
no
blind जोड़ के
members,
लेते हैं?
just allowing Gen.G to get into the site. But Gen.G,
ये
they're
रेटे को
ready.
ना मिलन.
They're ready to meet
सिटी
him
में
right at the
स्मोक है
gates.
वाइपर का.
Yeah.
सिटी से जो
Armor
जाएगा
and
कुछ
Swarm
नहीं
covering
कर
garage
सकता.
as well.
I'm not a fan of this. This is RQ working at a huge disadvantage. They're trying to set in for this retake. The dash comes through, but Karen's ready to receive just at the get-go.
नहीं कर
Extreme
सकते.
manages to fire back, takes down Karen, but you still have to work against the smokes, and at the same time, Elmi
दो
Moore
कर
trying
दिए.
to work out
मैं
this
बोला ना,
flank.
सिटी से
Texture
नहीं
just
निकल
holds
सकते
things
भाई.
down up around C-Link. How does Elmi Moore make his way out of this? At this point, it has to be a
Save करो.
save. RRQ, they lost their
City
advantage.
smoke is equal to
Have to back off.
GG.
Elmi Moore just making sure nobody's chasing him. And Gen.G, while Lakia 1 point away from the Seekers.
वो दिखाओ
Not all
टेक्सचर
of
के
them are
डबल
the
किल.
healthiest in credits either, so they will just
Free
choose
transfer
to
किया
not
रहेगा,
hunt
100
them
टप्पा.
down. RRQ, I mean, listen, I personally, I think ditching a site That's fine on defense. It's 3 sites. You can't always cover all of them. If you have a good retake, that's fine. But they don't quite expect Gen.G to be pushed right up. They expect it to be a further back post plan, and that's where the error comes in. Because you think you're going to be able to take back site, and that gives time for Elmimore to come in. You'll have a pinch, but that's a very ideal scenario. I mean, Karon, first of all, getting into the cloud burst as well. Maybe you expect one person, but Karon only draws the aggro. Then there's Texture close who wasn't spotted. And that Omen smoke from Karon also masking a lot against RRQ. So the timeout happens. Coach Iwan, I mean, sure, you know, your IGL, your team, your players, they go for a hard read, but it doesn't work out.
और भाई last time timeout लिया था, क्या हुआ था याद है ना?
Pull out from the playbook.
1-7 जीते थे RRQ, 1-7.
That they have to pull out. I mean, the fact that this was their map pick, I
Timeout
know
के
that there
बाद
are
से.
several, you know, a couple more maps they could potentially play if they
कौन
take
जीतेगा
that line,
Gen.G?
but a lot of the prep work from RQ was put into this map. They really want to nail
Binks
everything
और
down.
Jinx
But so
rhyme
far,
भी
the game
करता है,
plan
लगता
hasn't quite worked
है
out
वो
because of how they
excuse
kind of, you know, underestimated or didn't quite
जर्सी आज
expect
पहनते भाई आज
Gen.G
RRQ
to play
बाहर
the
है
pace that
यार.
they're playing. They don't quite
इसलिए मैं पहन
expect
रहा हूँ.
players like Karon to have the sensibility to kind of hide inside of that cloud burst.
बस मैं am
And
जम्मू
Karon
जा
right
रहा हूँ,
now
miss
has
you
been
brother,
doing so
love
much
you
work
यार.
alongside Texture, for example, and bringing out some of these rounds for Gen.G. The man is sitting at 16 kills and 11 deaths.
Excuse me, Kotam bhai.
Very good first map here for Karon. And it's going to be a push out. Mixed by here from RRQ. We've got 2 Vandals. The Paranoia to shove out A main early. Looking for a potential trap play with the recon, but
ये दो यूटिल से उनको लग रहा है कि ये
Paranoia
push हो
just
सकता
trying to
है.
hold on to A main. Sure, you have mid control, but now you know that there's a bit of an info play over by C, and Gen.G's still not going to risk it because they don't actually have hard info themselves. I mean, Gen.G's composition doesn't really have any way to get hard info until they get contact. So they're constantly trying to push and pull, make RQ curious so that Gen.G can get the information at the timing they want.
RQ, though, not moving out too much, just trying to control and smoke things off. Look at how they have Jemkins tucked away inside of B Cubby. Got a little bit of cover as well, but then the push comes through. Paranoia out, and Astray unfortunately gets pinched. Gen.G makes a call for it, and they manage to make it work. RQ, without the firepower, just can't quite go in for the strongest retakes, and everything's being blocked off. The cycle of the smokes.
चलो 2 Vandal save करो, पिस्तौल वाले spike से
double
मारो.
Vandals,
चलो.
RQ, you have to try something, but again, it's the same scenario. This time, Texture's in the smoke, and you can tell RQ, they suspect it, they think something's up. But other than spamming, there's not much more they can do. Sure, you could try to use the drone, but that's 400 credits for what? Not a guaranteed round win. And now Texture exits, still so much time wasted from RQ. They'll go for the dash in. Was he spotted? No, not again, the other side. A triple kill for Texture. Outplaying the entire team of RQ 2 rounds in a row. Mind games and the aim. He's got it all. Trying to get back to the top of the world once again. Reminding everyone of how he was able to dominate Shanghai.
अरे Moni bhai
As he
बैठो.
does eventually fall.
Moni bhai.
After all that drama.
Moni bhai आराम से.
But man,
लोगों को दिख रहा है आप हो. बैठो,
filling the
बैठो.
smoke this time, and you can tell Gen.G's
विशाल bhai, long time no see
just even
कैसे
the way
हो?
Estrella is holding this. Listen, you went for a mixed buy. You're alone on the site. That aftershock, it's not saving you. You already put the fault line down main. These are the times when we see the X factors around the world. Yeah, Texture just never can get his ace.
क्या brother उड़े भाई,
It's always
क्या
gonna happen,
brother
but
उड़े
you're
यार.
absolutely right. Gen.G, they've
भाई
got the read
क्या
on things.
brother उड़े
They're playing around with
भाई, क्या
RRQ.
brother उड़े.
Slight bit of a morale boost with Monyet taking down Texture, but now
Imagine करो
they have to
दोनों
really
अगर
put
एक
their
team में
foot
रहो.
down on the ground. Elmimore manages to go in for the double kill, just right outside A lobby. The rest of Gen.G knowing in for a pinch, they have to push through. Smokes come out though, and it's there to kind of block off the site. They're wondering if there's anyone pushing out from back site now. The flashes come through. Lakia calls it clear. Sticks the plan.
They're going to push out as well. Estrella, he might not be ready for this.
अरे
Ready for a flash just to buy time, just so we can have the setup up and Evan. But Gen.G once again a step ahead. The drop from Xfero, saving graces. Jemkin has to win the fight. He does in sewers, and now they spot Karon with the Hunter Spear used. He knows that he has a timing right now to reset. Shrouded Sep forces him to check the smoke. He knows Jemkin's gone into it. trying to draw him out. There's the recon. They know he's still here. And the double, Caron finds it! But the immediate trade from Elmimore. I mean, Gen.G, you can't just keep pulling all these rabbits out of the hat. It's just not fair.
Almost made it happen though, but not for Elmimore with that classic. The sensibility, the confidence to go in for something like that, knowing that he's right around the corner, knowing that he wants to take down the spike diffuser, just hops on over, right-clicks him into the face. Elmimore holding down this round for RRQ.
I mean, it's so funny to see this because this is a round where, sure, normally we'd be saying, wow, like RRQ, you did it, you clutched it up, it was a desperate win, but quite frankly, like these are rounds that Gen.G should have been losing after they got into the site. And they still make it this close, and then they're winning some of these as well. Continuing to keep the lead 10-8. I mean, don't let the scoreline fool you. This is RRQ desperately hanging on at the ledge of the cliff. But Gen.G, they've been standing tall the entire time. To dash in, it's going to be the pinch with the From the Shadows, but Xfero's quick on it. Trying to avoid the pinch, but Caron, another jiggle headshot. Paranoia to keep them tied up. Manya, you're all alone. You have to survive. He's trying to play around the smoke. He's too slow. Too many footsteps. Panics. And now Caron survives and gets back with the team for V3.
This is ridiculous. And now he's still controlling the exit around the C site. RRQ trying their darndest to try to find some frags, trying to push through, but everything's blocked off. They're running out of time. Gen.G, they've backed all the way up towards C long, towards Dragon, and leaving Caron alone on the site. There's just too much pressure for RRQ.
You have to save.
And they're going in for that save.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're going to drone that smoke immediately, you're in that same situation again. I mean, it's just deja vu for you, non-stop. You're too scared to push it. You don't have the numbers advantage. And you look at the credits. It's not map point just yet. So RRQ will go for the save, but Caron knows. Caron knows the position they're in. Jemkin's not checking the site at all. Finally, he has the timing, but Caron is crisp with it. Another headshot. Another rifle drop for RRQ. And Gen.G 1 point away from getting to 12.
Unbelievably undefeated, indomitable plays from Gen.G right now. I mean, you talk about how they're able to dash in and everything, but Caron with this one from the shadows, the way that he kind of goes in for that strafe shot up against Xfero, just so much at work, so much attention and aggro. Allows for the rest of the team to push through. Just masterful stuff coming out from Gen.G right now.
And you can just tell the vibes are so different too, right? Gen.G, they have the leisure. Sure, it's 2-3 rounds difference, but they know that the momentum has been on their side. They know they've been ahead of RRQ. You're chuckling because you know you've destroyed the economy further, whereas RRQ, even the rounds they do win, you see signs of relief. You see them trying to get each other pumped up. It's RRQ always on that back foot. And now they've pushed up A main. They have a decent read on the map right now. They have the setup they want. You got kill trips, 2 of them, but Manya's dead, so the first trip's gone. Texture's gone over it as well, and he spots the second one. The setup destroyed. Xfero spotted. He's all alone. He can't find a kill. And Jemkin catching the flank. For what? RRQ down in numbers again. Sight given up, and it's deja vu all over again.
Bye.
He's got the blades. But unfortunately, economy not quite on RRQ's side, and they are staring down that tunnel that is saying it's map point. The trade comes through. Elmimore manages to find the first, maybe a second, but Lakia just fires right back. It's down to the 1-on-2. Estrella has to do it all to prevent this from going to 12. He's starting to peek out. Flash is going through. He knows that they're all around C long. Utility just to block out the cubby, but nobody's there to be found. Has to tap the spike.
Yeah, sold it to half, and they're going to double peek right on the 4-second mark. They're jiggled to check as well. He does get the half, so there's one more opportunity, but they swing out in perfection. Synchronized peeking for Gen.G. As they reach map point, driving the sword into the hearts of RRQ, reminding everyone who are the true kings.
मतलब लास्ट ईयर से ये साल देखो
watching how
लास्ट
it
ईयर
plays out.
सिर्फ दो ही चीज होता था
They managed to, at the very least, stay on top of their throne for this map. Down to the final round. RRQ has to go in for it. Without the best economy, that's when it really starts to sting. The one kind of saving hope, the one silver lining that they might have is that they are close to their ultimates. If Estrella can pick up the Rolling Thunder, but Texture just shuts it right down. Elmimore couldn't find a single thing. Now the blade's pulled out. Jemkin shut down, out in the cold. Estrella trying to stay tucked away. Aftershocks out, just to block things off. 4 rounds left in the magazine. Peeks out, but Texture just shut everything down on for the quad and maybe even the ace.
Can he finally get it?
By
That's
ace-
the new storyline now, because the
ace
map is
or
surely
Monya.
over. Gen.G looking to get that 1-0 lead, but
Ace
now
or
the
Monya.
real victory would be, no, it's going to be
Arre,
Meteor
ace miss ho
shutting
gaya.
down the ace. So while Texture does not win the ace yet again, Gen.G will be taking
मोने के सामने
map
ace
1,
मारना मजा आता था.
RRQ's pick of Haven.
And a huge sigh of relief for the team as they head off into this knockout
Bhai,
round with their first winning
गलत
round
team है
against
ना?
RRQ. It was a map pick that was meant to kind of throw Gen.G off, but
गलत
unfortunately
team
did
है
not
बे.
quite work out the way that they wanted to. Everything now has to come down to bind for RRQ.
I mean, just a great showing from Gen.G. No slow starts today, but we'll throw it over their desk to break down all of the action.
क्या breakdown? सिर्फ
Gen.G
मारा
is
एक
definitely
दूसरे को.
back on form, dominating RRQ on their map pick of Haven.
क्या
I mean,
scene
that
है?
was a
बताओ
crazy
विशाल
way to
भाई, क्या
start off
scene
the
है? आप कैसे हो
playoffs,
यार?
and RRQ really needs to win the next
कैसे हो
map
आप? कैसे
to stay in
हाउस
the game
व्यूज?
at all.
भाभी जी
Oh
कैसी
yeah,
है?
yeah, for sure. I mean, it's win
क्या
the next
चल
map.
रहा है?
and
इंडिया
this
कभी
season's
आ रहे
over.
हो?
You know, so it's a lot of pressure now on RRQ. Gen.G came out the gate swinging, looking really solid with some of their protocols that they have in place. You know, Karan on the C site off that pistol round, doing a really good job of buying time, waiting for reinforcements to come. Yeah, it was a good early play for RRQ. They had some good pick plays set up, but Gen.G has really good discipline in moments like that. And then they had some trap plays set up, like the one at Long A with the deep toxic screen, and Laki is flashing through it, and Karan's pushing up. So all the things that you wanted to see out of Gen.G off the rip were there. It was a punchback from RRQ, but
Yeah, a little bit of one, but it was just so much damage dealt early doors. I mean,
पिंके, तूने क्या नाम बोला उधर? सामान लेते वक्त तेरा नाम सृष्टि रखा है उसने. उसने तेरा रैंडम नाम रखा है सृष्टि.
start off the second half decently, picking up those first 2 rounds, but it just never fully came together here for RRQ. And
ऐसा लग रहा है
they're in
तुझे
a
तेरे
very
गिफ्ट
dire
लेने
spot, 'cause
दुबई
this was their
खुद ही
map
आना
pick.
पड़ेगा.
This was a
विशाल भाई,
game of who was going to have
एक बार सारे गिफ्ट को ऐसा एक रूम में ऐसे सजा के एक फोटो खींच के भेजो ना, क्योंकि मेरे हिसाब से 77 गिफ्ट है. डबल थारा फॉर अ रीजन मेरे हिसाब से. हाँ, और वो जो गाड़ी है वो गाड़ी कैंसिल कर देना. आजकल गाड़ियों का बहुत सीन है, समझ रहे हो? गाड़ी कैंसिल कर देना, समझ रहे हो? गाड़ी नहीं चाहिए, बाकी सब जेट बिट सब चलेगा, वो गाड़ी कैंसिल कर देना यार. हेवी गिफ्ट था मेरे लिए.
was when they picked up the pace, when they were able to kind of get past Gen.G's early defenses if they were there. A lot of times Gen.G was playing happy to give them a little bit of space and then play off a contact and then start throwing their util, go
In
for the
India from
double
2
swings
months
or wait for
mom
their timings.
treatment
But
साथ में
for
चल के
RRQ, when
वापस.
they had success is when they
मम्मी
just
कैसी है?
went
मम्मी
at Gen.G.
कैसी है?
They just like hammered
सब
through
होता
their
रहेगा.
defenses, got the plant
मम्मी जी कैसी है?
down on the defensive side, you know, just made some good reads, but it was mostly on their
भाई,
attacker side.
इंडिया
where
में
they did
लेकिन
damage, so
medical
you're going to have to pick up the
OP
pace.
है,
You're
कुछ
going
भी
to have to
बोलो.
get Gen.G off balance, because if Gen.G has even, it feels like a moment to sit and think about what they need to do, they're going to outthink you and they're going to outshoot you.
Definitely, and you can tell a lot of the experience that they've been picking up this year in particular through.
समित भाई, आपके लिए क्वेश्चन है. जब भी आप एग्जाम में एकदम गंदा करते हो, एकदम गंदा मतलब टट्टी की गांड, समझ रहे हो समित भाई, तभी क्या आपके मम्मी ने बोला शर्मा जी के बेटे को देखो इतना अच्छा पढ़ाई करता है, ये करता है, वो करता है, बाजू वाले नेबर को देखो 99% लाया है, आप लैंडो करके, कभी ऐसा बोला? आपको बुरा लगा रहेगा? हाँ, अभी मैच में है ही नहीं रॉसी. 4K रॉसी एल, 4K टेक्सचर डब्ल्यू, थोड़ा इससे मतलब तू कहो शर्मा जी के बेटे का.
up util to be able to really support the players to go out and find those kills.
Will
And
be
while
discharged
that
after
util was
3
being pushed
days.
forward, the
Kokila
kills
band
were not
too
really
good.
being found
That's
by the players
it.
who are very regularly finding them
Love
for RRQ.
you.
So I need to be seeing a lot crisper aim and decision making here for the
According
players.
to you,
That punch
who has the
coming
best
through
aim
from
in
the
Pacific?
outset, because if you
Texture
allow for
or something.
Gen.G
ये
to
दोनों
get
का
a
aim
similar
heavy है.
streak at the start of Bind, then I think that
ये
this is
दोनों
just
का
going to
aim
be cooked for
heavy
the
है.
HW 2-0.
Yeah, and I mean, I think part of the problem came down to a round like this. This is actually the round that I just had in my mind where Estrella's behind box there.
Next map
and
ball.
he's waiting for the contact on the
Gen.G.
trip, but Gen.G had already sussed out the trip was there.
Gen.G.
with
अगर
the dog,
Gen.G
so
next
this
map
is
आ रहा
Estrella
था मैं
not really,
नंगा
like,
नाचूंगा.
fully thinking
पिटनी जाके
ahead in enough
दूसरी
steps.
बार.
He's just saying, okay, well, as soon as they make contact up the trip or there's any util, I'm going to throw the fault line and I'm going to slow him down. But Gen.G just says, now we're going to go up and over and flash it, clear the trip, then come around while you're screwed by utility, and then we're going to kill you. So it's just, again, that the thing that, the reason I said at the beginning of this that I wanted to change my
Dancing, मेरा RRQ,
highlighted
dancing,
players
dancing.
to Munchkin and Estrella is moments like that because because they,
जो जीता
whoever
उसको
is outpicking
अंबानी
the
के
other is
शादी के
going to
2
win.
tickets.
Munchkin generally does a great job, along with Solo and HSK, of getting this team mentally prepared to think
इतना क्या लेट
multiple
याद
steps
भी
ahead
नहीं
in
विशाल
advance.
भाई.
Yeah, that
0-0
is such a
चालू
big
करें?
factor, and I think that is the
तीन
very
चार
thing
कुछ
that
तो
puts
था.
the best teams
कभी
at
याद
the
नहीं.
top, at least for this VCT year 2 for the franchise leagues. That is such a big factor. You just
हमको
gotta
नहीं
go
देखना.
beyond raw firepower here, which
आपको
both of these teams definitely
बीच
have.
से,
But when
हैं?
Gen.G they've turned it back up, and going into Bind, I think
जाना है
this is gonna
शादी
be
में
really
invite
scary.
करें
Like you
पापा का.
guys said, it could full well
विशाल
be
भाई मुझे
a
पापा
2-0
मत
if
बोलो.
RRQ doesn't figure out a way to just push Gen.G and don't allow them to think.
कैसे
Now, we
पता
haven't
चला
seen Bind
invite
at
है
all
मेरे पास?
from RRQ. Do we have any expectations here? Any hopes? Any desires in what you want to see?
RRQ
I'd
this
be
map
expecting coming into this
अजी
Maget
कद्दू.
on Raze and then Jemkin playing Gecko.
Win
I
rate
think
देखो,
that's likely
RRQ
going
का
to be,
0.
You know, the
6 बार
foundations
ban किया है
of the
लोग ने.
composition that they decide
हाँ?
to run on this map. Unless
6
they have
बार.
really gone crazy and tried to cook up something
आज
else.
तक वो लोग ने
but
bind
as long
देखा
as
नहीं
it's
है
not
कैसे होता है.
solo
वो लोग के लिए
Viper
नया
control,
map
then
है
I
ये.
think we'll be in a good spot. But
Hi, brother.
this needs
Hello.
whatever they have prepared, it needs to go hard. Because while they do have a little
Who
bit
you
of tape
supporting?
to study
Gen.G
on
by?
Gen.G in Pacific as well as it in
W,
national tournaments, they could have also come up
RRQ,
with something
लेकिन
a bit different themselves. But for the most part, I think we're likely
Gen.G
going to be
OP
seeing
है
the same comp from
अभी
them.
के
I
time
think
पे
it's going to
Gen.G
be
बहुत
Munchkin
OP
on
है.
that Viper as well as the Brim there for
Binks
Kara.
भाई आपसे
This
अच्छा लगा
just
मिलकर.
comp
Love you
continues to
यार.
work excellently. So I don't think that Gen.G is going to
Surprise
change.
win
But
रहेगा
have they
RRQ
come
का.
up with new set strategies,
Excuse me.
that's something that RRQ has to be concerned about.
Yeah,
Dinosaur
I
भाई
actually want to get your
आपके
opinion
दिन
on
भर
that. I
चुके.
think it's very interesting that
You are
Gen.G,
very
so far,
close.
if they have found a
Edge पे
comp
खड़े
that
हो.
works, they don't really change that up very much, and that can even be a bit of Korean Valorant style. Other teams like to switch it up
अच्छा
a
खेला
lot.
लेकिन
We see
RRQ
Talon
ने
doing
यार
that,
वो लोग
see
जीत
Keeper
सकते थे.
doing that.
स्टार्टिंग का 3-4
In terms
राउंड
of
है
just
ना.
weighing out the pros and cons of each of those, do you think
स्टार्टिंग
there's
का
a
चारों
benefit
राउंड
for
वो लोग
Gen.G
जीत
to not
सकते थे
changing
ना
up their
चैट.
comp?
Yes.
पिस्तौल राउंड भी वो लोग
100%.
जीत सकते
I mean,
थे.
I think
गन
it's-
राउंड भी जीत सकते थे.
It's because they can innovate on protocols they already have in place, and this is such a smart team that they're able to kind of iterate on different versions of what they've already shown. We've seen it time and time again. And also that, like, it's because they have such a good core foundation. They're so good at trading. They're so good at individual play.
Did you
Their first
see
skills are
TLN
through the
news
roof. All those
signing?
things
It
put
doesn't
together
matter because
make
Jesse
Gen.G
is the
absolutely
GOAT.
formidable, and that allows them as well to expand their playbook on their current agents.
Now, we also have our guessing game.
Hooray.
Okay.
Yeah, here are our ranks
Yeah, you're
right now.
fine. You're like...
भाई लॉल
so
ड्यूड आ रहा है
happy
इंडिया
about
में.
Fly through this.
Yes.
Okay, quickly.
Your top
चैट लॉल ड्यूड आ रहा है इंडिया में. थोड़ा जल्दी नहीं आ रहा है यार. हाँ? उधर फेकर बाय 11 वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप जीत चुके हैं. थोड़ा जल्दी नहीं आ रहा है. हाँ इसका ला रहे रेड वाले, लेकिन थोड़ा जल्दी नहीं है. मतलब फेकर भाई थोड़ा रिटायर होने के बाद ही लॉन्च कर दो.
Guess this.
Okay.
Whoa!
कब आएगा पता नहीं.
Yeah,
अपने
I
इधर नहीं
got
चलेगा
mine
लेकिन
nailed
शायद.
as far as the race is concerned,
Yeah.
but everything else is not what I was anticipating. This is a spanner in the works.
It's the first time we're seeing some of these players on these agents at all.
How are you... my concern here when I just look at this is it's going to be really difficult to set up Jemkin on that Yoru. You don't have
कौन
any
बोल रहा था
really
RRQ
big
जीतेगा?
utility other than the paranoia
हाँ?
to, like, set
कौन
him
बोल
up
रहा
for
था?
success. So these TPs are going to have to be immaculately timed. Yeah, you can smoke on top of him with the straight up, but
कौन बोला था?
What
plans for
It's
August?
going to be a Manya go kill.
शायद
and then you
से
TP alongside
अगस्त
him. I said,
सितंबर
Sure.
को
This is going to be really interesting to see, though. And it's another deadlock. Very few teams have
Possibility
been
है
willing to pick
विशाल
this up, and RRQ, they're doing it here in playoffs.
Well, RRQ is starting on the attacker side. Really curious to see how they manage to pull this one off. We're gonna go into map 2 over Terracasters, Quack, and Chobra.
Thank you very much.
डेडलॉक कॉम डब्ल्यू
We
एल
love
एल
Deadlock
एल
and
में
Cypher in
डबल
this
एल
house.
Whoa, you love Deadlock. I'm
No, I love Deadlock. I love Deadlock,
एकदम
but this is a variation.
सबसे
Oftentimes we've
संडास
seen the Deadlock
जो
Cypher.
सेंटिनल है
It
वर्ल्ड
was
का
not
वर्ल्ड
here with the Yoru Rays
सिर्फ
on
Valorant
top
का
of
नहीं,
a OLED
world का।
solo controller on bind. Now,
वो डेडलॉक है
just if we're running through the option in theory a little bit, this composition, you're relying on contact to get
Ascension का
in,
भी
you're
scene
relying
है
on
नहीं,
direct contact to get in,
Ascension तो
flashes to get
शायद
in,
मेरा
and then
भाई
you're
ही
going
जाएगा।
to set up the post plant.
That's-
So, no, I can see you're playing to your strengths a lot, but it is a deep dive in. Texture trying to fish for it. He's actually going to end up getting the orb, but they're trapped now with the paint shells. Texture and Meteor both pushed up very far out. During all of this, Jemkin's already dug deep into A short as well. So Gen.G a little bit pressured. RRQ, they've already taken all the way up to the entrance of the site, right up to the spike position. They spot him, they push him out of showers, and that's going to be the poison cloud dropping. Jemkin's ready for it. A quiet pinch in from RRQ. Lamb still being held, backside still being held by Gen.G, and they push right back out. Gen.G's not taking this quietly, and Monyet cannot find all the kills as Texture gets 3 for himself.
unbelievable. I mean, yes, we can talk about utility and strategy for days, but the way that this round really plays out is just how Gen.G kind of gets the read of the
Question
situation,
number
hangs
1.
back, and stays comfortable enough to find
क्या
their angles,
Deadlock का
find their
कुछ काम
shots.
आया?
Texture didn't stay inside of showers for the longest time. He backed out, and at the same time, you've got Karen locking out lamps, and they're able to find these angles and duels because they know where the choke points are. They know where RQ's going to kind of flood in from, and they just manage to land everything.
See what else RRQ's able to show us, but we're not going to
Base
see
में
much of
कोई
it right
फायदा नहीं
now, as
हुआ।
it is just going to be an eco. It's just
Cypher
a
अगर वो
massive
मार
with the
देता
shorty,
था ना
double
योल वाले
blast
को,
back, and it's the judge to meet him.
भाई
Holding
इससे भी जज
very
लेके
close
बैठा
as
रहता,
well.
अभी
Karen
भी
knowing
बैठा
the
है।
exact distance he can hold right up the wall, even going to deny the plant. The snake bite lands as well from long range. Sure, the barrier mesh just to hold him off, but
बैठा ही है
the judge
बे।
still, I mean, this distance is still deadly. You're not going to find much of it. The
Tag
cam,
भी
and
हो
they just
रहा
want
है।
to flood him. They just want 1 kill, and they'll get it. Okay, Xfero gets 2. I guess more than you bargained for.
भाई क्या
RRQ doesn't
देख रहा हूँ
mind that too
मैं,
much, but I
क्या
think
देख
Gen.G's
रहा हूँ
probably
भाई।
chuckling a little bit over on stage.
एक बंदा
Yeah,
बैठा है,
Karen threw out
टैग हो
the
गया
stimmy just as he was about to die.
भगवान।
The way that barrier match just
क्या
kind of
देख
blocked off, the
रहा हूँ।
ideas were somewhat there, right? But they weren't expecting
Hey guys, मैं
this
बैठा हूँ
judge
guys।
round 2 whatsoever.
Hey guys, मैं इधर ही बैठा हूँ।
Trailblazer came here to help him out as well.
Yeah, he just doesn't care. He's like, oh, I'm crouched. Well, that's just too bad.
All good.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere anyway.
Oh,
All right, well, RRQ, you have your
Huh?
buys now. 5 rifles.
बता क्या
Points across the board. See
उसको
what
बिठा
you
के
can
गलत
do.
किया।
You've got the double
डिफेंस
sentinels.
में डबल
Be able to
सेंटिनल
just
नॉट गुड
constantly
क्या
bounce back and
डबल
forth, along with
सेंटिनल
the
गुड
Yura as
बट
well. A lot of pushing and pulling here
Deadlock
on the
थोड़ा
extremities, which is
sucks।
generally what you want on bind. But again, these smokes, you're so limited in the number of smokes you have. Jemkin going to get immediately cleared, and no push out.
डेडलॉक थोड़ा सा
RRQ gonna read
सॉफ्ट
that it should be a heavier stack on A.
एनी
Considering
टाइम
that there's just
डबल
no
कंट्रोलर
re-clear
और
of B
डबल
main,
इनिशिएटर
you're
बेटर है
assuming that that's going to be the delay setup. That's going to be the weaker setup, and RRQ will be correct so far.
Just really
ये
wanting
वन वे
to
स्मोक्स बीट
try to
देता
play
है
around
इन्फो
it
के
too.
साथ घुस सकता है
I mean, at the very least, even if
वो
they
सब
still
ज़्यादा
meet a
better
lot of resistance on the B side, they could take the teleporter out if the rotation from Gen.G went through. But now, Guiding Light just confirms everything. Lakia counting down the timer, sends it at the right time. Munchkin with a snake bite completely delays everything too.
40
And there
second
is
बचा
a
है।
welcome party on the A side if the rest of RQ doesn't push through. Munyan unfortunately falls to that judge for the time being, but Jemkin with a
भाई,
double
execute
clears
तो है
and
बे।
opens everything up for the
लेकिन
rest
वो
of
लोग
his
के पास
team.
गन
The
भी तो नहीं
paranoia
था
to set up the gate crash, and then the barrier mesh to hold off the rotation. Haven't quite cleared elbow, so they're not entirely certain, but they do seem to have a very hard read that it's going to be all 3. Now they hear all the weapons as well. So RRQ knowing that they should be okay. It's going to be cyber cages from both sides just to try to keep Gen.G trapped as they try to creep in, trying to clear angle by angle. Gen.G is looking to do damage, if not win the round. It's a 3v4. It is doable, but time is not on their side. We're about past halfway mark. It's an instant jump in. The flood is good. Triple kill for Jemkin, but he goes down. Xfero clears up Charon, and while Meteor is doing damage, RRQ, they can just play the timer to try to win out the round.
Almost
and Meteor not able to stop in time on that wide swing. A very, very costly round win for RRQ.
compared. नहीं ये में भी almost same ही रहता है. ये थोड़ा deadlock थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया. लेकिन वैसा
but at the same time showing that they have the presence to make this composition work. You have the barrier mash blocking out the site to cut off the rotations, get a lot more information.
deadlock हटाएगा तो बाकी सब तो बराबर है. जो Gen.G का कौन पे
And
अच्छा ही
then
है.
as the fight kind of happens out, they are watching every single angle and covering each other's backs.
But dropping 3 of your weapons, losing all the armors, that's rough. At least you have the dimensional drift. Try to set up another play and they're going to go fast. They're just banking on the fact that it should be another weak hold here with the buys from Gen.G, and they will be correct. Spots the sky, should have spotted the Viper as well at range, but Munchkin just going to get the spam through the toxic screen. They need to be able to clear this site fast. Jemkin, he's trying his darndest, but Loki has called for backup. They've already arrived. They're ready to break any sort of setup here. As we do see the blinds coming in, and there's the showstopper. The paint shells get a kill, but Xfero somehow survives. 85 HP, 1v2, but it's just too much. Spike wasn't planted either. And Gen.G, the classic fast rotates on bind. We're seeing it once again.
Ridiculously fast, ridiculously explosive, especially with that showstopper and the paint shells. The utility it provides really just blocks so much off for RRQ. They can't quite find the space on the site to set up post plants or even to really, feel comfortable with everything that goes through. I mean, they were kind of banking on the timing of things and trying to get the right rushes out, but it just kind of doesn't set up well enough.
And here's one of the other problems that RRQ is going to start to face with this composition, as we do see the lineup. It's a setup for the Rays here in Shower, so they'll get early control of that, clear the Cypher Cam. But going back is, okay, well, Munchkin, he's going to get the spray. So here's the thing, we're going to see Gen.G start to spray through the smoke a lot more as well, because RRQ has to creep up. A lot of their utility has to start at the entrance of the sites. I mean, even the Paranoia, sure, it has some distance, but you have to be on that side. You have to be on the lane as Texture finds a kill onto Jemkin. I mean, not even giving a single chance to approach. And this is going to be a game plan. Gen.G, hold him off at bay, and then okay, if you see him at the site entrance, you now delay him. You've got the toxic screen, you've got Snakebite, you've got the Cypher, you've got paint shells. You delay, because RRQ, that first rotation of skills, and then they're not going to make an easy entry after that.
Not to mention they have fast rotations as well. Karen on this judge. Information gathered now perfectly. A slight little bit of a fumble on towards the side of B-Long allows for RRQ to sneak through using the Cyber Cage. Karen, however, does have the orbital strike. He's waiting for the rest of the team to arrive. Now just looking for some of these tiny little gaps inside of this Cyber Cage. The Stinger, the firepower that it provides, not quite able to find the shots. RRQ will be able to stick the plant.
Oh my gosh, Astray at 1 HP. Thought he was going to survive that mostly. The Shrouded step to try to avoid him, but they're still going to spot him. Munchkin comes in for the extra cover. Orbital strike as well. The site absolutely cleared out. Monyet will do his best to get kills, but the spike is planted inside and they can't find the target. Gen.G all over this B site once again. Just like that, and it's suddenly a 5-man stack from Gen.G. RRQ, they're going to have to find a better way to try to split the default of Gen.G up.
Yeah, I mean, going into the round without numbers advantage just hurts that much more as well. I mean, you talked about distance and range, the way that Gen.G are spraying them through the smokes, watching out for some of these vertical plays as well. And not to mention, Charon with that orbital strike, just one place to allow Gen.G to clear on backside before rearing their sights towards the elbow as well as garden positions. Now back into the next round. RRQ buys back up. They've got the showstopper, so time to jump. Maybe a little bit more initiating utility.
Now once again going for a bit more dry contact play. The one way to gain advantage on B, and they've ditched the A side. It's going to be a full send again from RRQ. They have no intention of rotating because they need to go for a full util dump. They need to try to draw out the delaying utility, but Munchkin's holding an off angle. Monyet is now down. The dive, so much weaker. Molly's ready as well. Snake bite sent. An RRQ, once again, trapped in their own attack. They can't go forward, and it's tough to go backwards. But at the very least, at the 1 minute mark, they say if we don't push back
Chat
now
question,
and clear
क्या
our flank, we
deadlock
will
ने
literally
कुछ
just be
help
trapped in
किया?
Hookah the whole round.
That's just something that doesn't feel good whatsoever. So
Seek them out.
trying to find something towards the A side, but the Seekers.
Yeah, and one of them actually gets through on Hookah.
Pura
Two of them actually.
info,
So it's going to be a
pura
clear sign for
info,
Gen.G that they've already made the right
pura
call. Meteor's here to back them
info.
up. Texture holding
30
from heaven.
seconds left.
The trips are clear, but the paint shell
Pura
again, just so much delay.
info.
RRQ not able to draw these out fast enough.
Info,
Their rotation is just much
info.
slower right now. The Gen.Gs, they're still trying to creep in, but
ठीक है.
Meteor's already holding in the
ठीक है,
smoke.
मीटर
So
भाई.
is Karen. It's a triple hold on the site, and they immediately push out. It's a play for
The
time here from Gen.G.
second.
And RRQ, they don't
10
have an answer for it. They
seconds
try for a fake, but there's going to be the ultimate, and they're just spraying down to deny the plant. And they'll get the cherry on top by eliminating everybody
Heavy
from RRQ.
info.
Peeking out from little bits of cover. They eliminate every single player, and at the same time, just RRQ feels like they're facing
लोमड़े का
against
deadlock, by
the
the way,
biggest
analysis
wall. They
तो I
can't
love
break
you,
through it.
Smith.
You talk about, yes, the fast rotation, so much delay from Gen.G, but at the same time, RRQ just can't quite catch a break. It feels like they need a little bit more, room clearing utility. Maybe the boom bot, maybe the fake out that
भाई
Jet
सीन
can
क्या
have
मालूम है
with
वो
Euro.
कॉम्बो के लिए
But they're
अच्छा
also
है
kind of trying to save some of it, and they can't quite get.
मेन क्या मालूम है कॉम्बो के लिए अच्छा है डेडलॉक ठीक है और साइट लिया तो पुश रोकने के लिए वॉल है लेकिन अगर यही किलजॉय और साइफर रहता ठीक है तो जो शावर पे वो झुका के इन्फो ले रहा है वो कैम डाल के इन्फो ले सकता था ठीक है 2 केजेस और मिलते थे फॉरवर्ड ट्रैप्स डाल सकते थे और रुकाने के लिए सिटी साइड पे अपना किलजॉय का नेट्स तो है ही टरेट पीछे देख सकता है अलार्म बोर्ड भी पीछे देख सकता है 2 नेट उतना ही रुकाएगा या शायद उससे ज्यादा रुकाएगा जितना डेडलॉक रुका सकता है क्योंकि 2-3 बंदे एक साथ मिल के वॉल मार दिए फिर क्या करेंगे प्लस किलजॉय का एल्टी इज एनी टाइम बेटर देन डेडलॉक अल्ट समझ रहे हो 1 सेकंड का तो वॉल रहता है उसका
An initiator. It hurts a lot.
खेलना क्यों 2 सेकंड अरे
I was
खेलने ही
thinking
है
maybe they
तो
were going to try
शावर
to
पे
use
भी वो
this
लोग
Euro
नेड
as an
करके भगा
initiator,
सकते हैं ना
but so
सेम
far,
लाइनअप
Gen.G
वाला जो
trying to
नेड
work
है
around, playing around
जैसा
the
वाइपर स्पिट
gate
आता है
crashes. It just doesn't
वैसे
quite
एक नेड करके
break
शावर
through
से भगा
now.
सकते हैं कैम
Single
इन्फो
gate
दे
crash
सकता है
already spotted out and
टरेट
marked by
पीछे देख
Gen.G.
सकता है
Dismissed quickly as they try to clear out the rest of the A site alongside this dimensional drift.
Satchel out.
Trips being spotted. Now it's a little bit more
बहुत
space, maybe
छू
able
के
to
निकले मोनी है
sneak spike plant, but Meteor sneaking around the corners.
He's not checked. Not yet. They could have a suspicion just because of the cyber cage, but they do not know for sure. And you have Munchkin outside of the smoke as well. Sure, you have the barrier mesh, but you don't actually have control of the site like you think you do. The paranoia is not going to get the full carry. There's a flash. Jemkin buying enough time. Maki the showstopper to make sure. And Xfero watching the flank. And he sends it as well. Blindly. RRQ
कौन सा ब्लाइंडली हेलो
finally
टांग
getting
दिखा है
a round that they wanted in the fashion that they planned for with this composition. See if they can end it cleanly for a flawless. They're on board for it. Karon just holding back. And it looks like he will just back
They look
off. I mean, with the
El
barrier mesh buying so much
Himor.
time
What
and
a
a 1v5, they're not going
Language.
to want to risk this one.
Backing up for the clean save.
सेज के लिए बेस्ट
That's
है
it though.
वो
Good
प्लांट
round
प्लांट
from
करने के लिए
RRQ.
अच्छा
I
है
think it was
सेफ
a little bit
प्लांट
of a
करने
tell.
के
As
लिए
soon as Meteor tried to sneak on over, Karen with the sky
ये मैप
smoke,
में एटलीस्ट टीम विन
kind of
गेम प्ले के
alerted
लिए
RRQ to maybe thinking.
Kill बाप है
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
Monyet
that was
peeking out.
clean.
Good job.
I mean, you need rounds like that. You need shots like that to get your confidence back up, because otherwise you go into every fight
ये राउंड
thinking
जीता तो
that
वो लोग
I'm at a
क्यों है बे
disadvantage.
कर
We
सकते
see
हैं कम
that
बैक ये भी
even at the top levels. We see that at the grand finals sometimes, international tournaments, because that's just how momentum goes. But here's the thing, is that you can tell this comp is designed to try to combat Gen.G. The barrier mesh goes down, it stops the flood. Like, that's the whole idea. You throw the grab net, it stops the flood. But
Sage
you
का
gotta
gameplay
throw
से
these fakes, and
TRX
this
में-
time, sure, it kind of worked.
सनसेट में सेज
Makia
बोल
just
बाप
checking for the gate crash. He doesn't read too much into it, but let's be honest, Gen.G did have the information. They just didn't react on it because they weren't quite sure, and now they will have downloaded that round.
A lot more information to work off of. And with that, an early sky smoke just to deny the control. Timer continues to tick.
डेडलॉक 0 किल कुछ नहीं कर
And
सकता रे
RRQ
वो
trying to
एजेंट ही
figure
वैसा
out
है
which side they can really push out and pull.
डिफेंस में कर सकता
I
है
mean, every second
अगर ये लोग
spent from
अंधा push
RRQ
करेंगे तो
not drawing out
लेकिन मेरे
delay
को डाउट
inflow
है ये
from
लोग अंधा
Gen.G
push करेंगे
means they have less options. That's what we've seen in the first 6 rounds. And RRQ will have to start to move faster. It's already down to the minute mark. Already so much time spent. You still have a showstopper. You have a pit. You have snake bite. You have molly. Everything is still there. Trailblazer as well from Gen.G to try to slow things down. Gravnet to just jump onto Lamps. The pit is going to go up. And not yet. Can't land the shots. Meteor just traces him as he comes through. Meteor popping out as well. On for the ace. He denied textures, but will he get his own as he hides the cam to try to spot? Not quite finding him just yet. Elmimore hidden in Lamps,
30 seconds
but there's no exit. I mean, Elmimore, your best bet right now is just to try to save here. He's going to deny it. It's just Gen.G against Aces today. But Elmimore, now the mission is to stay alive. 20
क्या
seconds.
कोई
Barrier mesh,
अब
maybe
तक
just
ट्रैप में
trap
फंसा
himself
इसके
in, but
मेरे को नहीं लगता
none of it feels
Smith bhai,
great.
thank you for the membership
No.
10 seconds
Closing
left.
in, holding off texture from one side. They know he's trapped. It's a pinch. The timing should be good. And Karon, the jumping judge, crushes down the hopes and dreams of Elmimore and RRQ.
think he as a coach you as
Tiger
assistant G
stalking his
coach
prey. He creeped up. He knows that he's there. He knows that the barrier match
क्या
is on the other
जिसने
side.
नहीं
No way
किया
he's hiding
लाइक स्ट्रीम
inside
को
of
लाइक कर
lamps.
दो और जो
Just
लोग ने
jumps
अभी
up,
तक वोट
pounces on
नहीं
him at the
किया
right time. I mean,
ये
this
गेम के
round
बाद
was really
ब्रेक है
RRQ
जाके वोट कर दो
trying
एस12
to play
और
with
मॉर्टल
some
बाई
of
को
those fakes. They know they don't have the range for it.
भाई आज हेवी बज रहे हैं दोनों
It's hard.
Estrella intentionally
Make him
ate
there.
that guiding light just to try to sell a bit of a fake to Gen.G that they
Please
might be
बोला
trying to
था।
push out
कौन?
B side, but no, Meteor just managed to anchor everything down. Now the Annihilation
Okay.
in play pulls Karon out.
Yeah, but there's cover here from Gen.G, but they overcommit to it. Really wanted to save
एक
that
अल्ट काम
one.
आया
And now it's just going to be Meteor and Munchkin.
एक्सपेरा को पता नहीं
No
है
control of the site. Sure, you have the creds,
Spike planted.
but we'll see if they go
मेरा
for it
क्या
at all.
brain
Looks
lag
like
हो गया
the
भाई,
creds gonna
हेलो?
be Meteor just going for the save. No reason to give over a
Pancho,
chance for a
Meteor
faster
का
ultimate
एक्सपेरा
for either
बोला।
Jemkin or Amon yet.
I mean
Munchkin
एक्सपेरा को
stayed
मीटर
back,
मतलब वो हो गया मेरे
seeing if
साथ
he could get a cheeky extra ult orb, but otherwise, Gen.G saying we're already heavily in the lead. Let's cut our losses this
देखा
round.
क्या करा डेडलॉक ने
Stabilize,
एक
take
राउंड
this time
शर्म
to
करो
regroup.
There.
Which is the right call to make. Keeping themselves up on top, tip condition. They
I just,
Samir
you know,
bhai,
I
कभी
just want to
कभी
take this
कुछ
chance
भी
to
बोलते हैं,
say that
कुछ भी।
Showstopper clearly is the most inaccurate ultimate now.
हाँ,
Because even
ये game से
Annihilation hits
लेना
before
देना।
Showstopper.
बोल भी रहे
That's
हो
a
गलत।
devastating news for Raze players. But either way, RRQ using that ultimate
Old age।
to get clearance of A short nice and early.
डेजा वो हुआ कोई एक्सटेंड
It's
क्यों
getting
नहीं हुआ
the
ये
read
बता
for how, you know, Gen.G might have the confidence to really push out sometimes, and at the same time, just trying to find those advantages. But that's the main thing. Although this was a pretty good round from RRQ, right? They got the read that a couple of sprays coming out from A short. Let's really hanker down onto this with our Annihilation. But that doesn't happen every single
ये
round. They're
राउंड
not
अगर
gonna
RRQ
have these
जीता
ultimates
तो
all the
फिर
time.
भी
They
कमबैक
still
के
have
चांस
yet
है
to find
फिर
a
भी
real
है
solution to the delays and the rotations that
ये
Gen.G
RRQ
has.
जीता तो आई बिलीव
RRQ hoping that they can even this out to
फ्रॉम
a
हियर RRQ विल बी
6-6.
इन लीड हो
Once
सकता है
again on the back foot. Once again playing catch up. Munchkin, he's been crouched. He's going to try to pretend that he's not there. Not making the audio cue of trying to pull the pin out. And Texture still holding there from backside. But RRQ, they find their targets. Quick trades onto Munchkin and Texture. Barrier mesh already down. They haven't quite cleared showers yet. They don't
भाई
check for
क्लियर
it at
नहीं
all.
किया
The gate crash fake, but no control over that one. And RRQ, sure you have the wall up, but you're trapped right now. Setting up the sonic
भाई
sensors.
घुसने के बाद
Barrier
बहुत
mesh
वॉल्स
broken nice
देते
and early. The pings coming down from the neural theft. Gen.G ready to close in on the target.
Still kind of waiting for that tap. Now here it comes. With the cyber cage out though, Karon plays right around the edge, just managing to take down Jemkin.
Hey,
Elmimore
क्यों
sprays
छोड़ा?
through, gets a couple of his own. A Meteor answers right back. Elmimore still
Spike क्यों
playing
छोड़ा
around
उसने?
the corners,
हो
finding
जाता
that
था
block
ना?
with a headshot to put RRQ up on the fourth.
It's the same story as Haven. It gets dicey, but
Right, come
RRQ
back.
barely hanging
Come back,
on
baby.
to this map once again. Elmi Moore,
TLN ने
great
rated number
heroics to
1
put him
को
right back
लिया
up to
team
1
any
point away
thoughts?
from his annihilation.
हाँ क्या?
From that ultimate.
देखना पड़ेगा मेरे को.
See if he can be the hero that RRQ needs. Oftentimes he is.
Rated number 1 है क्या वो?
But
इसलिए
right now
बोलता
they
हूँ तुम
still
लोग को
have
rank
a
grind
long way
करो.
to go. Finally destroying the economy
नहीं
of
बंस भाई
Gen.G
rank
for
से कुछ नहीं
Sheriffs.
होता है. Scrims खेलो, scrims important है.
Potentially an RRQ 6-6 at the
छह
end of the
घंटे
first half if
scrims
they play
खेलते
their
हैं.
cards right. Gen.G starting to get an idea that this is how RRQ wants to play it, especially around that grab net, which really keeps some players pinched down once Manyet dives in. This time, switching things up, they go in for that showers play. Blue
He's
box
rated one
cleared
every
out. Karen
season
at
in
the
Asia
ready
Pacific.
with the
हाँ?
incendiary grenade.
Dimensional
What do
Drift
you mean?
is online.
Every
And
season?
if I'm RRQ, I use it this round. You need whatever rounds you can guarantee. Can't be looking at the long run right now. It's going to be a stack. Xfero's in for a rude surprise. It's too many. He double. Oh my goodness. He double
What
guesses
होगा?
it whether he wants to
Viper
activate
को
the
एक
cam or
मारना है
not.
बस अभी.
Activates it a second later, and that's what costs his
अगर
life.
Viper ने एक
Now
मार
they
ले
will
लग
be
गया.
going. They know that that's the call. It's too many people. Munchkin getting chased down. He gets chased down. It's a quick reaction from RRQ. They're trying to hold on. There's a cyber cage and a grav net just to secure the site. There's still 2 rifles on the side of Gen.G. Barrier mesh now going up late outside of the smoke as well, so there's still time. Annihilation being used. They want to secure the round. They know what's at stake right now. Cocoon gets broken fast enough.
Just pulling time, buying time as much as possible.
Deadlock,
Now watching
guys.
the angles. As soon as Gen.G peeks out, there are a couple of shots fired through, but what is this? The paint shell
Guys, deadlock.
looking down the front lines. Gen.G knows he has to fight for this now. Pushes out with the flash, able to take down the first. Now
Deadlock,
watching
guys.
from the off angles, you got Manyet walking down the perfect lineup. It's a bit of a double spray, and RRQ finds their 5th win.
Last
A little bit
round in
costly,
the half.
Yeah, very dicey. Quite costly. They'll still be able to scrape together everything for a full buy.
Deadlock guys.
Elmi Moore, of course, with all those multi-kills, has the bank, but they have to spend a lot of their ultimates. Thankfully, Manyet has the showstopper online now, so they still have another power tool to pull out of the shed if they want to try to go for that 6-6 half. Texture,
And
one away
then
from his
this
as well,
Sandas
and
agent
Gen.G
है.
setting up for it. They want to go for an
Deadlock ने
orb
time
play.
buy किया है
They
bro.
have orbital strike from
भाई
Karan as
smoke
well.
में भी time buy किया है.
And RQ's here to punish for it. The grab net's coming down. The showstopper. Texture, you're going to be trapped. He somehow dodges it, but he can't get out. He's
ये
trapped around
किया.
the grab net.
ये combo
No
था. मैं
exit
बोला
out
ये
of that
combo के
one.
लिए useful है Deadlock.
And RQ start with a man lead.
ये combo के लिए एक shower combo
Tiny
और
right
एक ये
now
वाला.
pulled in for a bit of a TP play, but the orbital strike comes up just as fast. Meteor manages to answer back inside of Hookah, taking down Elmi Moore. No more delay utility for RQ, even if they get onto sites. It's going to be a little bit more tricky now. They don't quite have the dive capability without the blast packs as well, so this all comes down.
Oh, this is going to be a full send. Okay, he's going to go onto the triple, but he's not going to get checked. It's just a full fake still. RQ's doing everything they can to make sure Gen.G rotates, and Gen.G still have Lakia over by B
लगता
in a position with the toxic screen to shut everything down. Manyek goes out
By
instant
sexy
spam,
trade
but that's
by
enough time for
Xfero
Kara to fill the back of the site. He sees the shrouded step. He's waiting for the next jump in. There's a flash coming in. Estrella barely jiggles
Karen
out
ने
in
miss किया.
time. Site's still in control for RQ. Gen.G now
30
2
seconds
staggered.
left.
They have
Karen
to
ने miss
reset for the
किया,
retake.
Spike
A little bit of
planted.
dark cover though.
Last
Oh, but
player
Munchkin just
standing.
walks out a little bit too darn early. Meteor now. It's all on his shoulders.
मेरा वाला
For
rotation है ये.
RQ evens out the score.
नहीं देखा रे
Comes
समय.
out, fires off an opening shot. Revealed his position, trying to bait out some peaks, but nobody's really going in for it just yet. They've got such a big numbers advantage, all staring down this one single line of sight. Smoked off by Estrella, but what is this? The collateral on the 2! It's a sudden one-on-one. Xfero, a bit of a death match, and he manages to sidestep
बच
as Meteor
गया
steps up onto the
भाई,
top.
बच गया.
Meteor goes down, and RQ finds
इतना
their 6th
idiot
win,
काहे
evening out the
करना
score
है?
at the end of the first half.
आय
Listen, I'm
दैया.
as unbiased as I can be in any cast, but I need a doctor
भाई,
right now after
RRQ
that
sexy खेला
round. What
लेकिन.
was that collateral for Meteor?
RRQ बहुत अच्छा खेल
somebody
रहा
get
है.
help, because oh my goodness. You fully, watching it as a viewer, you fully expect Meteor to go for that shot.
क्या
right
लगा
as
मेरे बारे
smoke
में?
blooms. But RRQ, they just line up in the most perfect timing.
पापा बोलते हैं अभी देखना.
Insane, but at the end of the day,
वैसे
right
मैंने
now,
भी
if
बोला
you're
था
RRQ,
वो
you
राउंड
just say,
जीतेगा तो कमबैक
listen,
है
it's a 6-6. We
वो
gotta
crucial
forget
round
what
था,
the journey looked
6-3
like,
वाला.
but the destination, we made it barely onto 6-6. See what we can do. And now for Gen.G, obviously the story's a little different. You know that the journey was on your side for the majority of that half, and it started to just slip away at the last second.
भाई बहुत टाइम हो गया पिज्जा ने क्या है क्या बोलते हो
Gen.G still have a lot of cards in play. That's it, though. That was a really, really cerebral round from RRQ with the way that they were kind of rotating
Cerebral
all
round.
over the place. That teleport play,
पता था वो.
pinching on towards Lakia, pinching on towards
तब है लेकिन
Karen.
RRQ का एकदम
Really threw
cerebral
them in
round
for a
था
bit of a loop. But now that we've
Huh?
swapped sides, how does this composition play out? Still have the sonic sensor in play just right around the truck on A site. Default 2-1-2 setup
दो थेरेपी मंगाओ
as Gen.G
दो थेरेपी क्या है
works in for their kind of information gathering.
दो थेरेपी क्या है
RRQ, looking at the composition, I think you would have wanted a couple more rounds on the attacking side, but now they'll have to utilize the double sentinel as much as possible. They're working with zero information
पिज्जा तेरा
gathering,
बाप है
active
तू क्या टॉपिंग
information
है तो
gathering,
फिर
no initiators on the defense.
बहुत
It's
गंदा
going to be
था ना
tough to try to go for early
भाई मेरे
rotates as
jokes एकदम
RRQ. You
lame
have
होते
to
जा
push
रहे
out
हैं
and get fights. It's not easy to do that on the pistol, but if Jemkin wins the first contact, makes things a little simpler. Manya peeking off of it, and he just shuts down Munchkin. B main held on, you hear the noise, you
मोने
know it's the
कभी-कभी लगता
Cypher
है कि
here
कुछ भी
on the B
करता है
side.
हाँ
Trapped.
मोने कभी-कभी
And
कुछ भी
Gen.G now
करता है लेकिन
rotating, trying to re-clear. Still a
अच्छा
lot of
करता
time on the clock.
Just kind of slowly inching up towards it. Estrella with the jump peaks gathers the information that he needs, so now sets up for the paranoia while Monyet plays around the corner. We've got the rest of the squad kind of rotating over as well. There's a bit of a potential for Gen.G to make a teleport
Yes,
play if they
bloody
really
vai.
want to.
No info though, and you
Bhai,
just drew
चार
out the
बंदे दिखे,
paranoia. So
चार
Gen.G,
बंदे.
they're just gonna go in quietly, cut the audio, send the high guiding light just to get in and find the
One
opening.
enemy remaining.
There's one kill, but it's not gonna be enough as RRQ
RRQ जीता
made
लाओ
that fast
छाती लाओ
rotate. And I love what Estrella did there. He goes for the blind paranoia. I was
लिख दिया
wondering if he was gonna keep
जीत
it
गया
until he
RRQ
heard the guiding light, because then Gen.G was looking in
हाँ?
prime position to creep in. But he
लिख दिया
sends
dude
it because you've already started the rotate as
और
RRQ.
बांस
to
बारिश
make sure
हो रहा
you
है क्या
stack
उधर
because
हैवी
you
हो
still
रहा था
have
बे
Cypher,
सुबह
you
सुबह
still
हो रहा
have his
था
util on the
7-8
A
बजे
side.
की
You
बारिश
get
था
some
एकदम
reaction out, now you continue with the stack. So RRQ, they get the pistol round in a relative fashion that they would have wanted. But we'll see if
साला
they can
excuse
continue
me
this
विशाल
because they got the pistol on Haven as well in the second half, but it stopped right after the anti-eco.
Still a bit of a potential for them. Buying out the outlaw now, Monyet just fires off the opening shot, trying to funnel them over onto the other sites. Barrier mesh set up now. So it's going to be a little bit tougher for the pistols to break it.
language
Just retrieving their alt orbs.
Yeah, and Omimor, he gives the outdoor, but he's going to set up that wall further back just because
बस
it
मैं
is
politics
pistols right
try
now.
क्यों नहीं
So
करते
you're going to have to creep up. You can't break that, right, at an advantageous angle. You have to actually reveal yourself all the way in through showers, and on pistols it's going to take a while. So he'll
Politics
say,
नहीं
you
होगा
know what, you take the outdoor, I'll take the timer.
I cannot
Take
play
the
the
better setup
games.
on the timer here for the round on
Mind
the defense.
games
It
नहीं
finally
होएगा.
dissipates. Still a minute left, though. So now, having to cycle those smokes. Only one left for Estrella before the cooldowns. Gravnat at the ready. It's going to be a simultaneous pinch. The guiding light lets them know that the hit is here. Creeping all the way through. Snakebite keeping RQ at bay. And RQ, they can't stay alive. Omimor completely trapped in the smoke. Gen.G fishes him out. Xpero's here for the trade. Backside still in control for RRQ. They're going in through close quarters. It's a double setup. Meteor. What a snapshot onto Jemkin. Weapon recovered. Vandal in the hands of the Sentinel of Gen.G. And RRQ, they have a lot of work to do. They have to push through. Shower's still in Gen.G's control as well. They gain no space off of that paranoia. Karon trying to make a curveball play, but he gets shut down at long range. Meteor utilizing that Vandal. He turns around. It's a triple. The reload not in his favor, but Monyet doesn't have much to work with. Just the classic. He finds one. There's a Spectre for Munchkin. This is the round over. Gen.G.
विशाल भाई
The
टिकट्स
Thrifty
किधर है
shut down the anti-eco.
And big momentum picked up now, and it all starts with the way that they really pushed in. RRQ thought they had the cards in their hands with that barrier mesh inside of showers, with the way that they were set up for the grab net. But as soon as
तो
Gen.G
heavy
does their
बारिश
due
हो रही है भाई
diligence to clear out
डोंबिवली
these
का बड़ा
little
पौधा है
hordes,
बारिश
right,
में
paint shells into the sky smoke, the way that they managed to sneak Meteor into the corner of
डेडलॉक हाँ मैं तो बोलता हूँ ट्विटर पे थ्रेड्स ओपन करो कितना लंडेस्ट ऑफ द लंडेस्ट एजेंट है करके 2 सेंटिनल के अंदर घुस के इको वालों ने मारा एनी कमेंट्स चैट
I mean,
एनी
it's
कमेंट्स
it's an eco. You just want whatever advantage you can have, but I mean, as soon as you hear those shots, I imagine you just back off, try to go for a stack. But they want to make sure they're trying to make sure that
भाई वो
Gen.G
लोग
doesn't
heavy
get too
brothers
much of
है
a snowball, I guess, with even the
उसका
ult economy.
करा
But now
दो
you've given even
दोनों
a bigger one.
तब तक
It's an
तेरे
avalanche.
अभी भी हो
Gen.G, they
जाएगी
get the spike plan as well.
वीजा नहीं है
No damage done to their economy. Not
Visa
even
ille.
an armor scratched up. An RRQ, it's looking like they'll just have to go down to the spike.
just waiting for it at the very least.
Texture's not going to give that chance, though. He knows. I mean, he's 2 points away. This is what RRQ's scared of. Texture, the outlaw, he's creeping in. They have a long way to go, and guess what? The barrier mesh actually blocking their exit all the way back as well.
ऐसे
Free
दिखता है
fire.
बेस को
He jumps in, okay. But he gets one. He gets 1 point. And that's mission accomplished for Texture.
वीजा 3 days में भाग गया
So you're not
नहीं,
losing
अभी मत
much
करो तुम।
because the Econ Snowball has already begun for Gen.G.
So as everything pans out, Gen.G are really starting to snowball their advantage. I mean, that's why you called it an avalanche. That's why we call it momentum, right? They're really starting to build up onto this. Meanwhile, although RRQ are sitting on 1 ultimate, if they can't find this next round, we're
क्या
really
Gen.G किधर की
looking
टीम है
at
पता
them
तुम लोग को
working against, you know, the economy of the game. And that's going to be very, very beneficial to
Gen.G
Gen.G
कहाँ
right
की टीम है
now.
पता चैट
Showstopper
Guess
online
करो।
for Mon yet, but Texture, as we mentioned, 1 away from his.
कोरिया नहीं
RQ. Aggressive 1 way down B main, but that's all the control they get for now. Again, no
यार
initiator
दिमाग लगाओ
means it's
जब भी
very
तुम
tough to push out even
मैचेस
further,
देखते
even
हो
on
ना
a
दिमाग
timing.
लगाओ थोड़ा
It's
सा
going to be the snake bite. Trying to give Lakia a chance
बाहर
to
की
re-clear B main. Gen.G, full fake on the B side, trying to draw out whatever utility. And Estrella, he doesn't want to get stranded. He doesn't know how many people are here. Again, no info
एक ने
on
राइट
the
आंसर
side
नहीं दिया
of RRQ.
मैं बताता हूँ
I mean, sure, there's no hard info on the side of Gen.G either. But
बेसिकली Gen.G आइसलैंड का टीम है समझ रहे हो क्योंकि Gen.G अभी जीत के स्नो बॉल होने वाला है तो स्नो बॉल से तो फिर उसके ऊपर समझ रहे हो
And Gen.G.
भाई ये अच्छा
RRQ
था
needs to hold on to showers. They've made their commitment, which is, I would say, the right call to hold on to this angle, but they have to clear Meteor out. If they can't do that, it's going to be the round broken. Meteor gets the kill. Monyet
भाई
holds
ये
him off for the time
sexy
being,
था
but it's
यार
still going to be angle advantage for
Iceland
Gen.G
snowballs
as they now hold both entries into the site, and they just barrel through trying to
क्या
chase.
घूम के मारा था
Lucky
Gen.G ने
seconds
Bit of
left.
an overheat. So now down to a 2v3. Unbeknownst to Gen.G on site, it's currently a 2v2. They can't bank on that
भाई
just
अच्छा
yet.
था ये अच्छा था यार
Just double up, go for the
कीमत
plant. They
लिखो
know that Showers was still under their control, so Meteor holding close. Karon's gonna look to try to bait them out into Meteor's hands.
अरे गाली मत दो
Suspecting perhaps the far lurk coming in. He finds one, he lands that shot, but can't connect to
आइसलैंड में आइस में होता
Another
तू
snap
नहीं समझा
headshot.
नूब
The spike's still far. He's trying to buy time, but the molly doesn't quite come out. Paranoia pushes him back. He has to double check, and Estrella is going to get off the half. But Karon, how
ओ
many
कैरन के
is
कैरन
it?
जीत रहे
The headshot machine of Korea
कैरन के कैरन जीत रहे भाई
revs up his engines once again here in the playoffs.
वापिस
Doesn't
इको ना
even need the molly. Backs up completely and then just goes in for the most confident swing.
भाई आरआर
Even
का
went in for a
क्लच ही
wide
डिफरेंस
swing
है
before
भाई
he backed
Gen.G और
up
आरआर के
towards
में कुछ भी बोलो
Showers.
मतलब
RRQ trying
का
their
clutch.
darndest to
RRQ
really
clutch
control
नहीं
this
कर
site.
पा रहा, वही
You know, they
difference
had the
है.
right read, the gate crashed over. But as soon as Gen.G pushed through, yes, it was a lot of resistance initially, but making use of the smokes, they stay tucked away in the site, and they managed to control it. These fakes, everything. Gen.G is controlling the pace of the
बंद
game.
करो भाई गाली खाओगे एक्सक्यूज मी
RQ, you chose this comp. You have to commit to it. Now they are. They're trying to just get the fights they want, but Gen.G is ready for it. The weapon advantage too much. And the util not going to favor RRQ, as Gen.G has already suspected it. They were already backstepping away, knowing that RRQ has to go for a Hail Mary. The composition, the econ, everything points to it. Gen.G not a team to let those things slip away.
वो लोग अंदर एबिलिटीज बराबर की
not able to catch the tail either, and it's just going to be down to Monyet as we get a pulsar flawless for Gen.G. And it looks like they're going to start to run away with it once again. On Haven, it was at the 8th round win, but here, now at 7, RRQ stopped in their tracks.
And momentum built up, truly. I mean, the ultimates are starting to build up towards the stacks for Gen.G, and at the same time, they've hit double digits.
Gen.G क्यों जीत रहा
It's so
बताओ?
much more difficult for RRQ to come back from this. So the time
आज एनालिसिस हो जाए. Gen.G क्यों जीत रहा है? डेडलॉक लंड एजेंट है, वो तो अपने को पता ही है. लेकिन Gen.G क्यों जीत रहा है उसका मेन रीजन है, समझ रहे हो? कारण के कारण नहीं देने. एक्चुअली इट्स बिकॉज ऑफ लाकिया, समझ रहे हो? जैसा डाकिया डाक लाया वैसा लाकिया लाक लाया, समझ रहे हो? तो लक उनके साइड पे. भाई मैं रो दूंगा यार. 3 घंटा सोने के बाद जो मेरा ब्रेन चल रहा है. लव यू यार.
What meta you're playing in, but if you don't have those moments where you know I'm just swinging out, I'm winning, whether you win or not, then it's so hard to create space in the game of Valorant. And you can see Gen.G right now. I mean, no doubts in any of their players. I don't think we've ever seen quite a best of 3 like this from Gen.G, where from the very beginning all 5 players were hitting their shots.
पे स्माइल आ गया. गाइस सेल्फी निकाल के स्टोरी डालो ना.
Oftentimes they're a bit of a
You
slow
made
starter.
me smile करके
Texture
ऐसा.
has to make some time, Meteor has to make some time, Karon, Lakia, you know, they take turns and then they all come online in the long run, but not today.
अब NS के excuse me.
certainly does not bode too well for RQ, keeping in mind that this is the knockout rounds. Gen.G now in the
Kushal
lead,
bhai,
having taken down Haven,
किधर
which
भेजती
was
तुम?
RQ's map pick.
ज़्यादा
This
भेमत
buy
जाना.
means everything for RRQ. They've got the ultimates to make it work. Just trying to set up for some rotations. Gen.G, again, they don't have all that much information.
कुशल भाई बारिश के सीजन में हुए थे.
Then the cam as well. Here comes the paint shows. It's Pharaoh. You got to get out of there. He's not going to be able to.
कैमरा देख रहा था
too
बे.
late.
हाँ बुंड में नेड़ आया बेचारा कैमरा देख रहा था.
Dismantled by a single grenade thrown out from
वो
Raze.
देखा हुआ है किधर का.
Now a 4-man retake. You
मैं
have
जा रहा
to
था
push those
next
threads,
one.
but the Seekers come out.
Love
Bomb
you.
once again, Estrella.
कैसे मारा दोस्त ने?
He finds a gap. Now's the opening for Gen.G to try to get information. He's scouting out, but Texture, he's dancing. He's dancing as much as he can, trying to buy time. Estrella going around on the flank. Monyet finds a kill as well, and that's going to the timing to pinch in.
भाई Estrella भाई ने कैसे मारा?
Example gets a 4K.
भाई हो गया आपका. सो जाओ फिर
Gotta
से.
watch
अरे
it
बाद
from his
में.
POV. The way that he found those frags, a couple of those were they wall banks?
Ibon
From
would
inside
be
of me,
proud.
it was a little bit painful when you saw Xfero going down, but as soon as everyone rotated over, even with the Seekers
कर्मा
that
कर
locked
भाई.
their heads out, Estrella
Language. जोर से
threading
जोक्स
the
नहीं बोलते.
needle from elbow, managing to find a couple of angles onto some of the Gen.G players, and then swinging out, snapping onto their heads, finding
भाई
that
पहला
quad
वाला
to put
जर्सी
his
बाप
team
था.
back up on top.
कुछ भी बोलो.
Little smile on his face as well, trying to get his teammates just back into the game, trying to find some comfort. After that
हो
timeout,
जाएगा क्या?
a little bit of that adjustment. Now, looking like it's going to be a fast push out for Monyet with just a singular flash.
Here.
And Monyet, I mean, there's no one there to trade for him. Sure, with the flash, maybe he should have hit that first shot, but either way, now it's a numbers advantage. And RRQ, to try to make sure that they maintain any control of showers, they have to
कोई
commit
मेरे
2
को
here
वो
to be
लाइनअप
clear.
बताएगा जो
Waiting
ब्लाइंड
for any
डाले
util,
शावर के
waiting for the
बाद.
peek from Elmimore.
No escape.
But it's going to be the Trailblazer first. Util trade for util trade, the cam to allow Gen.G. There's the guiding light, the anti and the counter flash, and they both anti and Gen.G split apart. And RRQ bleeding out members on the A side.
बंस भाई भूतिया.
Rotating
तो
through
बंस
or
भाई
not.
क्या लाया बहुत
Jemkin,
गंदा था.
Xfero just trying their darndest to stay on the site, deny the spike plant, anything to buy time, but the incendiary burns and barbecues him alive. It's all down to Jemkin. Estrella has finally arrived on the site, but everything's smoked off. Can't see a single line. Gen.G marking out
बेसिकली
their individual
एक्सफेरो
half
की
of the site.
जली Gen.G की गेम देख के बेसिकली
Deja vu from Haven. RRQ, they get stopped at 7. Barely climb back into an
भाई
8.
जेमकिन
But
ने दोनों को मरवाया ब्लाइंड डाल के
looking like they're not going to be able to chain it together just yet again.
इनिशिएटर का काम क्या
With
था
their teammates on low creds,
ब्लाइंड डालो
RRQ
पिक
is
करो
going to look to save
तेरे
time.
लिए
Not
ब्लाइंड डालो तू
on their
पिक कर
side. Texture
दो
only
ब्लाइंड
3
दोनों
points
डाल
away from his ultimate. He's going to go on the hunt with the extra credits. See how
मैं
close he gets
पागल
to
हो
that
रहा हूँ
showstopper.
बेंच
Jemkin, he needs to hit the shot. He will, but Texture, again, still gets an ult orb off of that. So some value found, as Jemkin is still very far away from that
नेट से
texture
मार रहा है
grid, having
ज़ैफर
just been
वो
used.
सब वो कर रहा है वो
However, we are verily
जैसा हो
veering
रहा था ना
towards
ट्राइंग इंडियन फूड्स
map and potentially
बाहर वाले
series
लोग
point
करते
once
हैं
again. Like you
वैसा
mentioned,
हो
well, this is
trying
that
out mollies
same and similar story that what we saw
पहले
on
रेस का
Haven. RRQ trying to stay alive. Yes, Jemkin found a single
Next
kill
अभी वाइपर
towards the
का
back of the end, but still that was a round headed over on towards Gen.G. Pulling out all the
रेस का हो
stops
गया
now, got
ब्रिम
Monyet
का हो
with the
गया
operator,
वाइपर
hopefully
बचा
trying to play a little bit safer to punish Gen.G as they try to push on through. But this team, once they start to get going, and everyone is going right now,
मोने
it's
भाई
gonna be a bit of a
ऊपर
bulldozer.
And this op had to come out a lot earlier. It does help, of course, on any of these maps, but especially maps where you want to control the extremities.
यहाँ
Helps
पे
tighten
dog
things
आएगा
up a lot when you don't have hard info.
ये
I'm
खुद
surprised it's
तोड़ेगा
gonna be the Rays
अभी वो लोग
holding
को
it
मालूम है ऑप इधर है
instead of the Yoru. So Jemkin looking to be a lot more mobile, trying to just provide backup. They find the operator over in showers. Gen.G
भाई
looking
वो
to
लोग
try
वो
to
लोग ढूंढ
surround
के
it.
मारने वाले
They creep in. Lamb's control now in their favor. Still putting pressure here on Hookah as well. Meteor
भाई
wins that.
sexy read था
And he
Meteor
tags
का
Xfero as well. He knows that it's just a 3-man hit over on the
Sexy
A
read
side.
था,
He'll
sexy
keep the
read.
Cypher tied up. Xfero finally clears it, but the site already given up. Monyet, good repositioning, trying to delay with the paint shells. Paranoia goes out as well. They know the rotate's not an option just yet for Gen.G.
मोने बैक ऑपिंग देखना
Gen.G
है
still trying to stay and hover around the site. Karen thinking about the orbital strike, the fake out, not really bought.
Open up the hellfire.
Suddenly goes through, just to clear on the backside. The rest of Gen.G trying to peek out from these smokes,
30
but
seconds left.
RRQ is everything trained and covered, but what is
Ayyo.
this? All the way from showers. Munchkin, a
Ayyo.
bit of a double kill.
Binks
Karen
bro,
here to
Binks
back it
on
up as well. The
top.
spike has
Harsh
gone down.
bye.
It's a 1-on-2
Thank you for the
for
179.
The layers from Gen.G
भाई क्या
down in numbers,
sexy है
and
बे
you still go for a
बैक
commit
साइड
onto
अल्ट
the
क्यों
rotate.
क्लियर कर
You
देगा ना
use
बैक
your
साइड
orbital
वो लोग
strike
ने
to
रेस
make
का
sure
नेट
that you
डाला
have time to
और
go all
अल्ट
the way
मारा और
around.
4 फाइट लिया
That entire play, the linchpin was going to be
Isolate
Munchkin,
करने के लिए था
and
वो।
Karon will be the one to wrap it up. One step away from getting into the double elimination playoffs.
आइसोलेट करने के लिए था वो।
Gen.G. This is how they did it in stage 1. Sure, the journey seems a little rough. Seems like it's a slow
Right,
start.
maybe.
But when it matters, they say we've come prepared. This is the moment we've been waiting for.
टीम तो है
We
बे
won't ever miss that one chance.
They've got that one shot.
क्या बोला?
H just called Karon an insane, he's just a crazy guy. You're insane! Well, Monyet gets trapped. Gen.G a hard read on this one. With all the ultimates online, you know, I mean, every time RRQ feels pressure for a Hail Mary, Gen.G's on top of it. Barrier Mesh has to be used early to try to clear it. And now even the from the shadows.
भाई
So
इतना
RRQ, Estrella
fast
cancels it,
rotation
hoping
का
that
दो
that's the call for
sentinel
Gen.G to rotate back
फिर
to
भी
A.
एनएच के बे यूरो के
Not
वजह
really
से
moving
इतना
yet,
फास्ट
though.
रोटेशंस होती है
Keeping in mind, Almimor does
दो
have
दो
the
सेंटिनल है
annihilation,
फिर भी एनएच के
should he choose to use it.
बेसिक फंडा है बे
Not in a great position
Deadlock
to, though.
Sanda
I mean,
से
into
agenda.
Garden, that's a weird angle for you to try to bounce it off of. Have to really expose himself quite a bit. And now, just under the minute mark,
मोने
Gen.G
देखता तो
gonna
लव ही
look to widen the map just a bit. They know that no one's actually pushed out because they've had that spy cam out in front of Showers for a very long time. Yet he gets spotted, and he sees him. Both of them getting information. Estrella has to win that fight. He
वो
does.
लोग बता दो है
So they know that
लेकिन वो लोग बता
Gen.G
दो ही है
might be going for the rotate. The Annihilation just to push them out. Now they have hard information. The Annihilation trying to chase through. Estrella gonna
30
be
seconds left.
on the receiving end
किधर
of
है
this
रे?
package. Takes down Lakia.
एक और लेगा
Gen.G, can they pull it out again? The Rabbit.
enemy
No,
remaining.
Estrella shuts it down. And Karon not gonna be able to do much.
OT.
As Jemkin finally closes things out on that 9th
OT.
round win.
छाती लो
Pick something nice to
Well
kill.
played defenses,
OT.
well placed defenses from RRQ with that barrier mash.
सिंपल बात है
Even with the annihilation through the
सीधा
teleport,
OT
trying
है
to turn up the heat, creating
सीधा
a lot more pressure for Gen.G to push into the site.
एम है
Well
एम है
held by Estrella.
लास्ट
who
गेम में
has
क्लोज
been,
गया था ना
finding a lot of
क्लचेस
East frags on
के
this
वजह
map
से
for
आरआरक्यू आ रहे थे
RRQ. Can he do it for like about 3 more rounds just to push
Huh?
RRQ into overtime against Gen.G?
कोई टीवी देख
It's
रहा
going
था
to take a lot. No ultimates on their side. Showstopper online for texture. Barrier mesh, again, nice and early just to try to get information, just to be able to push out on other parts of the map. They're trying to pinch onto Locky, but it's 2 people here. They already take him down. They spotted Karen as well. Some of the best map control that RQ has had in this entire map, finally on round 22.
And then pulling back with the gate crash. Just as Gen.G might have thought the beach site was slightly weaker, now thinking twice. Munchkin not quite pushing out. Camera does spot him, so he's going to have to back off for the time being. Meanwhile, we've got Texture alongside Karen, slowly doubling back into her showers. Gen.G going in for the pitch play against Munchkin now. A bit of a trade
भाई
happens on the
अगर
other side
नहीं
of the map.
मरता था ना वो
Omimor's trying to creep forward. He's trying to just be the hero that holds on. He's trying to anchor onto the site, the grab net just to buy time. And he'll say, I'm not going to take these chances. Gives the respect to Gen.G. Paranoia as well to buy further time for the backup. Now 2, now 3 members, but down back to 2 as Estrella tries to even things out. Meteor all alone, only 30 HP. Just one more round needed, but RRQ says we're not
में घुस के
done
मारा
just
मैं
yet.
बोल रहा हूँ
2
मैं
steps away from overtime.
useless
And that happens
ability है
again, Elmi Morstrad, Jemkin,
उसका
they're
सब
doing
ठीक है
everything
भाई
that they humanly
उसका
can to just
ट्रिप
to
को
put
बफ कर दो
themselves
प्लीज
back into the game. The pinch play on towards Munchkin. The utility to delay and slow down Gen.G sets Estrella up for the perfect multi-kill as they finally put
Radius
themselves
double.
up on top.
इतना
Double
बड़ा
digits.
क्या बोलते
Gen.G
हो
now though, calling the timeout.
रेडियस डबल
All right. I mean, this is already a big success from RRQ, finally forcing that timeout away from Gen.G.
एस्ट्रेला इज फ्रैगिंग आरआरक्यू में इमर्स
But
है
again, it's RRQ, only 1 step away from getting eliminated their entire year
डेडलॉक का
ending
अल्ट भी
here at VCT.
डेडलॉक का अल्ट का क्या थोड़ा
Sure,
रेंज
it's
बढ़ा
already a
सकते हैं
great
बस और
record.
कुछ
They've
नहीं
been
कर
gunning
सकते
for a playoff spot ever since the beginning of VCT
डेडलॉक
Pacific.
का अल्ट का
They
रेंज
finally
बढ़ा
made
के
it.
एक और पॉइंट कम
They've
कर
taken
सकते हैं
down some of their nightmares
बस,
that haunt them,
ये हो
like
सकता है
Gen.G in stage 1.
थोड़ा रेंज बढ़ाओ
But they
10%
have to do
और
it
एक
once
और
more
पॉइंट कम कर
if
दो
they want to go all the way. We heard it from Munchkin as well. Gen.G doesn't want to go as 4th seed to champions. They don't want to sit on their laurels. I can only imagine RRQ feels the same. Improvement, that's not where they want to stop.
This goes here.
See what the timeout brings from Gen.G.
They want the seat. They want to
रैपिंग फास्ट कर दो
get back in towards these international plays, and at the same time, Elmi Moore said it before, they've taken down Gen.G once. They are looking to do it
बंस
again.
भाई
And it
आप
has to
एक
start on
चीज
this
डिसाइड
map.
कर लो
2
लव्स
rounds
इज
is what
ओटी है
stands
ऋषभ
between
भाई
them
ओटी है
and this overtime. Gen.G making the plays for it though. A bit of a fake out from Jemkin as it
Texture
goes
के
through
पास
the
ult है
teleporter. Gen.G slowly trying to inch up towards
Texture के पास
Long.
ult है
On yet with the operator has to back up.
टेक्सचर के पास अल्ट है
A
गाइस
whole entire setup to try to
Texture
find
के पास
time for the
ult है
operator. The Pink Shells, and he's trying to peek out of it. They're not going to suspect it, but the Pink Shells gets the kill. The Showstopper not finding it. Texture can't quite find the targets he needs, but at the end of the day, Jemkin is here, holding the angle, gets the spams, finds the headshots through the smoke. Munchkin creating a crack, trying to find a gap, but the dimensional drift will force him over. Xfero, it's all up to him. In a fairly noticeable position, but the sonic sensor, it gets broken. The pit now, the stun there, buying time, and Xfero does not miss the opportunity. RRQ one step away from extending their life here in the knockout round.
Gen.G के लग
Just as
गए
Gen.G tries to go in for a set play to close
लग
out
गए
this map. Vanyet with his blast packs keeps himself alive. At the same time, Jemkin nailing his shots all the way from
भाई
the
उसे
back
नेट से
into her
कैसे मरा रे ला क्या
It really sends Gen.G in through the teleport. And as
एप्पल
soon
में
as they
रिफंड
step
कैसे
through
होता है
the
हर्ष भाई ऐसे
teleporter,
करोगे यार
you can see Xfero just
बंस मैं अभी नींद से उठा कोई तो मेरे छाती पे ओटी लेके गया
Coach Ewok doing his best to try to read these plays from Gen.G, and Gen.G wants to end this desperately.
Yeah, they don't want this to go to overtime. They don't want to take the risk of going all the way to a 3rd map. The fact that they're pulling out their remaining their timeout, using everything in their resources, Solo seems to have found something. A hard read. Giving everything he has to the players. One last play to wrap this up, move on to the double elimination. Gen.G, they don't want to be
Easy
at the
for
edge of the cliff
RRQ.
anymore.
बोले पास
They wanna be
प्रॉपर
back
बाई है सब कुछ है
Part of
भाई
the throne
ऑफ भी आगे
where they
रहेगा
believe they belong, where they've established themselves at Master Shanghai.
बस मैं बहुत
Set a
डिप्रेस था अभी
entire
हैप्पी
new
हूँ
record,
हैप्पी हूँ यार
a new landscape for VCT internationally. And
चैट
now,
इधर 400 लोग देख रहे हैं
Not
लाइक
full
कर
buy.
दो स्ट्रीम को
but they'll have to go for it. Orbital strike at the ready. 2 points
जो
away
हारा
from
वो
the
बाहर जो
Seekers.
हारा वो बाहर जो नेक्स्ट
And
मैच है
2
वो भी
Guardians.
जो हारा वो बाहर है उसके बाद अपर
Yeah,
ब्रैकेट
it's
लोअर
still on
ब्रैकेट
the
वाला
operator.
सीन है
Trying to
और
lock
PRX,
out some
VRX
extremities
matches
of the
कल है
map. Gen.G spread out a little bit thin for the time being, letting them expend their utility. The fake out does not spot anything.
Yeah, no reaction, but more than anything, they're trying to make sure that they have to use util to try to get into hookah. Just put that pressure there. A setup for Estrella. Gate crash sent over. Early barrier mesh gets drawn out. It's immediately destroyed. So RQ not as much time as he would have hoped. Gen.G, a Hail Mary play. Texture planted in lamps, and it's a stack towards B. It's the weak side, but Elmore finds that there's no util follow-up, but Estrella gets taken down. No smokes on the side of RRQ in the face of elimination. Jem getting put off
Molly
from the site,
लग
so
गए
is
रोटेशन नहीं आ
Xfero.
सकता
RRQ, are they going to give this up?
वो लोग को पता है ना
Xfero
यहाँ
desperately
पे
wishes he could find a kill, but no one's going to check for him. He's not going to go for the spam. The Molly takes out Elmore. TP heard. Monyet trying to pinch in. It's going to be a bunch of 1v1s. Xfero's waiting for it. Doesn't find the kill. Gen.G exits. They know that time is on their side. And there's
Brim
not
घूम
much
के
of
भी आ
it
रहा है
ticking down on their lifeline of VCT
Brim
Pacific
घूम के भी आ रहा है
2024. Doubled up on elbow. They're in the site, but no one showing their face. Meteor drawing aggro. Xfero takes Munchkin down, but still nobody spotted. The orbital strike finally drawn out, but 2 members taken down. And Xfero all alone to try to keep RRQ alive. But he's not going to find it. The
डेडलॉक
tick
बोलते
ending the season of RRQ.
डेडलॉक
Gen.G will
बोलते
win 2-0. Moving on to the double
बात
elimination
केला बे
of
Gen.G
the VCT Pacific Stage
मोने के लिए
6
बुरा लगा रे
playoffs and
बेचारा
ending RRQ
मेरे को और
season
देखने का था मोने
once
को
again.
A single left click, a single tap ends it all. RRQ, they've shown massive improvements, finally making it to playoffs.
भाई
But
हुक्का
Gen.G
फाइट
shows
बहुत
that they have
इंपॉर्टेंट
the
था बे
adaptability, everything
अगर वो
to keep
ब्रिमस्टोन को
themselves
मारता
in
था
tip-top
ना
condition
अल्ट रहता
going
उसके बाद
forward
डिले
in
करने के लिए
playoffs.
ना वो मॉली से मरता
RRQ, yet another
एक एक
valiant
किल मैटर
effort.
करता है बे एक एक
But
किल
Gen.G, they come back alive when they needed it most with this win, securing themselves into Champion Soul no matter what. But as the IGL Munchkin said earlier today, this isn't where they stop. They are looking to make it all the way to go in as a higher seed. They want to make sure that they go in with an outstanding position going into Champion Soul on home ground as the reigning international winners of VCT.
And they have to face off against old nemesis. Paper Rex
अरे
in their
जाना
next
उधर
stage.
मैं खड़ा नहीं रह पा
A little bit
रहा
of fun on the stage as well. Scooching on over to the side, Gen.G, they're really showing how much they
Keep
have
fighting.
to offer. Every single player on top form, every single player reading all the plays that RQ was trying to throw at them. Even though they are sticking to all of these classic compositions, it
करना पड़ता है
works.
meetup.
Our desk will break down everything that
Binks bro
happened in
Jinx on
this
top
series.
excuse me
Thank you. Yes, Chovra slips back into a coma as Gen.G charges through into another day of playoffs.
You know what I think we learned here today? First of all, Gen.G
आप
still
तो
got
ओटी
it.
बोले थे
RRQ really did
कद्दू
a great
ओटी
job
बोला
of
था भाई
throwing
मेरा माइक ने
a
कद्दू नहीं
curveball with this
पकड़ा
composition, really pushed him to the limit. It took a
तुम
while for it
पकड़ो
to
मेरा
go.
कद्दू
But I think what we
मेरा
really
माइक ने
learned
नहीं
is
पकड़ा
that Trobra's curse when he picks RRQ is stronger
भाई
than
आज मेरे को
Asurai's
क्या हो
version
गया
of
यार
this year. Unfortunate.
चैट
but
स्ट्रीम
it
को
do be like
फट
that.
से लाइक कर दो 3 के लाइक्स
guys,
कर दो
this is such
जो लोग
an
अभी
unfortunate
आए
way for
हुए
things to
हैं
come to a
जिसने
conclusion
वोट नहीं
for
किया अभी तक
RRQ.
स्ट्रीम कमेंट पे जाओ वोट
Feel a
कर दो
rally back.
ऐसे
Make
तो
a
मॉड
decent
स्टोर
effort
चेक कर
on
दो
that
स्टोरी पे
haven
डालने
and
वाला
then
हूँ
come into this
बहुत
fight
क्रेजी क्रेजी
and,
चीजें
you know,
हैं
get it
जाके
up
वो
to
भी
an
चेकआउट
8-6
करो
and 6.5,
ठीक है
push it
और
and
मुझे
make
2
it
मिनट दो
really
मैं
look
फोन
like we're
चार्ज
gonna be going
करके
to
खाना
overtime.
ऑर्डर करता
It
हूँ
was fantastic to
क्योंकि
see
मेरे को
from
भूख लगा
them.
है
But
कल
unfortunately,
रात को मैं
this is
ऑर्डर
the
नहीं
end of
कर
the
पाया
road. It is once again
क्योंकि बारिश हो रही
Gen.G
थी
being that roadblock,
Toxic
stomping them
language.
in their path. But ultimately, I think that this is still a solid year. Obviously, RQ, they went through some changes. They drop
उनको
from
खाना order
Saturday.
कर दिया
Strayek moves into the primary
कर दो, आंटी,
IGL
आंटी।
role. They get Monyet, and they also continue to shift around roles with Elmi Moore and Xpero, changing up who is going to be playing what. I think that in the end, they got to a really good spot. So ultimately, this is not a bad year at all. They get their first playoffs. They really figure out what they want to be doing with these players. It just unfortunately was a little bit too late to get themselves into a better position, and Gen.G didn't beat Secret, so they ended up having to play against them again. So I think that for the future, if they stick together, which they should, this is still going to be a very scary team going into 2025.
Yes, I completely agree with that. I think this is a fantastic look for RRQ. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite cross that line here today. But again, yeah, we've seen so much improvement since last year throughout this entire 2024 season. And yeah, I'm very excited to see what's in store for RRQ in the 2025.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you want to hang your hat on something as an RRQ fan, you can say it was better this year than it was last year. You got into the playoffs this time. You didn't have to go through, some weird scenario to try to get the champs. Instead, you had a pretty good opportunity here. You just had to win a couple games. Very difficult opponents, of course, but you're going to have to beat them at some point anyway.
Yes.
So for sure, signs of life, signs of improvement. I think with more time, the core of this roster looks really scary to me. I thought this comp, initially, I didn't really like it at first, but actually as I watched it more and more, I kind of understood the X's and O's of what was going on. In the post plan in particular, that is a scary, scary comp to go against because of that deadlock utility. It makes it so difficult on Bind to set up those retakes. So Gen.G had to try to get ahead of it, and then RRQ made good adjustments to anticipate those fast rotates that Gen.G was trying to do. So things like that. There's a lot of good things going on there. It's just, look, pound for pound, Gen.G right now is just the best team in the world. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see RRQ do more of this in the offseason. But I also have to share with this victory today, Gen.G is now secured for champs. And even this is, it's great. We want to see them back in champs representing Korea for the Korea champions. And I'm so distracted because our guessing game results are up. You did it.
I did it.
You
I'm not
did
going
it.
into wood. I avoided wood.
You did it. You got your prediction right and you got this right.
Yeah.
Like I said, Monyet, he was likely going to be playing Raze, and that gives him the opportunity, and there you go.
I should get
He was
like
able to get
3
it.
points out of this because I originally wanted to pick Meteor.
You did.
I'm pretty sure he top fragged on that map.
Well, you didn't. So just you get your
But they
one.
wouldn't let me pick Meteor. He wasn't an option.
Wait, is this right? So you
Yeah.
were...
I'm up to
You go to bronze.
Bronze.
And
Yeah. And then
I fall
Do I
down
follow
to
this?
you join
Portal.
me. Join me in bronze.
Join you in bronze.
Yeah. And our king is now, take that crown off. He doesn't deserve that anymore.
I am still well and
He's-
above
No.
the rest of my
You're
constituents.
just like a prime minister right now.
peasants.
You haven't ascended.
Wait. Wingman stays. And the AI. Oh yeah, we had AI prediction also.
Get wrecked, AI.
This is AI.
Oh,
Double. Oh, because
oh.
he picked tie.
Pick tie?
You fool!
All right, AI is not going to take our jobs just yet. More?
No, I think he's
Oh,
saying
me?
you have to go down.
No, she already did.
I
She already
went
did. She
from
already did.
silver
She
to
was in
here.
silver. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Then I think we're
I'm
good.
Then we're good.
Good. They're making sure ranks are all fair here.
Somehow a picture board is always the thing that trips us up
This
the most
is-
on
I don't know
the
why-
desk.
This is so manual, you know? I'm kind of used to doing stuff on a PC. Yeah, so Texture had 16 kills. Monyet had 17 kills. It was tied for a long time.
Yes.
AI was actually not too bad. The little KO guy there. Anyway, going back to this very last map, we got to see 2 maps that we haven't seen much of from these 2 teams. It was pretty close. RRQ was, climbing back there. Those 2 timeouts, though. Seoul obviously had them figure it out and making sure they couldn't get any further than 11 points.
For sure. I mean, the fact that Solo also had 2 timeouts coming into the last 2 rounds,
Yeah.
absolutely ridiculous. The fact that he's able to pump the brakes twice there and just call a set play for Gen.G. He's like, okay, Texture's going to fake. The rest of you are going B on that final round. Like, the fact that he can see that much and have that much ability towards the end of a map when you're up 12-8 already with 2 timeouts in the back pocket with a coach like Solo, that's so brutal for RRQ to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, people are going to be like, Lowell has to use the timeout again, 1 round later. But ultimately, it would be way more concerning if he didn't use it. Because otherwise, worst case scenario, you're going into that overtime. You get the reset, you get an extra timeout, so you might as well burn the one that you have while you have it. And it ends up working a treat. It's really unfortunate. It felt like there's some really silly deaths at times, helping to deliver the victories over here to the side of Gen.G. I'm thinking about, on Haven, Meteor being able to get the nano and the turret kill, holding down that B site, but then, more unfortunately, just dying to that molly, allowing for Karen to get that kill, gets the rest of the team set up for that post plant, and then Karen just disengages all the way back over towards Fountain. He's got the orbital strike, and the game is just over from there. It was good advantages, taken from the side of Gen.G, but this was a very narrow victory on Bind. And RRQ, a couple of adjustments that, rush play not coming through from Monyet, bouncing out of showers, only escorted by a singular Yoru flash. Moments like that, if you take them back, they could have been victorious here.
I would just want to say I like this comp in a way with the deadlock. I'd rather see, if you're going to run it, no Cypher and run like a Sky or something to give yourself a little bit more ability to control the map.
Yeah, definitely fair enough. And again, I hope to see more of it in the off-season, especially from RRQ. And with that, Gen.G, DRX are secure for champions alongside with Paper Rex. We're going to go to the stage for our interview with the victors today, Gen.G.
Thanks again.
Hello, and the first win here at Playoffs at VCT Pacific Stage 2 goes to Gen.G. Hello, Karon, GG.
GG's.
All right. This win today by Gen.G secured their place at the next round and, of course, their spot in champs. So I want to know, how's that win taste? Sweet, I bet. 오늘 우승으로 인해서 이제 다음 라운드 진출 그리고 챔스 확정까지 한 승리 소감 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단 저희가 TS 때처럼 무너지지 않고 저희가 이번 경기를 잘 이겼기 때문에 앞으로도 진출도 하고 조금 더 편한 마음가짐으로 게임을 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
We were able to, keep our posture unlike our TS match, and then we secured our spot next.
चैट जब से मेरा इंटरव्यू हो गया जेन दिख नहीं रही है किधर है यार मैडम जी where are you
It's Gen.G, right? 이제 스카이랑 바이퍼 조합 헤이븐에서 보여주셨는데 그게
Binks को hide the toxic करा excuse me
일단 저희가 인도대에서부터 이런 조합을 헤이븐에서 써왔고 그리고 결과가 좋았기 때문에 저희가 너프를 당해보고도 조합 고민을 많이 했지만 그래도 저희라면 할 수 있다라는 형들의 말 덕분에 그냥 그렇게 트라이 했습니다.
We've used this agent cop since India, and we faced the nuff that Sky had, but our team, we got together, we can do it, and then we got today's win. And you've managed to keep your calm throughout today's difficult moments. And I want to know, what's your secret in keeping so calm and your focus throughout the matches? 항상 이렇게 평정심을 유지할 수 있는 그런 비법에 대해서도 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단 제가 좋아하는 일이기도 하고
ये जिंक्स था बंक्स भाई का excuse
그런
me
일들을
मैंने पहले PRX में था ना हाँ
대회도 많이 뛰었고 하니까
बंक्स भाई का head the mod excuse me
편하게 유지할 수 있는 것 같아요.
must
I'm
be
doing what
ये
I
क्या
love, and I've participated
Dante
in a lot
by
of local
language.
tournaments as well, so I think I'm
साला एक साथ
able
15 chat पढ़
to
लिया
stay calm and collected. And we weren't expecting Gen.G to go pick Bind, but on top of that, RRQ also showed a Yoru and Deadlock composition. So I want to know how that was facing Yoru and Deadlock. 이제 바인드
Please bold the Deadlock 간다 please
맵픽이긴 했는데 또 RRQ가 요루랑 데드록을 골랐으니까 거기에 좀 어떤 막상 경험해 보시니까 어떠셨는지.
저희가 이제 연습 때도 그렇고 여러 조합들을
please
만나봤는데
bold
그래가지고 저희가 이번 경기에서 대처 능력이 좋았기 때문에 이긴 거라고 생각합니다.
I think experience was the best for us. We played a lot of different agent comps and scrims, and I think that was our key to success. And although the TS match didn't go in Gen.G's favor, you guys seemed to crush it, and you guys proved that you are once again the masters of Shanghai.
Masters नहीं Masters खत्म हो गया
Like, what did you guys talk about after the match with TS?
Oh, Masters from
Shanghai Masters 챔피언이다라는 걸
Masters of Shanghai Masters
그런 경기를 보여주셨는데 TS전 이후로 좀 어떤 점을 이렇게 집중해서 보완을 해오셨는지 궁금합니다.
저희가 일단 TS 전에는 약간 멘탈적으로 안 좋았어가지고 그러니까 게임을 하다가 멘탈적으로 안 좋았어가지고 그런 부분들을 더 마음 잡고 하자 멘탈 잡고 하자 서로 케어해주자 라고 해서
भाई IRL
것
में
같습니다.
मैच और स्ट्रीम में
We
मैच
were
में कितना
our
डिफरेंस
best
होता है
form
भाई
during
5-10
TF's
सेकंड बस
game, so we focused mainly
IRL और
focused
stream में
on keeping it
5-10
together
सेकंड के
and
फर्क है
showing what a great team we are. And next up is PRX, and they've already secured their spot at champs as well. So what's your mindset going into the match with PRX? 다음 PRX를 만나게 되시는데 그 각오
नहीं करेंगे
한마디
ना trash talk?
부탁드릴게요.
스테이지 1 PRX가 우승했으니까
네,
스테이지
그래요.
2는 저희가 가져가겠습니다.
PRX secured the champion title at stage 1, so it's time for Gen.G to secure the stage 2 champions title. All right, thank you, Karan, for the interview.
Thank you.
And we'll be back again to see Team Secret and TLN
Excuse me, Nick.
Esports face off.
मेरा वैलेंट
Bye-bye.
अकाउंट
बाय बाय.
सेल कर रहा हूँ 20 प्रीमियम बहुत सस्ते में फॉर मोर इन्फो DM योर डिस्कॉर्ड अकाउंट बाइंग सेलिंग में डालू अंदर डालू हेलो या वैलेंट कॉप्स या मेरे चैट में एक बाइंग एंड सेलिंग ऑफ अकाउंट कर रहा है जो लीगल नहीं है हाँ नंबर निकाल के दो उसका ठीक है रात तक हो जाएगा ठीक है कॉप्स मिलते हैं यार हाँ हेडक्वार्टर सीधा हेडक्वार्टर्स बेबी वैलेंट कॉप्स भी है यार भाई क्या सीन ट्विटर पे कुछ मसाला वसाला चल रहा है कि नहीं टीम्स के बीच में बाकी सब नीचे है भाई एक्सक्यूज मी तीन स्पॉट है चैंपियंस का एक स्पॉट ऑलरेडी PRX के पास है एक स्पॉट ऑलरेडी DRX के पास है अभी एक ही है भाई एक ही है एक ही बचा है बे हाँ भाई जेनजी को सब जीतना पड़ेगा 4-3 इधर जेक भाई ने वो डाला है Forgot to mention DRX is now qualified for champions as well. Only one spot remaining. Twats डाला इधर सर्किट पॉइंट्स का भी एक है और वो सर्किट पॉइंट्स ऑलरेडी PRX के पास है तो पक्की बात है मैं कंफ्यूज हो रहा हूँ आज ही के दिन ऐसा होना था अच्छा खेला लेकिन यार RRQ क्या बोलते चैट RRQ अच्छा खेला नॉट बैड कंसिडरिंग जेनजी आजकल क्या फॉर्म में चल रहा है भाई गोलू भाई ने क्या ट्वीट डिलीट किया कुछ तो आया था मैं क्लिक करते डिलीट हुआ ये मेरे को मोड़ देने के बाद एक्सक्यूज मी टेस्ट से हार गया था जेनजी लास्ट मैच एक मैप हारा था ना ठीक है स्मिथ भाई, ठीक है, डन सुने डन सुने। कोई लाइनअप बता दो दोनों टीम्स का। VLR.GG डेट सीक्रेट जीतेगा 2-0। मैच ही हार गए थे जेन जीटीएस के अगेंस्ट। कोई सीन नहीं है, कोई सीन नहीं है, लाइटली खेला रहेगा। एक्सप्लेन फॉर्मेट प्लीज। जो जीता वो जीता, जो हारा वो घर। फिलहाल के लिए ये है फॉर्मेट। जो भी जीता हो सीधा चैंप्स, या जो ये पूरा इवेंट जीता हो सीधा चैंप्स। क्या मंगवाए का नाम मोजो।
VCT Pacific playoffs, and now we start the clock on match 2 to find out who is going to be joining champions as the 4th APAC team.
भाई जेसी भाई गोट ऑफ गोटर्स दिखाओ। गोट ऑफ गोटर जेसी भाई को दिखाओ।
Feeling good today. They lost last bit because I wasn't here, so good luck today, guys.
Good luck, Talon.
Go home.
ये नहीं बोल रहा था ना भाई। ये क्या नया बंदा प्रीमी, टॉप 1 of the world of the regions।
Hey Cruz, who is this new guy on your team?
So he's our newest addition to Talon, Primi.
Pretty.
Oh, that was a smush
Primi
story
bhai?
next to him.
I couldn't tell him.
प्रीमी भाई बात तो करो।
Bad outs. But before we address the Thai elephant in the room, let's talk about Team Secret and Talon here in their head-to-head. We've seen Secret on the up and up, and Talon, you know,
भाई
they are
प्रीमी
back in
कितने साल का है अभी?
playoffs one more time. But in terms of performance leading up into playoffs, I think it's a bit shakier for Talon, while Secret looks stronger than ever.
Yeah. The last two series.
प्रीमी
Talon
नो
were a
इंग्लिश
little
है
bit
guys, लेकिन
weird.
प्रीमी तो प्रीमी है।
You know, they showed us the why can't I talk? Holy. The Immortal comp on Ascent. They kept running that. They ran into the second series, but it didn't really hold too
अबे
much water.
दिन का हुआ है वो?
Find the victory there. So it's been a bit
मेरा
of a
हो
rough
गया
road
रे।
for Talon on the back end of this stage, whereas for Secret, it's been pretty breezy throughout. They haven't dropped a series at all here in stage 2. Last time.
महेश भाई आपने जीपे किया है। Binks, please unban me from your YT channel, please. I am really sorry for my behavior. महेश भाई कम से कम 2000 लोग तो हाइड है। आज वो लोग अनहाइड रहते तो ना मेरे को कम से कम 50,000 की वॉचिंग आती थी। अभी मैं आपका नाम सर्च करके कैसे अनहाइड दूं यार। एक काम करो, आपका चैनल नाम बताओ, ठीक है? भले 1 रुपए का जीपे करो, लेकिन चैनल नाम बताओ। मैं कोशिश करता, ठीक है? टाइम लगेगा 1-2 दिन, लेकिन कोशिश करता, ठीक है?
Played really on the VCT Pacific Arena, except for challengers, and that was by accident. Jip Boy
Asia
brought him in
server
because they needed a
first,
fill-in 'cause his
Asia
friend was
server
sick.
god.
That's how he ended up playing. Jip Boys and Cruz have been trying to get him on the team.
Jit
for
Boy का
ages,
ex teammate
it
भी
seems,
है,
and now he's finally
FW
here. And you're right, this is
Esports.
kind of crazy. Throwing in a rookie today, well.
I mean, you're taking somebody who's never been on a big stage in general, but also has just never been in front of an audience, and you're saying, okay, we are in a single elimination scenario. If we win, we go to champions. If we lose, the year's over. Go out on stage and perform. And that is insane. But so are this guy's stats, because good lord, Primi has been insane throughout his just ranked experience. Right now, #1 rated player in the world, I believe, across every single region. You look
Yeah?
at NA, you look at EU. This guy, he's on top of all of it.
It's the most talent thing ever. Like, this is the most talent thing ever that has happened. And,
Yes.
And I really wanted to highlight the IGLs today because good freaking luck. Like, is Jesse Vash, you have no idea what are the comps going to look like. What is Primi playing? Is he playing? We don't know. And then for Cruz, like, if Primi's in there, like, how are you going to get this new player up to speed? Does he speak English well enough? I have no idea.
Oh my gosh. Well, I hope Cruz has those Scooby snacks ready to go for Primi so he can be in full form. To answer your question, apparently Primi doesn't really speak English. He can kind of understand some comms, so this is going to be
अपना
very
ace card
interesting
बाहर
because
निकाला.
Talon isn't a full Thai squad. They have
Ace
some
card
mix of
आजकल
non-Thai
CS को
players
खेल
in
रहा था
there.
यार.
And again, there's so many question marks, and like you guys said, the stakes are so high right now, so it's a very fascinating choice by Coach Ross. Here we go into let's see
Hacker
where
बोल दिया
and
था.
Biss is
Yeah.
in this weekend too,
इसको.
so that's another work.
And that's
in
the
this-
big
yeah.
question coming into this, because if we don't see it in the first two
इसने Primi को बोला था.
one of them's picking it. That's pretty much guaranteed. These are
भाई
two of the teams.
मैं
It's like,
TS fan
these
था
guys
लेकिन
Paper X. It's like, okay. these
अभी
are the
मैं Primi
teams that are
fan,
gonna be
Talon
taking
जीतेगा.
Abyss. I don't really think that anybody else is going to do it. Talon, though, Abyss is still open, but they're going to elect to go to Lotus. Secret.
Oh, I think it's happening.
And there it is.
ने मैं Valor
Okay.
Esports का
I think
मतलब
it's happening.
Here we go.
चल तो रहा है इतना.
Oh, it's Abyss. Secret is going to show some of their secrets here on Abyss.
Same channel है महेश परते done.
So the
Thank you for
ones
the 100 GP मेरी जान.
has been the Secret have been really practicing on
101
Abyss,
शगुन का
and
दिया
they've
अनबैन
overall
करने.
been- have
By
really good read
Abyss.
about how to play this map.
Ah!
They will have an idea that Secret is going to be bringing Abyss to. They
पहले
leave this open.
sunset था
This
अभी
tells me that
Abyss
one of
यार
these teams
मैं
is
जा
going
रहा
to
हूँ.
be really,
मैं
really
जा
good
रहा
on
हूँ
Abyss,
यार.
and the other team is going to think that they are really, really good on Abyss.
यार
to find out that they were
कैसे
wrong.
जो हारा वो घर पे
I'm
बे.
really curious about the compositions that both teams are going to bring.
2
because
दिन पहले मैप आया हुआ है.
I can theory craft a whole bunch of ideas, and I think that those will be more applicable for Team Secret, and then for Talon.
एप्पल क्या?
You can convince me just about anything and they'll
भाई
run.
कोई
And like,
गिरा
I'd be
तो
like, yeah,
मजा
sure,
आएगा.
go run
Yeah,
that.
maybe, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because they've run absolutely just wild stuff this
हाँ?
year. But Talon starting to look really good
कोई
on Lotus.
गिरा
has
तो
been
मजा
the
आएगा.
main point for Team Secret, as good as they've been, especially here in this run in stage 2. This has been a map that has caused them grief. You know, you got Governor on the Neon. He's really difficult to deal with. So
मेरे को
things like
हमेशा
that are
लगता
going
था
to make this
Talon
Talon
has
comp well.
the best.
You know what? I don't even know why I'm talking
retake
about this because I
to
actually just
exist.
thought about the fact that I actually have no idea
वो
what
लोग
they're
का
gonna do
retake
because of the-
gameplay is
Exactly, and we don't know.
super duper
Ross has
strong.
definitely said that he's all about the 6-man roster and having, different rosters play for different maps. But does that apply to Lotus, a map that they've generally been pretty good on? Do they put Primi in now at this point? We don't know.
I almost said a bad word. Yeah. Let's go with screw it. Yes. Why the hell not? This is going to be crazy. This is just one of those days, one of those matches where you could pour over data, you could look back at history, and it no longer matters. None of that holds water because suddenly Primi is just probably playing, and
Prediction
we
time
just
by
don't know
Talon
what
by.
that does to the team. Taking a glance
Primi
at
by
like, what he
Primi
has
OP.
been playing a lot so far during the act, like it's been all over the place for the most part. It's a lot of Clove, it's a lot of Jet, and then like a handful
Have
of
you said
games
that
on
it didn't
pretty
get
much
low?
every
Language.
other agent out there. But those are like his
Language.
most played ones. So it's kind of like that, and then I think KO might be his third most played.
Sure.
And then it's like 2
G
games
or
on
Velocity
KJ,
come
2
back?
games on Astra, 2 games on Omen. You know, it's just a little smattering of the rest
G
of it.
already
And here's the
franchise
thing.
में.
Here's the thing you have to keep in mind.
Wait
It is
till जब ये
very,
आएगा वो
very
आना
hard for a
बताएंगे
new
यार.
player to come into a team to play
Is
in
Primi
this
playing?
kind
Primi
of
is
format,
playing.
which is
Primi
5v5.
the
This
goat.
isn't ranked. This isn't. You can't bait your
Tweets
teammates.
कर
Get
दूं?
yourself some kills. This is like
Primi
you
का
have to play
spelling
as a
बोलो
unit. You
chat.
have to understand what
Tweets
your
कर दो
opponents are
थोड़ा.
trying to accomplish. You have to do all these things to get it done. And
Bye.
you're playing in front of people. You've never been in this kind of format before. Very, very few players come into situations like this. Not to mention the pressure on top of all of this and succeed. Very few players.
And one of the
Wait, let's throw up their predictions before you guys. Let's throw it up and then make your point, Seth. What were you gonna say?
I was going to say one of the few players that kind of has been able to do that. Granted, yes, he had been
PRI,
playing competitive for a
MMIE.
while, but is Wild
PRI.
Oreo steps onto the stage for kind of the, the first time
MMIE.
in Tier 1. and then immediately had actually risen to the
ट्विटर पे
occasion. That
सर्च
being
कर रहा है
said,
लड़की का फोटो आ रहा है भाई
clear Talon. That's my prediction.
Yeah. Do you
good
want
luck.
to? You want to leave?
reasons.
Okay. We'll leave. He's explained it so many times. You guys missed to go watch some of the other Dust
बाद
segments.
हैंडल नहीं है
Chobra picked Talon. I was really on the fence, and I'm still completely on the fence because it's such an unknown. Everything that's happening today is crazy, but I'm gonna lean with Secret because they've just. I feel like Jesse Vash is really good at figuring out stuff on the fly, and this
Primi
is
तो
gonna
मेरे
be
को मिल
really
ही नहीं
important.
रहा
If he can do that today, if Primi ends up playing, that could be what helps
I
Secret
favor
go.
Team Secret either way.
सौरभ
If
भाई
Premi's in or
आपके
not.
पास
I
बिल्ली
don't
है
care. I thought
You
Team
don't
Secret
care.
was the better team. Just period.
Period. Full stop. Okay, and whoever wins this, guys, not only do they survive today, they qualify for champ. So this
70
is going
subs,
to
Talon
be
मेरा
a big one. This is extremely high stakes.
मैं
And RRQ were the mid-tier teams, like, you know, fighting for the top seats. I think it's a very good win for us since we have a head-to-head against both teams.
He's got that extra shield, stays alive. Stays alive, gets this kill, just trying to cove there, and eventually does pick up the ace.
I think we are one of the teams that changes so much from the roster, from the coach. We've been practicing for like a month, and honestly, I don't really see my team losing a series right now. So that's why I think we are the strongest.
When we first made this team and began this year, our ultimate goal is to make champs, and we are much closer now, and we have to win. Our team atmosphere overall is really good. Everyone is super nice, but for me, it's like, at the end of the day, everyone wants to win.
I think we just do what we are doing right now. We feel like there's no need to change anything. It's really working. We won against the best team in the world right now. So we just need to keep the momentum up. I mean, no pressure. The goal is to qualify to champions, and we're just gonna stick on it. Actually, we are really excited.
Team Secret, I think, is also good with the new additions, but I still think we're better. I think, honestly, the last time we played them, I think it was a pretty close match, but we made a lot of mistakes, and it was a close match and we won. So this time, just minimizing our mistakes will.
PRIMME ना
Defuse coming right in. Someone's gonna have to go for the defuse. Ban with the ace.
Hello boss, don't forget to check my messages when you're free. Dance, Fatima ji.
But honestly, with our
Fatima ji, are you excited about the trip? Are you excited about the trip? कर दिया ट्वीट्स कर दिया ग्रुप पे भेजा थोड़ा लेट हो गया ट्वीट्स कर दिया ऑफ कोर्स शॉपिंग की लिस्ट रेडी रखना मैं तो यहाँ से लोन लेके आऊंगा सीधा
This is VCT Pacific Playoffs, and on the stage, placing third in the regular season, and the only team to defeat Paper X after kickoff, it is Team Secret. The Filipino team have earned themselves a spot as one of the strongest teams here in our region, and we've seen an evolution of the squad with the wild addition of the Nabisco Treat, perhaps the final secret piece to Team Secret's first champions. And in the red corner enters Thailand's TLN Esports with a secret weapon of their own, recruiting a rookie to play for the very first time on the Pacific stage in a do-or-die game.
TLN जीतेगा भाई जीतेगा TLN जीतेगा
make it past the abyss of knockouts.
There he is. He's out there. And I mean, I have no idea what to expect. I mean, you convinced me of a lot of things here for Talon. But this is a really tough situation to be in.
Context देना पूरा वो VCT
first time out on stage with a team in a situation like this.
Top ranked player number 1.
The future has to be incredibly bright for Talon.
I mean, this is just such a huge gamble that they are throwing out there to see if it sticks, if it lands, if it pays off. Because this is one of those moments where you're handing the keys to the kingdom basically over to this young gun, to Primi, and saying, okay,
Bye.
your first time on stage.
मजा आएगा.
Are you going to rise to the occasion, conquer this
मजा
series,
आएगा बे. No pressure.
get into champions after one game played on stage, or are you going to crumble under that pressure?
That is the
VCT
question.
ने rank 1 raid in,
Frost,
पता है मेरे को.
the
VCT
madman
का अभी है
behind it
इसका.
all.
Abyss लिया हाँ. Second
He
map है
has
Abyss.
an incredible track record of madness, especially over the last 3 weeks. But here they are in playoffs, and maybe he's onto something. On the other side, we got Dummy, who's been trying to step up Secret's game.
भाई तुम लोग को पता है वो ट्रेंड के बारे में जहाँ पे तुम लोग एबिस में डांस कर सकते हो, वो ट्रेंड के बारे में पता है क्या चैट? एबिस मैप में जो 5 टीममेट्स एनिमी टीम कोई भी डांस कर सकता है भाई. वो बाप लगा बे मेरे को. हाँ बाप लगा. नहीं पता क्या कर रहे हो तो फिर तुम लोग जी के. भाई सिंपल बात है. देखो एबिस क्या है, एबीसी समझ रहे हो? एबिस और एबीसी मतलब एनीबडी कैन डांस. डी साइलेंट. हैशटैग ओपी रे भेज.
More high stakes, right? Winner secures a spot at champions. Loser, your ear ends here. For those of you that I see some people still confused, it's because of the points, it's because of the head-to-head. But what matters is that if you win, you go to champions. The seeding could change, right? It doesn't mean that
silent इधर है डी. डी किधर है? इधर है.
Secure yourself.
डी किधर है
Further
फिर?
extension of the 2024.
डी नहीं है. नीचे देखो जरा सा.
Make sure that you
मिलेगा
get that
डी.
win. I mean, that's what it really all is about, especially here in the playoffs. And it's high stakes. It's so much high pressure moments, especially when you're facing against knockout moment. This is the moment when talent
एक
puts
और
Primi
ऐसे
in,
और
like
मैं
Nadesh
ब्लॉक
was
कर दूंगा.
covering it.
सॉरी सर.
But I also think like that's
डी
when
किधर है
the
बोलता है.
greatest stories can happen, right?
जो
You throw
तेरे
in a
डी ने
rookie,
मिले तो
and
फिर
that's
लाइफ
kind
इज
of the
हार्ड.
similar story for Karon.
And here we go.
And here we have it.
We're going right into it. I mean, Achilleos mentioned on a desk. If you've been tracking him, you know that Primi's been spamming that clove, and it's coming out for TLN Esports alongside the Deadlock as well. A big switch up in the composition. Meanwhile, Team Secret.
भाई प्रीमी का मेन एजेंट कौन सा है? रुक जाओ. सबसे पहले एनालिसिस करेंगे. प्रीमी बाय क्लोव क्यों खेल रहे? रेडिएंट हैशटैग नंबर 1 इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ द एशिया ऑफ द वर्ल्ड ऑफ द वर्ल्ड्स. उसका मेन एजेंट क्या है? क्या वो क्लोव ही खेलता है? आंसर चाहिए. अगर उसको ये स्टेज पे उसका मेन एजेंट नहीं दिया ना टैलेंट भाई, मैं बोल रहा हूँ रैंक 1 प्लेयर है, इज्जत चाहिए. क्लोव ही खेलता है फिर ठीक है, टैलेंट जीता.
Either they're playing the duelist at the same time, right? Governor back onto this raise, Jeremy still on the Neon, and although the last time that they played this against Gen.G, it didn't have the best or most impactful performances.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret, to me, the big question mark is actually for Team Secret. I feel like for Talon, if you have been curious about what they do about the competitions, you probably caught on to the fact that they have some great ideas, they have some high peaks, but they also tend to
tracker
esports
cricket चालू कर दो ना
We've heard
सीधा.
from Coach Frost that sometimes the comms is still an issue.
Tournament tracker
I don't think that's going to get necessarily
उसमें
fixed,
खेलने कोई नहीं आएगा.
overnight with
जो
Primi coming in.
टॉप पे रहेगा एंड
we'll
ऑफ
have
द
to
ईयर
see
उसको
how
सीधा
else they
प्राइज
try to
मिलेगा.
find that consistency. Meanwhile, Team Secret, some would question
कांड मारने का
still
गेम.
if they've truly been tested. Have we really seen the limits of Team Secret, or do they have more in the bank? We're about to find out. As Talon pushes out with a strong one-way, draws attention, but no reaction. So it's a quick reset on their default. Fast rotates all the way over to A. One-ways on both sides to delay and get that information.
And just quick holds for the time being, sending out or preparing for that recon from Envy. They want to get information as to how they want to hit the sites or how Talon has set up, because again, whole thing has been switched up now. Slight peeks out from Talon though, confirming that no one's up around B, so a lot of noises surrounding A side confirms that the hit is just about to happen.
Yeah, 2 smokes. Once again, the double controllers really finding their value for Talon. You've already set up. The full rotation is here. In fact, 5 minutes stacked on A, and Team Secret, you realize too much time has passed. And the Hawk comes back out, but they're still going to try to go in. A great
blind भी है.
Perfect timing. Wild Oreo there to trade
Primi,
as well.
KD kill खेल.
It's a great execution. It's clean.
बाकी सब तेल लगाने
come back up. And so it's going to be Team Secret keeping everybody alive for the spike plan.
were there, but the slide's in now, and Primi holds the angle, trying to work alongside Jit Boys, his old teammate, just to clear out some of the corners. That's the first headshot going through now. A second as he flicks on towards Jeremy's head. He blocks out Tree, holds down the angle, still has the smoke blocked off, and then a second smoke just to back him up. The triple kill going through. Envy with the shocked out though, took down Jit Boys, and now it comes down to the Binks. Nail on the head to Envy. The quad for Talon in the opening round.
You bring in a team and you put him in a 1vx, and that's where he thrives. We saw this from Kara. We just saw it from Kara in the previous match, and we're seeing it from Primi.
Bro, he is the one.
This round, great at isolating all the 1v1s. Stays calm throughout all of it.
He is the one, bro.
With that smoke.
भाई ये होता है डिबेट्स,
For Primi.
ये होता है डिबेट्स भाई, ये होता है डिबेट्स.
Just another game of Valorant as
He
Talon takes
is
the pistol
him.
round in this best of 3.
In the moments, everything else melts away. It's down to him and
बैंड
his
भाई रहना
opponent.
दे दो उसे.
And unfortunately, Jeremy just sliding right underneath. It's not something that Primi has not seen before. This guy grinds ranked every time. Now on to the next round, though. With the Sheriffs, Team Secret tries to poke and prod. A little bit of a reaction as the Bear Mash was deployed
क्या
out
बे,
towards C.
पहला ही
and
राउंड
opening up the
भाई,
revolving
पहला ही
doors.
राउंड.
Yeah, I mean, against an eco, this
समझ रहे
Bear
हो?
Mesh, very painful. They've taken away one side of
Primi
it.
का
So
rate
causes
सीधा
the
10
smokes to
times
come
हो
out
गया रहेगा.
from Primi. But
Tongs
no
up
real
हो
way
गए
for Team
Primi के.
Secret to break through this. They don't want to commit all the
ये
units
कहाँ
that
छुपा
they've
बैठा था,
purchased
अभी
on the
अटरा
eco.
हुआ.
Unless you find that opening, that's all creds you could be banking up in the future. So they're going to try to cut noise.
Hey, यहाँ पे Primi है.
Grab net at the ready, but doesn't find an opening with that blind coming in. Ban holding an angle, doesn't find the kill. There is the paranoia. He's gonna back out.
Headshot मारा Primi ने.
He's got the pick me up, but Jeremy answers
Lucky.
right back.
Jeremy lucky हो गया.
Can't trade the weapon just yet.
फिर से lucky हो
And
गया Jeremy.
still held with the grab net. Eventually, finally gets traded through the wall.
With that, now they might be able to take down the site, but still the rotation's going through. Jesse Vash not quite able to snipe down a hopping Governor. The Outlaw will take him down instead. It's all down to Envy now. 2 players hunting him down. The flick's not quite there, but at least they got the spike planted. Talon manages to secure the round.
Yeah, Talon will get away with the round, but of course, quite a bit dropped here, so they will trade out that Outlaw for the Vandal.
Brothers, Jeremy, we are
Most
brothers.
expensive purchase, but you are going to be bleeding out some credits.
Jeremy बोलो,
Meanwhile,
Jesse.
like you mentioned, the secret.
We are
We
brothers,
got the
bro.
plan. You know, we got some kill credits, we got some ult orbs. That's all you're going to get, and you're fine with that on this eco. Governor, a nice turnaround shot though, making sure that they're not at risk of losing the round. Talon get the rounds they need. Now it's a true bonus, but Primi is 1 point away from his ultimate on that Clove. The not dead yet. That could be a deal breaker on something like this, where you just
पीछे से
throw the
मारना
bodies
difficult
at him.
होता है.
I mean, Talon's no stranger
Look at
to
his
using
setup.
reses.
Trying to prepare for some kind of hit towards Rubble. Oh, it's a slide through from Jeremy. He manages to take down Governor at the same time. The utility not quite there
Jeremy
from
को
Talon.
क्या हो
Jeremy
गया,
just
वो
slides
क्या
past all of it,
मार
breaks it
रहा
down.
है?
Unfortunately, 2G falls, but then the answer right back from Wild Oreo spraying through the
भाई
smokes.
इसको कितना बार अकेला
Hail
छोड़
Mary
रहे
here
हैं
from
यार.
Talon, trying to make sure that they can keep control of Rubble first. You think you have the advantage with the fade and the raise, but at the end of the day, Jeremy just a step faster,
भाई
and Primi, you
कितना
might be
अकेला
fast, but when
छोड़ोगे
you're
यार
stunned
इसको
up,
यार.
you're going to be groggy just like everybody else. Man, let's break the trip. He's looking for kills. See if he can get an exit. Tries to draw them out. You can tell just on the cam, he's just fishing for kills right now. Oh, if he can
Jeremy
pick up a
all
weapon,
first blood
that's
भाई,
not bad.
sexy entry
Sets
निकाल
it
रहा
up for a
है.
little bit more
Sexy
success
entry
if you
निकाल रहा
eventually don't find him. Maybe you just walk out with the Vandal. He's
है.
got
Last
some
round भी
options.
उसका ही वजह से close गया था,
There's
2
Orc.
मारा था उसने.
Has to check though. There are 2 players just holding the angles. And it's going to be Wild Oreo that keeps him down in that sandwich. It's going to be Team
इसमें से
Secret
कौन
picking up the
qualified
round,
होगा?
all thanks
जो
to
हारा वो
Jeremy's
सीधा
fast
बाहर.
antics. Once again, the idea from Talon
जो हारा वो
was to make
सीधा
use of
बाहर.
the utility just to keep them pinched down, but that's it. Didn't quite go through.
I mean, that's some great movement from Jeremy. Looking a lot quicker, a lot more fluid on that Neon. He didn't look bad on bringing it out in the regular stage, but obviously we have some great Neons here in Pacific, so there was a comparison. But Jeremy starting out smooth Getting that buy
Bhai,
round
Oreo
win,
के पास
passes
ult है.
overdrive as well, so they've got some extra setups to Seekers. The fast lane once again to try to combat that util. Keeps Governor tied up, he's low. 2GE's gonna find the first kill. Jeremy there peeking out on the other side as a crossfire. Governor has no exit, and Team Secret have shut down the Rumble fight once again. Privy, he's good for two, almost transfers on to a third, but Jeremy will shut it down. Too many numbers, too fast on the swings, and Talon looking like they're gonna give up yet another round to Team Secret.
It's pretty admirable, right? I mean, Primi, you watch some of his highlights, he's always holding these angles, and he's always sharp enough to track and smoothly carry it over onto their heads, where he pins them down. And he's able to fine-tune all that chaos, but that's it. Still, this is now the stage of Pacific. This is when you have to play against a team like Team Secret, who operates that much smoothly together as well. The movement from Jeremy, all his teammates right back up beside him. It's not going to be possible to nail every single shot. So with that talent, needing to kind of go back to the drawing board, this strategy of continually hitting Rubble doesn't quite work out this time.
मेरे सामने आ गया तो सीधा
Listen,
रिपोर्ट.
I mean, I'm a big
Fatima ji.
advocate for coming in for this team, especially if it's a long-term move for talent. I think it's great picking up just a goated talent, making sure that they're getting that experience. They could be that X factor coming into this match. That's all great, but guess what? We've seen the Karons, we've seen the Woots, we've seen the Alpha years. We've seen this done before. So if you want to actually make some lasting impact, we're going to have to see a bit more than that. Of course, still plenty of rounds to be played as Team Secret tie it up 2-2. Primi just warming up right there.
दो तीन बुलेट में मार रहा है भाई. ओडिन दो उससे जरा. टॉप ट्रैक कर रहा है प्रीपी बेन चल पहला गेम.
9-2. Right back into
मेरा हो
things.
गया
We talked
भाई.
about it. Got a little shaky at the end of the Gen.G match, but right now he's starting off strong.
Really, really strong. Has the overdrive available as well if he wants to go a little bit crazier. This time, both sides reading the situation, trying to back out from this A play. The Prowler sent through doesn't find anything, so that's a little bit more information for Talon. In fact, they are stacked up towards C. They have control over the revolving door as well. Baramash blocks up pillars.
Yeah, but Team Secret also have
Binks
a pretty
मेरा
strong
breakup हो गया.
read. That A now doesn't have any information. It was just a Prowler. You know it wasn't a hard setup. You've got your cam. You put up the smoke as well. You didn't hear extra information. So you know that Talon are going to start to play things slow again. Because there was no hard re-clear of Rubble, Team Secret, they're going to have their pickings until the 40-second mark, until the 30-second mark. See what their choice is. Just forcing Talon to rotate without much information.
Attack और बाप है
They
उसका.
make noise on C, so they want to force
Good
Talon
morning,
to double
Bye,
back.
Primi.
But Talon's holding very
Board
far.
playing.
Yeah, super
Makaveli.
far back. They're just setting up.
तेरे rank में आया था क्या?
The timer. Baramash
तूने
has
diff दिया?
disappeared
पता?
as well, though. So Team Secret has a couple of options, but now seemingly committing towards this A site. You have
Diff दिया
crews
रहता
kind of
तो
reading the
VCS
situation,
नहीं
backing
जीतता
up
था यार.
completely. The Seekers have been deployed. Everyone's
sorry.
rotated over. Good
Breakup हो
little
गया, Bunks,
smokes
bye.
coming out from Jit Boys just to hold and delay.
Yeah, the Seekers will try to hold on as Man gets a nice kill against Jeremy. That's going to slow things down, but you still hold on to B main.
4v5 with
They have one
Primi
more chance
alive.
for a rotate, but only
0
20
chance.
seconds.
उसके पास
You have
ulti
to
भी
be
है.
able to try to stick the plant. You have to
हाँ,
cover
लग
the
गए.
spike. Talon's not going to take the risks because they're not sure how many
लग
people
कितना
are
भी
left
angle hold कर
on
दो,
A.
ulti
You
है.
want to make sure you have all three angles for
Chemist
the
नहीं करना
retake
था.
as
लग
the
गए.
defenders against this B site.
लग
And
गए भाई.
2GE he has to play a timing. Wow, finds one kill. Does he suspect the second on Ban? He's not quite ready for it. There's the shrouded step, gives up that position. Now Team Secret herded into the site, and it's going to be Talon just swarming Secret all around. As
मेरा
well,
fan है.
Mario will fall, and
Primi
Talon
मेरा
will take
fan
the
है.
lead right back.
Yeah, tiny
You
little
see.
kill comes through, and it all starts this domino effect of Talon flooding the gates. Team Secret, they had the idea to try to make a little bit of presence known,
You see,
rotate over
baby.
onto the B site. 2GE, though, with the
You
shroud
see,
step
baby.
a little bit too
You
early,
see.
just kind of gives off his position.
see.
He wasn't expecting a secondary player, so a little bit unfortunate, but the idea was there. And at the same time, look at how Primi really goes through. He even uses the ultimate just to create a little bit more pressure. And you can see that Wilder starts to feel that looming threat around his back.
करने
Talon
दे, 3v2
have a
था.
way of turning things back around into the game. And once they manage to pick up that round, you still have the annihilation in the form of Ban.
It's just going to be an ace stack once again. You've got the sonic sensors right where the slide has to be coming in. The relay boats, they have to be landing there. So Talon, they've got the trap set up to just make sure that Primi can get that first
Scam
kill,
के लिए
get
डाला
the
वो
picky
Satchel.
up, get the zoomies for some
Deadlock.
advantageous
Land
fights.
agent है deadlock.
Meanwhile, Talon, they've secured a Rubble, and now they go for the re-clear on B. It's just a systematic flowchart rotation. Clear one side, check B main, clear the other, and then you're ready for fluid rotates.
Jit Boys posted up around Rubble as well. They picked up the ult orb, so a lot of ultimates
Ban,
prepared.
ban.
If it does go through,
Jord,
and manages
Jord
to
ban.
hold his ground, anchors down the B site, prevents 2GE from lurking any further. So now it comes down to this C hit. Primi is prepared for it as well. Just kind of smokes off and holds up around the site. Annihilation was deployed, so one player gets
Deadlock अच्छा agent है बे.
Wildor tries to
उसके
fire off the
stun में
shots,
बचा है पता
tries
है.
to create a
Primi
little
मार.
space around T, but he's alone and cold. Jesse Vash alone on the B site trying to run over.
सिर्फ headshot मार रहा
He's
है.
going to have to rotate all the way around. It's got to be
सिर्फ
a save. The
headshot
spike's
मार रहा है वो.
dropped. Not much of an option.
30
You know
seconds
that
left.
they know that you're
साइनिक
on
भाई
the
chat
alert.
में क्या बोला?
So Jesse Vash just going to look to survive, carry over this
किधर मिस?
Vandal.
मेरे को दिख नहीं रहा है
And
left.
the setup's good. The annihilation coming out from Ban's deadlock. That
क्या
saves
बोला है
Primi,
left?
as Primi was tagged up. So even with the stuns coming out from the Sonic
भाई
sensors
सिर्फ
potentially,
Primi
Primi was
सुनाई
in
दे रहा
real
है.
danger as he
10
was being
seconds
seen
left.
all the way through those smokes through the fast lane. But the annihilation stops Jeremy in their tracks, and then the rest of Team Secret panicking to figure out, do we keep pushing? Do we try to save Jeremy? What's the
अच्छा
idea
ये
here? How do we
सागनिक.
make sure we find our targets? And they're all
हेलो
locked
बंक्स
up.
भाई 2 years की membership
Not
में
a
एक गिलिट
position
में
that
मिलेंगे
they wanna
सागनिक
find
भाई.
themselves in. Feels a little bit
Love
too
you मेरी
uncomfortable. They
जान.
still
दूसरा
have enough
सागनिक
to
तो
buy
वैसे
back
समझो
up,
तुम ही
just a
अच्छे
bit,
यार.
maybe a
Love
bit of
you
a
यार.
half buy. But that
दूसरा
said, I
सागनिक
mean,
इतना
Talon
पैसा
are
गांड
really
में डाला है.
starting to
एक
find a way
membership
to
ले लिया
work
उसने.
around things. The way that they're kind of playing around the map, playing around the
भाई ये
extremities
round
with
deadlock
the
में बचा है
utility
लेकिन.
to try to control Rubble.
मैं
try to
एक
bait up
पॉइंट
some
डेडलॉक को देना चाहता हूँ.
reactions
उसका
from
स्टन
Team
ने प्रीमी को
Secret.
बचा
They
है.
don't
उसके
see
अल्टी
anything,
ने
they
एक को
just
मारा.
stay steady.
उसने बी में
And now once again,
इन्फो लेके मारा.
Talon just going to look for
Bell
initial
bajja.
information, but not going to fight for Rubble. They're happy to give it up. And Team Secret will gladly take it. Overdrive still here for Jeremy, so this is a round where they'll try to even out the firepower. You got Hunter's Fury as well, and Jesse Vash sitting back with a judge.
I'm worried about is that Talon has some ultimates of their own. They haven't quite used them yet, and this could be a very potential round where they get to cement in their momentum, keeping the round win streak on their side.
Nightfall at the ready. I mean, this is meant to be a trap here. It could be Nightfall Showstopper. Looks like it.
हुआ,
If it's going to be it. Governor goes through, tries to fire it off
ढींचे
right
आते ही
away to
ulti.
find a kill. Not going to find his target.
आते
Still
ही
a minute
UC
on the
by
clock.
Buck.
So Secret, you're getting away with your life. That's the most you can hope for. Going for the reclear on the overdrive now. Jeremy trying to see if pacing is on his side. You've got 2GE already on the site, but the rest of the 4-7 stop. 2GE has to find an opening. He has to create an opening, create some space for the rest of his teammates to have to join back up on the site. Cruz has an inkling. They're grouped up on the side of Talon. Primi's here for the extra peek. It's going to be a double. 2GE plays it safe.
Smokes off, back towards the drop. Has a headshot angle and spots out Cruz. The metal was deployed as well though, so Primi's position a little bit revealed, but he manages to snipe out Envy with that Vandal. Goes in with the pick-me-up, swings against 2GE, onto the next. Manages to drop against Jesse Vash. 1-on-2 now. He has no real idea where they all are. Knows that it could be a stack. Goes out for a bit of a peek out. Gets the first, but then Ben just snipes him down. Back at it.
Jesse Vash really trying to play it to the best of his abilities. Not going for any crazy wraparound, just making sure he's holding angles where he can make sure that they can't swing out in unison. But it's just still too many targets. And Primi, those reactions, they're coming through. The reaction speed definitely hasn't slowed down. Nice shot from Governor as well, trying to get himself back into the game.
भाई कम से कम 10 साल के लिए बंदे को हायर कर लो.
I mean, just look at how calm he is as well.
वरना बाकी टीम्स ले लेगी.
Oh, that's where the trace is
भाई
coming
10
from.
साल के लिए ले लो भाई.
Causes the timeout to come out for
भाई
Team
उसको
Secret.
वो
Coach
चाहिए.
Chummi
लाइफ टाइम कोई कुछ नहीं बोलेगा. चाहे कुछ भी करो, प्रीमी को वो चाहिए.
On this first map.
हाँ?
Yeah, not wanting to let Talon build up any momentum
क्या
whatsoever. Let them
भाई
cool off
क्या
for a little
एम
bit.
है बे.
But so far, the reactions have been so darn good. Again, Talon, you know, we were talking about Primi, and he's just showing up on the stage.
सिर्फ प्रीमी सुनाई दे रहा है ना. टैलेंट ना सीक्रेट.
Every single other player.
सिर्फ
The
प्रीमी.
Nightfall Showstopper combo was immaculate, and this is not something that's happening in just one round. It's starting to happen across all the rounds. Team Secret
हर round मारा है
trying
बे.
to find that crack to slip through, but they haven't been able to do so.
So we'll see what Secret's adjustments are, because Talon is really showcasing their composition strength right now. The double smokes, the double one-ways on both sides, fighting for that early control, slowing things down, knowing that Secret is playing this neon sky. They don't have a very hard way to fight for Mound or Rubble. You could try to spend that one relay and your Trailblazer or your Guiding Light, but that's a lot of investment. So Talon forces their hand. Make sure that they can't fight for that early, and then you can go for these fast rotates, set up, and make sure you can also stop the second line of entry with the Deadlock util and force a Clove as well.
So many layers of defenses, and Team Secret has to find ways to break through it. Maybe trying to slip through sometimes with the aggression alongside Jeremy. That's what they've tried. It hasn't worked out too darn well. This time, though, managing to push Cruz all the way towards the back of Heaven on A site. They're trying to sneak in. You've got Jesse Vash lurking outside of C as well. I think he might have heard some hops.
Yeah, he's waiting for it. He knows that he was weak earlier, making sure that he guesses correctly. And he finds Governor on the drop as well. Governor could find his footing, but Cruz evens the numbers just a bit. Spike's still going to be planted on A. We got double on Talon on the lurk. They're waiting. They still haven't broken that trip. They're waiting for Jesse Vash to regroup, but the Shrouded Step is heard. Jesse Vash cuts noise, and this could be Jit Boys revealing his back to Jesse Vash. It's now a cat and mouse game. Jit Boys being held up at Rubble. Meanwhile, Ban trying to re-clear, wondering if Jesse Vash has gone all the way through. Jit Boys falls, and Talon, you're going to have to go for a save.
Classic wall, thanks to the information retrieved by Jesse Vash to turn things around. This entire round just plays out because of Team Secret just trying to play and read around Talon's setups. All right, initially was the Odin from Cruz. They managed to push him back with a bit of utility, a bit of presence. And then Jesse Vash just cutting noise, lurking around, two kills, getting information on Jit Boys, allowing for Wilder to pick up a kill. This is now allowing for Talon to come back into the game, building up that economy, building up the momentum.
See if Secret can continue that one. Jesse Vash, a great lurk this time. So cutting that audio, just going for a slow creep in to try to regain some control, to make sure that Talon doesn't have the information. Talon's been using a lot of their utility on a timer early on in the round to gain that. Secret have found that opening. Now Talon, they're going to try to fight for Rubble once again, thin the numbers a bit, and Team Secret's going to meet him. Deep guiding line, and the operator finds the elbow right before the burst. And that's info gone. Trying to counter out the off with the Guardian, but Governor, you're stuck out in the open. Wild Oreo takes him down. And Talon are starting with 2 men down, 3v5, but only one hit in the sight on A side. As Team Secret continue to work everything. The Secret send out, and now they know, all right, minimum 1 person on B, or maximum rather, and it's going to turn out to be 0. It's going to go all the way to the C site. And Jesse Vash will continue to hold on to me.
Really showing the calling from Jesse Vash. They could have committed to that A site, but instead adapting to head over onto B, where they have all the advantages. They have so many players. They're marking every single angle to on towards Baby Door. It has to be a save call for Talon. It's just so much of it going right. You know, a little bit unfortunate for Governor caught out in the open. And this round plays out thanks to Jeremy and that operator.
Huge first shot. I mean, takes down Defade. That ruins all sorts of a plan on the A side. Forces Governor to try to take a hard fight against the operator. He's stranded. Ban, he's trying to pick him off, but he gets picked off in return. If he doesn't miss those, and it's just 2 members of Talon saving their weaponry going into round 10. Team Secret, the other thing I want to commend, uses the Seekers right away. You have a massive numbers of man, you still use it because you've got a Hunter's Fury for the next round. You want to layer these to try to get as many rounds as possible. You're not trying to save them for just an incredible set play. You'll take the rounds when you can get them.
With that, a lot more information as well. So much just to flush
out. मेरे को लग रहा है अटैक में टैलेंट गाप फाड़ेगा. बहुत फीलिंग आ रहा है. पता नहीं क्यों मेरे को लग रहा है टैलेंट जीतेगा.
Coach Frost calls in the timeout.
I was wondering if this would come out, just because again, that position, you shouldn't have found yourself in that position early on. I mean, Cruz getting picked off, sure, you could count it as something unfortunate. Then Governor being stranded, already committed to a position where you didn't have a fast exit. Tries to see if they find the opening against the operator, but it's too many people. Again, you're working with no information. I can only imagine that perhaps Coach Frost reminding them that they
already उसने 3-4 राउंड निकाल लिया भाई. बस हो गया.
The hold around the C
side. लोग तो पूरा मैच में करते हैं.
see what the adjustments are coming in.
Yeah, I mean, so far,
Frame by
when
next
they
player
were
का lineup
controlling
देखो,
things,
बहुत
they
crazy
were,
है.
you know, playing really far back on this side. It's not
मैं
losing
leak नहीं दे
against those
सकता,
first
लेकिन बहुत
picks,
crazy है.
especially not before Jeremy pulled out that operator. But now, starting to, you know, get a little bit punished with some early plays. Team Secret's really trying to expose some of their weaknesses, bringing out this operator into play. Question is, are they going to keep this up?
League
Are
दो,
they going to
please.
keep hitting the A site? Team
एक
Secret
player
have
का
shown
नाम T
tendencies
से चालू
before,
होता
but
है. T.
on a map like Lotus, trying to even things out. Now early information in towards B as well as C.
Yeah, just trying to fake out what their positions are. The Haunt comes out from B, smokes one way, once again, on both sides of the map, and then the Prowler out from B. So you know the Fade is on that side, but you're not quite sure of other information. The drone is going to force that barrier mesh out. It's going to force Ban to break the door as well, just to make sure he can rotate back and reposition. And I think Secret probably not minding that too much. Took out the barrier mesh nice and early. That's going to stop any sort of delay. It's going to make the retakes a little bit harder as well on the side of Talon.
Little trips just to confirm player presence as well. So a lot of utility drawn out now. Team Secret trying to force Talon's hand before they really go in for that punish.
Yeah, the second Prowler was just used on the A side. So Talon, sure, there's 50 seconds left, but they want to make sure that they get the read nice and early. This allows Pretty to come over to the C side, help double up, and you still have Jip Boys just in range to try to provide a Paranoia as well. The Hunter's Fury will force the site to be opened up. As they go in, Paranoia sent out by 2GE as well, just to make sure that they can get all the way comfy into the spike plant. No way to really combat this. Primi taking a lot of damage. The metal goes through, and Governor is going to get the first pick to open things up. You're still holding on to Waterfall. You're still holding on to backside. Only 18 seconds left. Spike still not planted. It has been interrupted earlier with the metal play. Governor still taking down more members. 2G and Envy will push through.
Primi ने फिर भी मारा इनवी को.
Spike dropped. 7 seconds on the clock. 1v2. GravNet to ensure. Oh no! But time already gone. Shouldn't be allowed. Jesse Vash, he'll get the plant, but he won't get the round. As he will see Cruz take the last kill after the timer ends.
Swinging out just to collect on that extra alt point, but well played by Talon.
वो इंडियन है कि नहीं वो भी नहीं
They
बोलूँगा
knew
लेकिन
that this was the game plan
first
coming
letter
through.
ये मेरा
Just
lead
getting a read for the round correctly, right? Talon just kind of getting a sense that Team Secret wants to bank on this C site, trying to get that read for it. As soon as they really start to push in, everyone rotates over, the sprays come through, and with Jeremy holding onto that operator, couldn't quite find, you know, the right position to really fire off that thing, and just getting wall banged all over that place, really working with the spike. Talon manages to secure the round. Now
T-Pincess बराबर है, बराबर बोला तूने T-Pincess.
With the sonic sensors solo anchoring down A.
बराबर बोला Pinky. It's a sign.
But now it's going to be the early barrier mesh on site. So Team Secret, unless it's a trap play, unless it's complete bait, which it looks like they're a little worried it might be. Obviously the barrier mesh, the
T-Pincess. T. I need some T.
Secret trying to fish for information, but no response just yet from Talon. Just a live rotation over from Cruz. But the Prowlers are all gone. Just the Haunt and the Seas remains for the Fade.
T-Tool language.
You really only have 2 more rotations of your Haunt throughout the rest of the round. Sonic sensor broken. Ban trying to find a perfect timing for that grab. Neon will find to slow it down, but Main's already here. Jeremy slides through. The stun was perfect from that Trailblazer. And that's going to be the site opened up. Now 3 members in the back. Jit Boys peeks out from drop. Gets information on one. Goes right back up to heaven and Secret says, we don't want to deal with this. We're going to go straight to B. We'll see. Can he find a timing? He's got that showstopper online. Primi gets taken down. Envy still being a menace on the A side. Cruz trades it out.
He's done enough taking down the numbers. Governor, though, from the back, manages to take down 2GE, has the showstopper in play, pulls it out, and forces Team Secret away from the spike. Jesse Vash, though, pushes out Baby Door, takes down Cruz. So now you got to deal with the 2 final members who are sandwiched into this site. Spike has been tapped. Neuro Theft has been used. They kind of know where they are, but they also know that they're not quite sticking the defuse just yet. Jit Boy still trying to find further kills, trying to secure the site, but he's not quite going to be able to do it. Jesse Fash alongside Jeremy, circling around them like sharks.
It's a great exit out of the site in the post plant from Team Secret. You hear the showstopper and they just immediately bail. As soon as Raze took main, in fact, they start to push out. They start to push out of 8 lane. They start to push out towards Waterfall because you just don't want to have to deal with that. You're either turning all together together to take them down, but then you realize he has Showstopper. So Jesse Vash exits, he gets the Neural Theft, which gives them time to wrap back around, create another 3-angle pinch onto the retake, against the retake rather. Team Secret will get a 5th round win. Looking to make this a 6-6. 2GE not taking as many hits as I would have imagined. If it was an Odin, I think it would be a different story. But now, just with the Ares, not going to find it. Cruz hoping that he could get a lucky kill, get that Nightfall. It would be so crucial on this hold on the A side.
Attach में देखने क्या मेरे को double controller
Not quite
क्या
happening
सीने
yet,
करके
though. Team Secret.
Glow Woman क्या
backing
करेंगे
up
attack में वो
away
देखने
from
का
it. Checking their backs as well in case
क्योंकि
Talon
वो
has
लोग भी
pushed out.
smoke
And
में
we
बैठ
do
सकते हैं
have
समझ रहे हो
Primi and Jit Boys, both teammates just hovering around pillars.
Premi's got the not dead yet, so he's looking to be the first point of contact. Jit Boys pretending he's not here. Jit Boys is hidden. There's the cyber cage. Primi backing up, making noise, gives the kill to Jit Boys. Jit Boys immediately reclears as well. Knows that it was a solo alert for the time being, so they have some good control of mid. Hides away from the revolving door. Talent, they're starting to piece together the puzzle a little bit. That it was a lot of members towards the C side, but that's exactly the fake that Secret has sold. As Spike trying to creep in, gets spotted by the governor.
7-5
down the
baby
wall on the A side.
7-5
Yeah, whose town do you think you're walking into? So that said, Envy will get the spike planted, but they're still working against numbers disadvantage. 3 on 5, and Talon are all hovering around heaven. Envy, with the biggest contact of his life, gets sniped out by Envy. It's going to be down to Wild Oreo and Jeremy as they try to hold out around
भाई उसका PO देख के तो लग रहा है गलत मार रहा है
getting deployed. They are now trapped and pinched down inside. Wild Oreo, though, with the aim, will be able to take down Primi, but then the ultimate deployed and ban. Just too many numbers, too many targets to hit.
भाई
We
उसका
end this
एक
first half
POV
7-5.
stream चाहिए VCT POV
Primi
stream
showing glimpses of all the hype around him, but at the end of the day, it's a good game plan from Talon that'll allow them to keep a 2-point lead on the defensive side. All things considered here for Lotus. I'm sure Talon fairly happy about that.
Goat तो है बे
You tried your best to try to claw back in,
एक
but
राउंड में 3
falls
UC हुआ
one step short.
love you
Looking at the live winning percent based on their past records, Talon looking very favored here on the attacking side with the round differential.
आ जाओ गाइस
Just a lot of
डिनर
these
करते
rounds. I
हैं
mean, Talon has done their homework. You know,
कल
you
साला
have to
डिनर
imagine
हुआ नहीं बारिश
with
हो
the
रहा
way
था
the map veto went. Picking Lotus was intentional. Leaving Abyss open, you know, was a bit of a backup plan as
अबे ये
well.
लोग पिज्जा
The way
काटते
that
नहीं है
they're
क्या
playing around this entire map so far has been,
what the
you
fuck
know, sometimes getting surprised by players like Jeremy, for example, but then in other rounds,
अबे
really
पिज्जा
just trying to
काटा ही
control
नहीं
the
है
map, trying to control the rotations, getting reads as to how Team Secret wants to hit sites.
oh my
See what the change-ups are. Taking a quick glance at the coach cams. Coach Dummy looking
इसे नहीं काटा
slightly
बे खाली
exasperated.
से पकड़ के थोड़ी
Not
कहूंगा
quite sure where to start to try to bring this back. Sure, if you win the pistol, the score might even up. But does that give you the right read here on the defensive side? You do have a Cypher to be able to anchor safely on his own, somewhat
टॉपिंग अच्छा
self-sufficient.
लेकिन
But outside
Dominos
of that,
is
no
Dominos
hard
है
info with that Sky. Just slight reads, and then you have to rely on the space you actually take and control if you're Team Secret. 3 half armors for Talon.
इतना
I
खास नहीं है
mean,
बे
they are looking to fight. I mean, you got Gravnet, you got Metal, you got
साला
Season.
बटाटा इससे
They
अच्छा
are
था
looking to fight. They are making sure that they come out on top. And we'll see. Is it a full stack? It is. Onto the
कहाँ
C
से आया
side.
मोजो
Leaving Primi with that ghost and half armor as well.
It's a trap play. It's a relay bolt. The relay bolt traps him right around Mound, and 2GE is going to find a double to start things off. He waits patiently. Primi tries to trade for 1, but Primi on for a second one again. There's a pick me up, not again. 3 kills in a row. He finds the lurk, and he gets it. Another 4K clutch for the rookie, bringing home both pistols.
Crouched away. Jesse Vash tagged up, aim punched, not quite able to land those final shots despite getting Primi down to low HP. This is incredible, and it also shows like.
सुनो टैलेंट भाई आपको हिंदी आती है कि नहीं मेरे को नहीं पता ट्रांसलेट करो लेकिन कम से कम 10 ईयर का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बनाओ इसका 10 ईयर का और बायआउट अमाउंट रखना कम से कम $10,000 million अगर ये गया भाई क्या बंदा है
up. We'll see if Talon can make that come into fruition.
हर
Here on the
round
anti-ego.
impact डाला उसने हर
Trying to
एक
play it safe.
round.
Jip Boys gets the read. It's a fast push out. It's a triple. He almost lands all three, but Cruz will be there to trade things out.
$10,000 million चाहिए.
So now getting the information that there's a lot of presence around the back of the site. Envy trying to inch out around the corners of pillars in case there is a bit of a re-clear from Talon. Trying to do his best against the firepower that Talon now holds.
भाई मैं कितना बोलता था रैंक ग्राइंड करो.
Just alone with a short.
आजा टैलेंट पे 146 बोलते. मैं टैलेंट की जगह पे ही हूँ यार.
Or through the revolving
प्रीमियो
door,
को
in
फुल
which
सपोर्ट
case
कर रहा हूँ.
Envy would probably move.
यस भाई मैं हमेशा से बोलता था रैंक ग्राइंड करो. सबने मेरे को चुत्ते में गिनती किया था.
Yes, there you go. I was getting real scared. We've seen too many teams not do this. You hear the shorty as well, and you see the instant turnaround. It's a 180. The Talon, they're out of here. I mean, Envy, he thought maybe they would rotate far, but
Rank matter नहीं करता,
don't
guys.
favor Team Secret. Jesse Vash trying to punish them if they push too far out. But now that they've heard the shorty, Talon, they're actually going to go for him. Jesse Vash can't actually land. Both shots dead onto Cruz. He's down to 3 HP, but he survives with the weapon.
Good job,
G50 में बन सकता है.
Talon. Approves of that round. Good job using your utility to clear out the corners. But really, it's also them just nailing their shots. I mean, they've always had, you know,
इसको
some
टारगेट कर रहे हो डीएम करके बताओ
certain,
भाई.
you know, like players and stuff.
सब
Sometimes not
Esports वाले.
all like the most consistent.
जितने भी
but
अपने
having
इधर
Primi
चूतिए लोग हैं
in
ना,
now, especially
जो
alongside
लोग बोलते हैं कि
Jip Boys,
रैंक
not
मैटर ही
just,
नहीं करता.
you know, more firepower, but the chemistry of the team.
तो
starting to
बार
prove
लोगों
too.
ने बोला रहेगा.
Yeah, Premium Jip Boys
Stream पे
and Premium Cruz, we've seen them double team a lot. Team Secret
कुछ मैटर नहीं करता. प्रैक्टिस होता रहता है, स्पिन होता रहता है.
And then there's the Haunt as well.
सारे लोगों के मुंह में प्रीमी का
It's a great start to that Rubble fight. The util perfectly thrown by Talon. And Secret now once again down in numbers here on the defensive half. On your bye round, I mean, sure, firepower not lacking from Talon, but you hate to see it start like this.
Team Secret just trying to hold, waiting out for a potential push
That
towards the
was
B
such
side,
a
but
bit.
it's not quite happening yet. Talon, they're holding on to their advantage and trying to make it work for them. Trying to suss out the information that they need. That early
कॉन्ट्रोवर्सी
hit with
इनकमिंग
Governor up
कॉन्ट्रोवर्सी
to
हो
the
गया. एक
top
क्लिप
of the
दिखा देना
box
प्रीमी का.
really cemented in their lead.
And they
मेरे को रिप्लाई देने की भी जरूरत नहीं.
they
एक क्लिप
leave
दिखा
their
देना
Omen
पैच.
on B main as well, so that they can go for
तो
a
पिस्तौल
rotate.
का
So
4 राउंड निकाला
Talon
ना
is
अकेले
actually
बंदे
playing
ने.
the entire map. They
Rank
send a
करके.
fake on C. They have the B main control, so they could rotate over to B if need be, and then the main force is on A. No matter what, you are minimum guaranteed a 3v3. If it turns out to be 3v3, you go for a hard rotate. If you can't get into the site on A, you go for a hard rotate onto B, because you'll have the double angle. Primi, he does not miss.
ये भी डालना
After
clip.
that, it's just an instant rotate out.
Entry
The
भी यही
very
मार
much
रहा
in the
है
sonic
करके.
sensor to keep 2G trapped on the A side. Prowler's not going to spot him just yet, but it's going to be Primi. Oh, not dead yet. Gets used. Second chance at that duel.
कोई से नहीं.
And he'll
बहुत
push
टाइम
him
बाय
out.
किया.
That's time bought. Paranoia as well to guarantee it. He's still chasing Jesse Vash. He will find the timing to take down that zombie
36-18 का काउंटर
At the
तो है.
very least, he buys enough time away from that spike. Jesse Vash alongside 2GE now might just have to opt for the save instead. Talon, like you mentioned, just working this
प्रीमी को
map to
अल्टी नहीं मारना चाहिए मेरे
perfection,
हिसाब से.
really playing their advantage as well. Like, even without, you know, playing against that like 3v3 and trying to rotate around the map, Primi
चार
using
यूसी मारा ना
utilities just to
उसने.
bait out that peak. Kind of close the deal for
Imagine
Team
प्रीमी
Secret
एंड
now.
समथिंग टुगेदर. पहले
Not quite
अपने
able to do all too
players
much. They
को
have to think
imagine
about the
करके
future
खेलने
while
बोलो, rank
Talon
grind.
reaches double digits up in this knockout series.
10-5 on their map
There's
pick.
no need for the enemy to suffer.
Making sure that they don't let it slip away. We've seen a lot of map picks being lost this year, as opposing teams are just trying to barrel through and just find that one weakness and target it. But man, Primi,
लगता है ये गेम खत्म होने तक मैं टिल्ट होने वाला हूँ.
today on his very first map.
मैं भरने वाला हूँ
on
esports
this
players को.
stage.
लग रहा है मेरे को.
What a way to just send a statement already, regardless of the match result. I mean, you've already, I think, proven your potential to anyone who hasn't been seeing you, anyone who's doubted that maybe you'll crumble under the pressure. Now being held at bay with a guiding light. But Team Secret, firepower is lacking. Just a Stinger upgraded, but otherwise it's the 2 rifles that were carried over. They'll try to make the most of it by
Sorry
pushing out a
बंदा, I'm
rubble.
grinding rank. नहीं मतलब मेरा स्ट्रीम देखते को तुम लोग ब्रेक ले सकते हो. उसके बाद ग्राइंड करो. सब ग्राइंड करेगा मेरे को देखेगा वो.
Without the utility. Okay, there's a bit of a clear with the Prowler and the Trailblazer. Relay bolt just to hold down the space. 2G smokes it off. Got a little
Remove
bit too
from rank.
precarious.
हाँ बे.
Talon backs off.
It's a good setup from Talon to try to bait out a kill. Unfortunately, he doesn't find it, but at the very least, you draw out the singular relay bolt, draw out the Trailblazer as well. So a lot of that util gone from Team Secret on that defense on a round where they don't have the best firepower. So Talon will try to abuse this. You know that the cam is at the entrance.
Talon
Are
को
you going to be able to
championship
get
point
around
मिल गया तो.
the tripwire? They're going to wait out the one-way cyber cage. GrabNet already spent only 40 seconds left on the clock. They have one more chance to rotate and double back if they want.
They tried to nade it. Now using the rotating door to just create a little bit more question marks in Team Secret's head. Then walking through the firepower now. It meets Gen.G Vash able to take down Van. Cruz makes a bit of a trade. Gen.G Vash backing off while Talon goes in to clear out the site even further. But look at how they are nailing down their shots, planting their feet firmly into the ground, pushing further as well with the spike drop. Team Secret makes it a thrifty win, working their way around the rotations of Talon.
Talon, they think that just
shot
hitting the
लगा.
rotating door would have been enough
भाई
to make the
20
whole
किले.
lead. It did briefly.
कोई 10 पे नहीं है. हेलो.
No one's caught on the seas, and immediately Secret, they dodge the util and immediately reflood. The spacing's good from Secret, and the trades are good as well. You know that the people who went into elbow will still take time to swing around. So Jesse Vash provides the first kill, and everyone else just holding those angles, keeping Talon trapped in that choke point. Leads to a thrifty, and Talon doesn't want to allow
अंडी
too
मंडी
many of
अभी
those to
इतना
happen.
तारीफ करने के बाद प्रीमी ने नहीं मारा और बाद में लोग मेरे पे बजे ना.
Into the smoke to start off this round. Early rubble control
मैं
back
Twitter
over to
delete कर रहा
Talon.
हूँ.
Early GravNet used as well, just in case someone might have pushed out towards the side of tree or baby door. For now, Team Secret just trying to hold so far back, anticipating Talon's advances. Guiding light cleared out just to check. Paint shells pretty much confirms it's a tell now. Barrier mash, they're just waiting for the push through, and Governor takes the first hit against
Deadlock,
Jesse
guys.
Vash. Blinded Wild Oreo is going to get pinched down by the Showstopper. That's
Deadlock,
a
guys,
second
deadlock.
kill. Envy right around the edges of the smoke, but the spike gets planted anyway.
Here's the footsteps as well. Here's the shrouded steps.
वो
Governor just
intentional
gonna
था कि नहीं
hold
पता नहीं
close.
बॉल.
He's a little low on health, so he's gonna just be the
Intentional
first
तो नहीं
line
रहेगा,
of
guys.
contact. Here for Talon, he actually gets another. That's a triple. Recon
पुराना
used in the
गवर्नर
smoke.
दिख रहा
Not
है.
much information.
पुराना
And Governor
गवर्नर दिख
finds
रहा
the
है.
timing to refill it on for the ace.
पुराना
But Jeremy
गवर्नर
is
दिख रहा है
nowhere
यार.
to be found. That operator
Neon वाला
so precious
गवर्नर
for
दिख रहा
Secret,
है.
no matter how far behind they might be. And Jeremy will look
क्या
to hold
dialogue है
on to
पता
it. See if there's enough time. If they sprint, they'll reach him.
और सेकंड से
And
ऐसा
it's
वाली
a
बात
double
करी.
team. I'm a
अरे
little
भाई कैसे
concerned
करूं?
for Jeremy. He's holding a short distance, a short angle, trying to make it seem like this wouldn't be the optimal position. Just
प्रीमी
as
का पहला
far
मैच
away
है
as
क्या?
possible. The time ticking down, and
Debut
Talon, they're
source का.
carefully checking each corner. Paint shells will do some damage, but Jeremy keeps his distance.
डिबट है उसका
Yeah,
डिबट.
it's the least likely place where they would look, right? And if the paint shells don't get him, then maybe he's not there. They don't really want to give him any out points as well. So not too bad, and yeah, almost an ace for Governor. I mean, this entire round, with the way that he pinched in, managing to find every single player. They got early space with that GravNet, and that's something that Team Secret wants to avoid. But how are they going to work around it this time? Maybe it's Jeremy with the operator locking down A.
Aren't going to be used to make it seem
तुम
like
कॉल
they're
दिया
still
तूने
ready to counter
गवर्नर
out
का
any of
10
that
किल नहीं बोल
utility.
के.
No further util use just yet. The Recon making sure to know that Talon has not crept in. So that
भाई
gives
क्या
2G an
सक्सेस स्टोरी
opportunity
रहेगा ना
to
लेकिन
take
यार
rubble
प्रीमी
control.
के लिए.
Team Secret using that for a hard rotate over.
गलत
They
बे.
want to meet Talon when the entry happens. They want to take down the first kill with the operator. This weapon that has haunted
Hard work
Jeremy when
चीजें
it
तो
mattered
करवाता
the
है भाई.
most in
गलत
that match against Gen.G. His
success story
teammates still
रहेगा.
pull through for the win. And Jeremy's looking to redeem himself today against Talon.
However, this time, Talon just trying to rotate over to other
Man भाई
sides.
क्या सीन
Jesse
है?
Vash able to meet them, holding out this 2-1-2 default. They got the early map control. They are able to play alongside this forward control, denying Talon any entries possible.
That's going to be the neural theft that allows 2G to push even further forward. This absolutely confirms that it's an entry onto the seaside. Tripwire stops Governor from taking elbow. And Talon, you don't have much space. The Raze stranded in the site. You have a smoke, but you're too scared to go around it. You still have 35 seconds. Cruz trying to use that timer. And Governor, meanwhile, trying to find kills. Talon, they're starting to get separated from each other once again as they're all focused onto the site. And meanwhile, 2G's not going to greet backcourt. There's still enough time for a rotate. So he waits in pillars. Here's the Prowler, but doesn't hear footsteps. There's still a trip there as well. The high-low with the operator. Talon, there is no exit nor entry onto this site. The guiding light is good, and Team Secret will continue to try to claw back into this first game.
Just trying to lock down the sites, trying to adjust their game plan. Talon has started to go in a little bit faster, a little bit more stronger with their explosive utility alongside the traps that they have with the grab net and the metal sometimes. But if Talon just kind of baits that out early on, if Talon starts to lock down a lot of these forward positions, denying Team Secret, denying Talon their early pushes, they will be able to shut down and dwindle down their numbers. So the timeout now being called allows for Coach Frost
guys,
to try
Primi है उसको जो करना है कर दे दो बाकी लोग लेफ्ट राइट करो उसको जबर दो वो अकेला बंदा उनके बुंड मार रहा है घुस के तुम लोग यहाँ पे इतने साल से खेल रहे हो क्या कर रहे हो तुम लोग
another timeout left over. So he will use this nice and early to see if you can get to map point before it gets too dicey. Just get that comfort zone. You still have a timeout in your pocket if need be to close out the map win on your pick of Lotus. You now know about the operator.
Trying
to throw a fake on that rubble control. Doesn't work out in your favor. See if Talon's able to identify the differences. Coach Frost always talks highly about the fact that his players know the game plan that they practice in. He has full faith that they know, but when push comes to shove, sometimes it starts to break apart. Sometimes it's a language barrier.
Thank you for the 5-gifted मेरी जान के टोटे
But right now is not the time for any of those. Elimination or champions. One just opposite ends of the season.
मिला थैंक्स बोल दो टैग कर करके ठीक है बुंड पाड़ दो
team as well. How well is he going to work alongside
love you Anubodh bhai love you
but so far Primi has been proving himself, working alongside the back lines, working alongside his teammates. Now a little bit of early control, all the smoke's being sent out. An owl drone just to retrieve information, but Talon stays mostly tucked away.
Silent viewer,
the drone disappearing nice and early is good news for Talon, as now you can have a bit of a timer calculation on when that hard info is going to come back for Team Secret. Still a trailblazer for Sky as well, so there is a bit of staggering that Secret can do. But I like the opening here. They use the smoke, allow Governor to get on top of Rubble, and then you're waiting to see if there is a ping or not. Kind of keeps himself masked up, and then you can try to pick off if they're going under Rubble. Anything like that gives you full Rubble control before the minute mark. Recon just sent out again. It's back on cooldown. Talon has a window to start creeping up, and they're going to start doing it on the B side, trying to draw out a reaction, and they do. The shadows. Consider 2G finds himself in a bit of a bind. Trying to swing out, he finds the first kill. He's ready for a second, but they're not coming in. Wild Oreo on the opposite end of the wall. It's going to be the new players coming into Secret, holding off the push against the A site. And Talon now forced to try to go into B. Omen's inside, but Primi is not. Jip Boys finds an opening.
That's the first kill. Here's the footsteps, but Envy is just tucked away in the corner. Now 2GE holds his own on the site. Barrier Mesh disappears just in time for Primi to get the spike planted. Has his overheal. But is it going to be enough against 3 players? He hears them marching towards him, gets the first. Hops up over onto the next, but with the slide and footsteps on towards his back, can't quite spin 180 in time. So it's going to be around 14 slowly closing this gap against Talon.
The relay both was very timely there from Jeremy. Because after that first kill, I was getting a little scared again. Those highlights already, just on his first map. Great individual duels from 2G and Wild Oreo. Brings Secret back into it. And those two players, the impact they've had on this roster change for Team Secret. Whether it's pulling out clutches out of the Magic Cat to keep them in the game, whether it's getting that map control, maybe part of it is the comms as well, but they have been absolutely monumental for Secret to try to have the 7-3 record so far here in 2024.
Huge impact for Team Secret. Can they really keep this up to really bring the scoreline to an even fold? Talon trying to deny that, trying to reach towards map point for now. They're using the same protocols to clear out Baby Door to get a little bit more space towards the A site. They don't see anyone. 2GE, Waldor not quite holding the same spots. Pushing up front though, Primi goes in fast alongside Cruz. They've taken down 3, they've taken down the A site, spike getting planted soon.
Primmy, another snapshot. He still has a not dead yet as well. Couldn't find an opening around the smoke, but right now he's just meant to be a scout. Quick trades there from Talon. Wild Oreo only good for one. Jeremy slides in, but there's the not dead yet. Just trying to buy time. He's trying to jump onto the op. He almost gets him as well, but mission accomplished.
Hey, तू
Keeps him
ultimate
tied up,
मार
brings
यार.
him down to 4
हाँ?
HP.
इतना मैं support कर रहा हूँ. Ultimate मार बस.
An op and overdrive
Please.
and 4 points of health. Still have time, but he's not going to find the kill. And Jet Boys will bring Talon to map point.
If you're Talon,
एक
Esports,
ult में लगा है उसका.
keep this guy on your team.
पांचवा ult है.
Proven that not only is he able to land his shots and find these heads-up duels to open up sites for his team alongside Cruz, he is a team player. Knows that his job was to buy the attention away from Jeremy, and he does just that, bringing him down to 4 HP. That really cemented Talon's win in the round. And now they're up towards that point. Team Secret calls in the timeout, trying to save this 4 rounds away from overtime.
Yeah, I mean,
एक
that
शॉट
not
हाथ
dead
से
yet.
पिज्जा
Forces
काट के
Jeremy
स्क्वायर
to
से
sit
बाहर
back.
निकल रहा है
There's no
पिज्जा.
crossfire. And Jesse Vash, you either choose to try to swing onto him and die, or you're stuck and drop. So overall, a great play, and it pays off perfectly. Wild Oreo, he's actually been so solid throughout stage 2. This might be some of the biggest challenges he's faced as an individual so far. Obviously, the Gen.G game wasn't easy, but Wild Oreo was fragging out even then as much as he could.
I just really... Like, because that was like a split-second decision that Primmy had
कैसे
to make.
बंदा ऐसा
He might
बड़ा
have been thinking about it. He could have dropped down to, you know, do something else, but instead stays just to keep Jeremy's attention drawn away.
Here's the thing. I'm like 50-50 on Primmy might have just done that to try to get the kill on Jeremy.
Yes.
I'm not even joking. And this is nothing
Guys,
against Primmy,
23,
like Coach Frost is talking
12.
about it, how
ठीक है?
Primmy
कितना
is so
चार
used
ult
to
मारा,
just
पांच मारा.
fragging everybody that he goes for these hero
उसका
plays all
ult
the
का
time.
deaths minus
And
करो.
he might not have been thinking all the way
बकचोदी
deep
नहीं
into it, but
चाहिए.
either way it works out. The team works off of it. That's the important part. And now, that point, Fastlane used Util. Dump onto Rubble. Talon hears all of this, and it's just a call on to B. They read this timeout perfectly. B site is free. You've got the barrier mesh to try to hold on to things. Hunter's Fury comes out, though. Spike not planted just yet. The site not entirely there. Good tags, the overdrive, but he gets paranoid. And a cool firing squad from Talon. Now a 2v3. Jet Boys trying to find another kill, and he evens it up.
भाई जमीन से उठ के मारा उसका aim.
Back to the core. Jet Boys and Cruz. 2 members returning from last year. IGL, the original rookie. Cruz jiggles wide for it, but Jet Boys trying to find the second member, gets pinched, and Team Secret will get another chance to bring things back.
Let's go Primmy,
good reads,
bhai.
good pushes, but Envy
Fan
with
ho
the
gaya.
Hunter's Fury keeps them dispersed throughout
Heavy
the
fan ho
entire
gaya.
site, allowing for his teammates to push in once again to get those further kills. I mean, 2GE, again, you're talking about the additions for Team Secret, and they prove that they have a lot of impact to give. And at the same time, just some of the old core just doing a lot of things to keep themselves in this game. They have to keep going even further for the last 3 rounds just to go into overtime.
It's going to be half armors across the board just to try to even things out for Talon. Notice that it's all Vandals as well on the side of Team Secret. So using that to their advantage to try to chain 2 rounds together. Primmy finds the end. In my head, I'm almost thinking like, well, that was late for Primmy standards. Normally he hits that based on all the other rounds we've seen. But either way.
साला इम्बोर्ट ही समझ के रखा है बे उसको.
Draws out the Trailblazer as well. Still rebel control for Secret. But now they know that they have to continue to stack this because you've already used your util. You've given an opening for Talon to try to retake.
Smoke's gone away.
Guys, deadlock ult है.
Second smoke in again.
Annihilation at the ready. See if they have an opening there. So back off, and Team Secret gets the right read as well. The Seekers use. It's actually going to fake themselves out a little bit just because of where he used it from. He wasn't fully in link. And it's going to start to send him all the way, but now it goes past A lobby, and that's the call. And Talon says, well, now's the moment we go in based on the timer of those Seekers. Sight going to be taken up. GravNet already used as well. You've got that Annihilation to continue pushing them further back. He's going to use it. Jesse Vash just outside of that circle, hiding in the corner. but the post-plant setups are coming through. Paranoia. Team Secret wants to get this done before the spike is planted. It's not planted yet. It's not completely been pushed off. Ban doing his best to hold on, but they're all inside the site right now. The flood has filled the site, and Team Secret extending yet another round for this map 1.
Without much utility, without any ultimates,
Hello,
Team
guys.
Secret managed to hold their ground on the C site. Although they were rotating just as smoothly as possible, they just managed to deny the spike plant. C site was a little bit too difficult for Talon to take because they didn't quite have the angles. The paranoia, everything was sent through, but then the floodgates opened up. Team Secret still having the right reads, the right protocols to make things together as a team. Now only 2 rounds to manage to close this out, and Talon not having the economy for this round.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to take
No
the bullet,
chat
go on to the next one. Want to make sure that everyone can buy up a rifle. So Primi, with the creds left over, will go for a Guardian. See if he can make a hero play. You wanted someone with an X factor. This might be the round that Coach Frost was looking for from a guy like Primi. See if he can pull.
भाई आज के दिन में कितना बार तुम लोग ने प्रेमी सुना रहेगा?
Make sure they secure the round. So many times Talon has been ahead in a match, in a map. They just could not close it out.
ऐसा लग रहा है शो मैच चल रहा है.
Against one of their rivals, but Jesse Bash, a nice spam against Governor. That's a raise down. The explosive entry gone, and now time even shorter for Talon on this attacking round.
Have to try to figure out a way to open up the sites. Everything's been smoked off and blocked off repeatedly. Now from the shadows, right into the open area. Doesn't spot out anything. Continues to burn the timer down. Talon trying to creep their way into the A site. You've got Wild Oreo and 2GE marking some of these angles.
उसने दिखा दिया.
Finds an opening for Cruz as they open the door, but he's not going to be able to spy. Spike now drop Primi. Entering in, he gets the first kill. Pick me up used, and he's pushing in. Ban stuck outside with a stun. And now it's all up to Primi. He's got only 15 seconds. Tries to hide in. Doesn't want to show himself. He wants to find the kills, but he just doesn't have time. He has to play for the win as well. The recon forces him away. Only 7 seconds. He now has to stick it. The camp comes through. He's been spotted. He might as well just try to get more ult doors, but he won't get more than one as he falls to Jeremy. No spike plant for Talon. And now Team Secret 1 round away from taking this to OT.
What a journey. Team Secret again.
Put down.
The new additions just holding things down on the site, and then Jeremy sneaking up from behind, really eliminating every single possible player who was trying to push on through. Fortunately, heads-up duel is not really something that Talon's been picking up now, so opening up sites has been a bit of a troublesome factor. And alongside that, Jeremy pulling out the operator in the final round.
This operator has to hit the first shot, because if not,
भाई
it's
पेड अल्ट है रेज अल्ट है. अगर कोई राउंड एंड करने का दिस इज
no lurks, no util on
पेड अल्ट मारेगा वो लोग वैसे रिटेक के लिए चले जाएंगे.
go through. They hear the operator, they know they have an opening.
डिले कर देगा
Second shot used as well. Jeremy's going to switch it up with the Nightfall already in action. Paranoia tries to draw him out, but 2GE now down. Jeremy already filling it, but Governor's good for 2. Numbers advantage for Talon. Primi gets taken down. Jeremy for now all alone, and Ban will clear out the site.
दो अल्टा पे ओलो बस कुछ काउंटर भी नहीं था.
The clutch king for Secret,
डिले
but
करने के लिए
it's
काउंटर
4
था ना
members
रोकने
he's
के
up
लिए.
against to try to extend Lotus in this best of
GG.
3, and the IGL of Talon will
GG,
shut
baby.
things down, securing their map pick win.
भाई प्रेमी ओपी
Not
चाहिए.
quite happening yet. Almost trying to push things
Primi
into overtime.
OP
Team
चाहिए
Secret
बे.
keeps things interesting. They had the
Well
reach, they
played
had
बोल रहे
the
हो उसको, देख रहे हो?
adaptation,
Thank you
they
बोला
had
हो.
the
देख well
experience
played, well
to
played.
really try to control the map. But Talon,
भाई
talk
Primi
about
OP
a new
बे.
addition. What does Primi
Good
look
luck,
like?
guys.
Our desk will tell you just that.
Just when we
पूरा
thought
game
we
deadlock
saw
में कुछ नहीं किया,
everything there
just
was
saying.
to see on Lotus, Talon comes in with Primi, with the new comp, and make things
एक
happen.
उसने
I mean, they say that
राउंड
rank
बचा
doesn't
लिया
matter. Some of us say
प्रेमी
rank
को.
doesn't
एक
matter,
राउंड
but then
उसने
when you have
अच्छा
pull-in
खेला.
guys like Primi, I think maybe rank does
टेक्निकली
matter.
4
and,
राउंड उसने नहीं नहीं नहीं
he
नहीं.
was insane.
टेक्निकली
I know this wasn't only the Primi show.
टेक्निकली 4 राउंड अच्छे नहीं खेला. 4 राउंड तो उसने सिर्फ पिस्तौल के दिलाए हैं. उसने अल्ट करके डिलेस किया है, अंदर घुस के उसने एंट्री भी मारी है, और उसने एक राउंड में 2-2 को भी मारा है. मतलब बहुत कुछ किया है उसने. उसका इम्पैक्ट इज इनसेन. सबसे ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट रहेगा पूरे सर्वर में. heavy impact है उसका.
Continued onward. I mean, the guy is just playing wild. He's playing loose, but he's just nailing a lot of his shots. You know, very rarely were we seeing like a really solid punish coming.
मैं भी सोचता हूँ कभी-कभी लोग मेरे जैसा कैसे खेल रहे करके
This whole, especially the whole first half, it just felt like Talon were just aim
लोग मेरे
dipping
जैसा
and
कैसे खेल रहे
decision-making
करके
dipping
मैं भी सोचता
Secret here, who were struggling to get a read and struggling to fire back.
हूँ. रुक जा मैं.
So we did have a chat with Frost, you know, backstage, and he was mentioning that Primi isn't the secret weapon. Primi is just a distraction for the rest of the key guys to come in and, you know, execute those plays that they had. What do you make of that?
Show me the scoreboard, and then we'll go ahead and assess that one, because it sounds like some snake oil being pushed forward there by Frost, just at least given on this performance.
Guys,
Maybe that was the
जो
intent, and Primi
इधर
just
भी है.
happened to go crazy.
Insta
but,
पे,
he
Facebook
ended
पे,
up just
Twitter पे,
completely destroying
भाई,
the kill
Primi
count
को
across the
OP
board.
बोलो बे.
Yeah, and what
मेरे
I
को
saw
टैग बैक
from the
घंटा
game
कुछ करने
plan
का
from
जरूरत
Talon
नहीं है,
is,
लेकिन
first
एक
of all,
appreciation
Primi's on
उसके
close,
debut
a
के लिए
very
बनता है.
self-sufficient agent, right?
If you're a
Then
true Valor
you're
fan,
leaving
guys,
Primi
take appreciation
alone a
उसके
lot on the
debut के
defender
लिए.
side. He's constantly on C, just kind of by himself, and you're setting him up to just kind of make his own plays, kind of make his own reads. Very easy to do for a player of his caliber who isn't phased at all by being on this stage. Or he's just playing retake, right? Like as a group, and he's just knocking people down. Then on the other side, a lot of times he's leading the charge, he's leading the assault, and he's absolutely filthy at breaking these doors open for you because he's so accurate, because he's so clean. I'm actually super curious. I want to look it up what his headshot percentage was, because he was just
Crisp,
ridiculous.
clean, or dirty. I don't know. One way or the other, he was absolute insanity. We can see why the Thai fan base has been
42%.
absolutely hyped.
42%.
42%?
I mean, it's pretty much on the money with, I think, what his season stats are. I think he averages about 43%, and that's across 132 games played in this act and episode. So, yeah, pretty much on the money as far as staying consistent in that regard. But, yeah, I mean, it all just started with that round, just the insane just taps coming through off the ghost, the accuracy being put on display, and then manages to do it again, and just turn around the second pistol. And, you know, just given how close this ended up being, if Secret are able to get either of these pistol round wins, they are likely winning the map or at least pushing this into overtime. But those crucial wins coming through from Primi, it just basically ended up being everything.
No doubt. I mean, there's some good ideas here as well for Talon's comp. I want to touch on this, that the deadlock actually is really annoying to play against, especially with a Neon. It's really difficult to get around some of those traps and stuff like that. Like the wall makes it super annoying. So it makes it a little easier for Talon on their defender side to make some good reads, make some good rotations, control the flow of the map quite well. It helps when Primi's absolutely just shutting people down left and right, but there's more to it. There's some layers there where they set him up. Very, very impressive, but Talon punches back really, really nicely. You can see 2GE having some big moments. Jesse was doing a pretty good job controlling the C side as best as he could. So there was some really good ideas there. One of the better kind of Lotus performances we've seen from Talon, or excuse me, Team Secret. But it has been a pain point for them. As good as their season has been, this map has been a struggle no matter who they're going up against.
That's a very fair point, very fantastic point too. Talon is very good on Lotus compared to Secret, at least over the course of the 2024 season. And I think going into the next map, which is Abyss, we're going to see a little bit of a better showing, I think, of how these teams you know, diff each other. And with that, we have our guessing game, and it is about Abyss. And the question is going to be, who is going to fall, who's going to die to a fall first on Abyss, because as you guys know, if those of you who played or even looked at it, you can fall off the map really easily, actually.
Happens all the time.
Yep, and these are our ranks currently, and yeah, so AI says yes, and it's probably going to be Primi. So you guys, for extra points, can also state who it's going to be.
So we're
I'll
gonna
also say yes.
So we're both saying yes. Somebody will fall off the map, and I'm.
Who did you write down?
I'll
let you go.
I'm going with Cruz.
Ah.
I don't know why. It's just the first thing that popped up in my brain, and it's just like, yeah, it's probably just gonna be Cruz. I don't know. I have no explanation for it, but maybe just one of those things where you're focusing on IGLing, you're trying to get your util out, and then suddenly, oh, I misstepped, and now I'm falling off the side of the map.
I could see that. I could see that. I think it's gonna be Ban. but I don't know for
Okay.
sure. I don't
Why?
know why I feel that. I just feel like sometimes he kind of has some moments.
Wonders.
Yeah, he has some moments where maybe his brain kind of turns off a little bit, and happens to the best of us, believe me. But I could see it being like Jeremy or Governor as well.
I think a lot of it is we are probably going to be regretting some of our picks depending on what the actual drafts look like. Because that's the thing, is like we don't
Yeah,
really
we don't even
know
know the
what to
comps.
expect. But if somebody's going to be playing Neon here, like that adds a lot of potential for you to fall off just because you're going so damn quick. You know,
Yeah.
if you miss time one jump, a slide, whatever, you go a little bit too far on it, suddenly you're tumbling off the side of the map. That was something we were seeing, at the show match back over in Master Shanghai quite a bit, was people really struggling to find the actual timings, and they're also getting used to, I guess, the neon changes with your strafing and whatnot. But yeah, maybe I'll regret it, but for now I'm gonna go cruise.
I'm going to go with Jesse Bash. I was originally going to go with Jeremy, but I decided to go with Jesse Bash because we've seen him do silly things once in a while. Once in a while, like
you think
on Lotus.
he's gonna Mr. Magoo his way off the side of the map?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm just going to go, he's a little older, Uncle Jesse.
But shouldn't that
It's a
make
new
him,
map.
like a little bit more in control? Like he's got the experience playing so many games for so long.
Maybe.
Nah, I don't know.
Maybe.
He probably might.
I just expect some of the youngins to, satchel him off the side or something. I don't know. But the question is also, like you guys are saying, what kind of comps are we going to see? We've seen a bit of it happen, challengers, as you guys mentioned. What are some of the comps that you think might work well on Abyss?
I mean, for me, I want to see Sage or Harbor, something to give you some post-plant control. That's kind of the biggest thing I'm looking at. Other than that, you can kind of run whatever. We're seeing a lot of Cypher, of course, because of the trap wire. Stuff like that can be really annoying for opponents to deal with if they want to take advantage of some of those jump angles and stuff. A lot of Jet as well.
Talent
Yeah,
tweet
clear
like
those gaps.
It's been pretty common. I mean, just to kind of zoom in on the composition that we've been seeing from Sinprissa, which right now is the top team in Korean Challengers, and that's where we've been seeing the most Abyss thus far. Comp-wise, it's Omen, Jet, Gecko, Cypher, and
Secret
Sova.
में
So
लिया
you
ना
have a
Abyss,
good
हाँ.
amount of recon utility there with the Sova, as well as with those dizzies and whatnot. You've
आज
got
बंक
solid
वेरिएंट
flashes,
होता है
and then you
यार.
also have that gap close
मेरे को भी मन कर
aggression
रहा है
that can
अभी
come
पता
through from both the Jet as well as the Omen.
Grind
So
करने
I
का
think
मन
that
कर रहा है अभी.
if they want to go something a little bit more standard and kind of go off of what
अभी मैप देखने में मजा आने वाला है भाई. गिरने वाले हैं भी लोग.
actually are playing it on
या फिर
stage.
सेव के चक्कर में
Maybe we
गिरेंगे
just
या
see
फिर अल्ट डॉज करने के
confidence
चक्कर में
coming
गिरेंगे.
through.
गिरेंगे तो सही.
But I think with Secret being the ones to pick this map, they likely have a little bit more of a unique read on it. So I'm curious to see what they're going to have and whether or not that neon does come through for Jeremy.
Definitely, and this is going to be really exciting. The very first time we are seeing Abyss here in VCT Pacific, and here are our very first comps.
जेट खेल
So,
रहे
I
हैं.
mean, for Secret, it's actually quite similar to the one that I just read off. It's the KO instead of the Gecko. Meanwhile, for Talon, somewhat similar read as well. Both comps are working with the Jet Cypher Sova. They've got the Omen. It's just that.
So basically क्या हो गया मैं बताता हूँ. टैलन ने प्रीमी को लिया बराबर. प्रीमी भाई को पूछा, प्रीमी भाई तेरे पास एम है कि नहीं है. प्रीमी भाई ने बताया भाई #1 फॉर अ रीजन एम है पैच बराबर. टैलन ने बोला मैप 2 है एबिस, हमको घंटा कुछ नहीं पता, सोचा भी नहीं था कोई उठाएगा, कुछ स्ट्रैट्स है नहीं. प्रीमियम भाई जो खेलना है खेलो, जो खेलना है खेलो, फक देम. यही कॉन्वर्सेशन हुआ रहेगा. हाँ, मेरे को लग रहा है यही कॉन्वर्सेशन हुआ रहेगा. सिंपल बात है. मैं लास्ट टाइम गया था ना उधर कोरिया में, अपना बात हुआ था.
Absolutely. Love Abyss. Achilles talked a little bit about what we've seen from Challengers Korea. Surprisingly, actually, many of the teams have picked and left Abyss open. So we've gotten all different looks. All the teams in Challengers Korea that have played so
सीधा
far
एस
have played
मारना
different
चाहिए पहला
comps.
राउंड.
Even in some of the other tournaments, I
सीधा
know
एस,
that there have been
सीधा
different
ये माउस
compositions.
कैमरा पे
But
फेंक
this
के मारूंगा.
Ascent-like composition, the Sova KO,
सीधा एस
D
मार.
plus Kia actually used it last night, and there are some nasty set plays you can do. I mean,
Up
RRQ,
and
as soon as this map was announced, this is a Sova map. There's so many different lineups you can have. You're seeing one right away.
You're definitely talking a little bit about
And
this
अब
next
भी
stage.
map आया,
and,
lineup भी
where
है.
does this go?
It's just going to come
around.
all the way down. It's going to be a late bounce, and they can still get the initial information over with the cam. It's going to drop all the way deep into the wall. Okay, well, it's a little slow, I think, for my taste, but it still does mean that you get to see if anyone's right under it.
टैग करके क्या
Does
भाई
force them
बता
to
के
have to
मार
turn
सब
things
टैग करो
around. And
और
Team
कुछ है
Secret
भाई टैग करने के लिए
now going for
हाँ?
the retake.
एक काम करो ना स्ट्रीम चालू करके खेल लो देख लो ब्लाइंड भी कर लो
So now just trying to flush Primmy out of position, but he manages to sneak under cover
फिर
and
भी
fires off a shot into
एंट्री
Jeremy's skull.
फिर
Wall
भी
Oreo
पहला
pushes
उसने
up
मारा
against him, though, but here it comes, just around the ledges. It's going to be Jit Boys trying
वो
to
डक
fire
नहीं
back.
करता तो मार
Team
देता
Secret with the numbers trying to rotate on through the crossing. Governor with a classic from the sides, fires off a shock dart back against Wild Oreo and picks up the pistol win for Talon.
Who are we supporting today, Binks? Today we are supporting Primi.
And it's successful, obviously, being on that attacking side, even if you were to go down, if the util
IGN India, what is your IGN if you don't mind answering?
So Governor having a great first round of Abyss. Now Talon going to focus on the B side once more. What we've seen so far, and a lot of people who have been trying to theory craft on this map as well, is that A site, it's hard to just anchor on it, it's hard to just hold. So you want to be fighting for A main control as the defenders, and Talon, they're
Eyes are
abusing
down,
that
Nick.
right
To
now
be
against
down
Team
होने वाला है.
Go
Go smart.
Ignoring it, because even if you do get aiming control, you don't really want to push all the way through. It takes
बेइज्जती
too
हो
much time
जाएगी.
to rotate on
Dash
further.
करके गिर मत
Pretty
जाना यार.
Just abusing that tailwind to get
गवर्नर
underneath
भड़क
them.
गया बे.
Now
हाँ
with
लोग
the
मेरे को
guns
भूल
to
गए करके गवर्नर भड़क गया.
potential for watching some of these headshot angles against Tower as Team Secret tries to fire back, but just walking into his crosshairs right now.
Blind miss किया. Blind miss किया. कौन है वो man? Jit Boys.
Will be able to come out to say
Hitter.
that out Talon picks up the second win.
Yeah, some damage
Oh,
done.
hitter.
The Vandals recovered, so that's the important part
भाई
for
blind
Talon.
दे करके dash मारा था
Kirby
बेचारे
definitely
ने.
overheating a bit. I can only imagine if that wasn't the second
Ah,
round, if
no
this was
one
like
prepared us
5 or something,
for
we
that
might have even seen a
question.
timeout there
Love
from
you.
Coach Frost, I think, and getting a little too far ahead of himself.
By the way,
Just take
IGN
out
India,
every
do
kill,
you
kind of
play
leaves those
Valorant
teammates
यार?
being out in the open as well. But at the end of the day, still good shots from Permi. Great debut map on Lotus, top fragging the server. See if he can do the same here on Abyss. And now mid control
Jet
coming out by the defenders. They're going to send
Chuck
Shock Dart as well, just to try to keep things at bay. And Talon has the same idea. They want to start to pressure this mid. Such long sight
कितना
line.
टैग करेंगे रे
Can't
इसको?
get a hold of it. It's
हाँ,
massive
कितना
map
टैग
control.
करेंगे? 2 राउंड में 5 बार तो छुपा मारा है उसको.
Time being, Team Secret puts up smokes and they
Sound
block
increase.
it off.
Hello?
Just allowing for Talon to spread out evenly, going back
अच्छा ये
towards
वाला
A,
ऐसा
where
बोलने
the
का ना
one-way
गेम सब.
smoke will expire in
मेरे
V.
को लगा माइक.
Just trying to mark the
Sorry.
angle.
But the most important part thing
What
here
about
for
that?
Talon, I think, is that they recognize that there was no Cypher util being set up right away in mid. So you know that if Secret wants to hold on to mid, they have to have somebody watching it, which does mean that it's going to be a bit more spread out. Trying to drag out a bit more of a reaction over by the A side, even putting out a bit of a fake smoke. It's a little off, but that should be the tell from Secret, but they're not going to make too many big risks. They
भाई
have
कितना
kill
बड़ा
traps set
मैप
up
है बे.
here on the site. Cyber Cage to keep himself safe. Wild Oreo looking to be the anchor that buys enough time for the rotate. The rotate's going to be a little long. They have mid control so they can run through, but it won't be here in an instant.
30 seconds left.
With that smoke now, Talon's over. It's going to take a little bit of time, and in that time, Talon will push up front, trying to eliminate some of the players who are on towards the site from Team Secret. However, Wild Oreo will be able to take that swing against Governor, so that's
Koई
the Sova
sin
gone
nahi.
now for Talon. Meanwhile, the rest of
In
the squad,
Primi,
all
I
4 of them,
believe.
just around the side of the site.
Now, the enemy doesn't have a breach, no Rolling Thunder to worry about
अरे
there.
तोड़ो
They
ना रे
are just
recon
all
beacon.
on the edge.
हाँ.
It is the bonus round for Talon. A bit of a buy up, but they still have enough creds. Primi almost
Oh,
gets
उसको
2.
लगा मर
Couldn't
गया.
exactly land
5
onto the second. So Cruz just hoping to get one more. He
अरे
won't find
यार
it.
उसको
So
लगा
it's 2
मर
kills
गया
from Arbor taking down and the
यार.
plant. Talon will take that, but Secret also not too
5
shabby.
HP बे.
Game was a little bit shaky, but yes, Team Secret managing to flood back in through the sites with their guns, with their firepower, coming through some of the more default positions, I think. I mean, they really had the numbers advantage thanks to Wild Oreo, who was able to pick them off a little bit, and as Team Secret continues to push even further through, making use of that
मैं समझ गया क्या हो गया. बेसिकली जिसने उस हाइफर को मारा था ना, उसने राउंड फिगर में किया. समझ रहे हो? उसने 65 टैग दिया था, उसने राउंड फिगर बोला 70 लो करके. तो 70 + 80 उसको लगा 80 वैंडल 2 बुलेट मारेगा 80 होता है. ये -140 वाला काम हुआ है उसका. मैं आज full Brimmy के side
You
पे
can
हूँ.
have some great timings,
Brimmy
but the
नहीं,
0
Brimmy.
point will not find anything, so they'll hold off on that. MV gonna
हाँ बे
regroup with his
Brimmy अगर
teammates.
Brimmy खेलेगा
Early
तो
drone up
Brimmy
mid as well,
भाई चूतिया हो
which
गया
give
मैं.
a
मेरे को
decent
नींद की
signal
जरूरत है.
that there's a good shot at B. Now you know with the gunshot, it's going to be a B hit. They just sent Primmy in alone, trying to see. The site is clear. He scouts it all out, and there it is. Yoden breaking through the box, taking so much space. It's not that easy to take full control of the site, but with the Odin, Primmy now planted in
भाई
the
अकेला
corner.
छोड़ दिया इसको लौड़े.
Oh, and with the flashes, he dodges it. The double kill going through. The Ben
Oh!
finds one from the back. They only have to ride through B tower now. Just walking through, and the spike is planted perfectly for the entire fire squad. They even have the wallback spot for this.
I mean, it's done. It's done. You got the post plant. You got the plant to be able to spam through.
हे
And
भगवान
then
ये
Primmy with
बंदा.
an incredible ante on that right-click lob on the flash drive. Ban gonna die, but it doesn't matter. The round secured for Talon.
भाई क्या
Primmy shop was
सीन
done. Clear the
है.
site, get to, buy us time. And at that point, Secret, they cut their losses.
Gotta see like a slow-mo replay of that, just dodging the flash perfectly. His reactions have been on point.
Oh my gosh.
Even let go of the spray just for
निनाद
a
भाई
second for it
क्या
to
आपका
reset.
कोई ब्रदर
Plus
है
that final kill from Ban as well. I mean, Talon, Team Secret,
जिसने
were
लिखा
they
ओके
aware
क्या
that
आपका
Talon
ब्रदर
might
है
have
कोई.
prepared for this? Because if not, they're going to be in for a rude
क्योंकि
awakening.
आप जब भी आए थे
Primmy down
तभी
with a
भी
blade
बोला था
and
ओके
a
इंस्टा करके
shorty.
एक और बाय पैदा किया
Not
पैच.
only that, Cruz having
बाप
the
था, बाप
rolling
था.
thunder to boot.
सॉरी निनाद भाई थोड़ा
Blades being
तोड़ना
used on
पड़ा
an
समझ रहे
A-hit,
कॉमेडी
it's
के लिए.
smart.
लव यू.
You can try to jump off and around the bridge as well, be a killer drone. You have the
Hello,
rolling
महिमा जी,
thunder.
कैसे
You
हो यार?
can fight to the advantage
ये
of this
गेम सब
map
चलता
terrain on
रहेगा.
the
आप
A
कैसे
side
हो
on this
बताओ?
round. So Talon's using it to their advantage. They just have a passive tripwire to watch for the long flank. They're ready to go all the way around. They're setting up Primmy on it. Envy, he has an inkling. You know the Bladestorm's been popped. The drone's coming
okay,
in.
love
Cam
you.
set up as well. And here goes Primmy, trying to scout. He goes under and he dashes in. He's taking space, but they haven't found Envy just yet. He's hiding out, and Envy can't find the kill. There's just too many targets. He knows he was stuck.
Map
Jimbo is
के
good for a
बाहर से
double.
निकल के
And
आके
it's a
मार
clean
दिया.
execute. I mean, Secret, you might have to save again.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to. The killer drone, it's enough presence that lets Jesse Bash know can't quite stick around
Grind
this
करो
spot
आप.
because there might be a deadly jet just around the corner. Doubles back in for the peak, but Primmy just sends nice to his face. And that's going to be Talon picking up another round. The Rolling Thunder saved. And at the same time, just going through with the fault line to secure the site.
I mean, they're all going on the hunt as well. They know if we take away all the weapons, it's now, I mean, they've saved him 2 times in a row. It's going to be an eco looking at the
Bye.
creds. Bladestorm not anywhere near.
भाई लोग बोलते ना लड़की कैसे पटाए ये वो करके. भाई सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ आज जिन जिन को तुम लोग प्यार करते हो ना आई लव यू की जगह पे आई प्रीमी यू करके मैसेज करके देखो. आई प्रीमी यू करके हो सकता है पट जाए भाई आज. हाँ हो सकता है. ट्राई करके देखो.
It's like something you really have to wonder about. Either site, it's going to be really, really
प्रीमी
deadly.
वहाँ
You
पे
can
घुस
see
घुस के
Coach
जा
Frost
जाके
is
मर रहा है. तुम में
trying
से
to
एक बंदा
drill it
उधर
into
जाके
his
नहीं मार
team's
सकता.
head.
3 साल से
They
इधर
have
कुछ
even
नहीं किया
further
तुम लोग ने.
rounds to
उसका दिमाग
secure.
देखो क्या बाप
There
कर
are
रहा है.
some
फिर से
plans
जाके
in
मारेगा
place.
वो.
I mean, that is
तुम
why
लोग
this is a
थोड़ा
map perfect
संभल
for
के
this
रहना ठीक है.
composition
ये
with
तुम्हारा
the
जॉब
Jet
पाएगा.
specifically.
क्या बढ़िया खेला वो.
Seeing the
2
pre-gen
मारा.
play, you know, kind of,
मैं क्या आश्चर्यचकित हो गया
comparison
मैं.
to the KO from Team Secret. There's a clear kind of set difference as to how Talon wants to utilize this.
Yeah, and Secret, we'll see what the idea is here, because there's not as many great plays as you could do over on the B side. There's a couple cheeky recon bolts, and obviously you could try to set up a pop flash as well, but you would have to send Jeremy in a killer mission all on his own. Don't have the operator yet either.
मैं प्रेमी
So
के
that's what
दीवानी
makes
हूँ
things
वो भी बोल
tough,
सकता
because
है.
you have great plays, I'm
सामने से
sure,
वही
set up
रिप्लाई
for
आएगा.
A. But Talon, they understand this map. They say, well, we don't have to fight it. They have a Sova KO. We don't want to meet that right off the rip unless we have tools to counter it. And they still do. You still have the Rolling Thunder. So they're considering it, but they say, we've already put the conditioning in them that they have to watch out for A. And meanwhile, Secret, they make the read. It's going to be a big
Every
hit, and I love
team
this.
is
I was about to
picking young
say, the only
rookies
other thing
of
they
their
can do is you
country,
can't
and
really push
here
out for
is
me.
our
Is push out for
franchise
mid. You
team
haven't really taken
hiring
control of it.
T2
You're
was
going to go
T
for Hail
plus.
Mary all the way
Brure,
deep. You want to
इसका
go for a
answer है.
fast flank, so they
ये
can't set up the
round के
post
बाद
land on B for the
answer
spam.
देता.
Oh wow, the recon clears it all, so they know that they can kind of start
ये
to
round के
set
बाद
up a bit of
answer
that
देता.
flank too, in through to library. Talon has to be prepared for this ban. At the very least, is somewhat aware, has the trip set up. Meanwhile, the rest of his team starts to push up front. The same execute. Primi pushes deep into the site. Rolling Thunder unleashed, and Primi's on the hunt. Talon, Team Secret, trying to stay inside of the smokes.
Jesse
Jesse Bass
counter
will
है
peek up from heaven at the right time. Snipes down two. Ben with a little bit of a trade, and Invi
Oh,
now comes
क्या
back
मारा
in just to go
Infinity!
turret mode, taking down the remainder of Talon's squad.
मटका.
It's just too much chaos. Talon
क्या
maybe
मारा
biting off a
team?
bit more than they could chew.
अच्छा.
I thought once ban
इसका आंसर देते हैं. बेसिकली मैं ऐसा नहीं है कि सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ जो भी है, लेकिन जी ऐसे पोजीशन में ना कि कुछ भी करो गाली खाएगा, समझ रहे हो? जैसा रॉसी का टेक्सचर था बराबर, अगर रॉसी को जेट से निकाला तो गाली, रॉसी जेट खेला और परफॉर्म नहीं किया तो गाली, क्योंकि टेक्सचर जेट नहीं खेला. समझ, कोई भी पोजीशन में हो, वो ऐसी पोजीशन में कि कुछ खाए गए. और वो लोग ने 18 साल के बंदे को लिया तो भी गाली पड़ेगी अगर उसने नहीं मारा तो, और मारा तो बाकी लोगों को गाली पड़ेगी, वो इंडियन नहीं है. कुछ भी हो गाली पड़ेगी, समझ रहे हो? और कोई 18 साल के इंडियन बंदे को लिया तो भी गाली पड़ेगी, भाई उससे ज़्यादा एक्सपीरियंस उसको है और उसने मारा तो ठीक है. लेकिन जिस हिसाब से चल रहा है, आधे लोग रिटायरमेंट ले रहे हैं 18 में, समझ रहे हो? तो कुछ भी करो, गाली खाने का ही है वो लोग को.
So they understand that space has already been given. Jeremy actually gets tagged, so he does have to give up a decent amount of space. But if I'm Team Secret, you still just have to rely on Jeremy still getting a first kill to try to delay on A. You still have to hold these positions, because otherwise you're exactly into the position that Talon wants. And they're already successful. They've dug deep into library, all the way in mid. Oh, good check.
GE, that's big information. So now Talon has to make a move and really try to decide which part they want to pinch down. Spotted Waldorio with the fault line, though. He's been concussed, but now that it's gone, coming back into the fray. Managing to get that spray down on towards Governor. Primi answers right back and spots out a couple more. Tries to make use of the smoke. His team has already gotten the spike planted.
And now they know Primi could be anywhere near B Heaven up in that tower, so they're trying to re-clear all of it, but 2GE, he answers the call, eliminates that question mark. They've already cleared the close corners. They know that they have to be holding further back, but it's two next to the box, right on the edge. Jit Boy surviving for one more. Ban, I believe, still not quite spotted on his position. He's looking for a bit of a timing. He's got to out himself with the spray. And that's going to be the kills. Ample time for the defuse. Envy just setting the half. Now Jesse Bass trying to get one step closer to another Hunter's Fury.
Pretty decent job by Talon, just trying to make use of that mid, dig themselves deep in, and try to find ways to sneak onto the site. But once Team Secret gets the information, once they have the numbers advantage of taking down some of these players alongside their advances, they're able to kind of stagger and relay into the site. They're always so good at making use of the verticality around some of these boxes and around 8 Heaven to go in for that retake.
And now that operator, it's a big question. Team Secret, are they going to go for the 0 point? And then, yeah, it looks like they're going to set up Jeremy all the way around the box, try to get an aggressive angle. So that way they can go for an even faster rotate. The KO just throws 0 point from far back on A site. Now he can stack up. 2GE gonna be tasked with holding mid somewhat. Jeremy's creeping up even further. And Talon just holding. Too many smokes. They want to wait to reset the util. Primi's wondering, has there been a dig all the way up mid? Not just yet.
Shock darts fired through, though. A little bit of presence known. Camera doesn't spot anything. So it's a little bit too unsafe for Talon to really commit to this B site. Doubling back. Gotta watch in case anybody might have pushed up mid as well. So taking a lot of time just to clear. Flanks are clear, so back in towards B.
I mean, they don't have much information elsewhere on the map. The earlier shock dart not breaking any trips. Cruz confirmed that as well. He went for a quick peek, and now Governor slowly creeping up. That's the signal for Primi to go in once again. It's always Primi up on his lonesome, trying to make the first kills, and he does yet again. But this time, can they hold on? They're not going to overheat. They're not going to overextend. Waiting for the rest of his team. Perfect paranoia. That opens things up for Primi, pushes them right into the crosshairs of the rookie. Envy gets a kill, but can he get a second? He does. He shuts down the star of Talon. And Spike not planted. 13 seconds on the clock. Vault line, aftershock, everything thrown. You have to plant safe. You cannot account for the post plant. Just gonna plant it all the way back. Jeremy, it's a fast take. He goes for the window. He wants to cut them off on the exit. He wants to keep him tied up. But Jet Boys, he's right here. Jeremy unsuspecting. The Odin spamming through. 2G, he's been spotted. 1v2. Shrouded Step on top. They have an inkling. He can't find a drop.
Spike.
It's now been heard and banned. He's gonna win that fight, and Talon will go up.
Bhai 2-0 होने वाला है क्या?
Nail down that spray. I was gonna say, if Jeremy managed to take control over B Nest and keep himself undetected, he would have been able to get the perfect line of sight with that sniper overwatch. But unfortunately, spotted out by Jit Boys. Talon manages to work alongside Primi, this time with a lot tighter protocols and teamwork working alongside him. That paranoia really saves them a lot more time in fending off Team Secret's advances.
And now Team Secret back to a bit of an eco. They will still try to buy up whatever power they can. Marshall, Bulldog, and Sheriffs. It's going to be another send all the way down mid. The recon going all the way deep. Oh, no! Oh, it's going to take a little while. It goes quite far, trust me. But he will eventually fall. It goes a long time if you're Jet. It lasts a very long time. You can actually just be out of the map, off of the minimap for a very long time if it's on the edge.
Especially if it's a spike planted, but...
There he goes. Oh, what's down here? Oh, well,
भाई 40 सेकंड गिरा है वो.
Slight misplay.
40 सेकंड गिरा है.
Talon.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Talon's
उसके साथ-साथ
Talon's like,
चैंपियन बनने का ड्रीम भी गिर गया यार.
Where is he? Like, he's not here. Now he's gone. And Talon.
उसके साथ-साथ TS का चैंपियनशिप का स्लॉट भी गिरा.
Gone from Secret. It's still a stack onto A. They know that this is going to be where Talon hits whenever Team Secret is weaker. And Envy trying to swing. Oreo actually supports him with 2 great kills. That's an immediate rotate. Cruz trying to open up the B site. Jesse Vash is here. He's just waiting with a judge. He hears the jump. Cruz, I don't think has seen him just yet. He's been pinged. Jesse Vash is closing the gap. He's in there, and he gets the kill. Shut down. You do not want to push this right now, Governor. You might be the governor, but the law does not have any bias. Shut down. Spike dropped.
1 enemy remaining.
And Chip Boys, he'll get a kill, but not the round.
Oh my goodness. Justice was served, even though Jeremy had a little bit of a mishap. I mean, everything plays out, and it's just that judge.
Oh, what a way. The updraft, not there.
But that's it. I mean, I was going to say, Cruz had to have landed the shot, or at least found some way to eliminate Jesse Vash, but because it was a judge, no way that he would figure that out. No way he would have gotten that kill. So off of that, it's going to be 4-5, and now
attack map पे यार defense मेरे को लगता है attack.
Well, no time to chuckle about
कम से कम
the enemy's demise with that jet drop, because he still lost around. Talon, they need to regroup. Had a good start, but now with that mid control, Team Secret trying to up the tempo themselves a little bit, try to take the pacing into their hands a little bit, forcing Talon to have to spend more time before the execute. Frost getting animated once again. You know that means he's seen a lot of things that he wants to be changed, but can it all happen in 60 seconds?
You can also tell that judge is now something that Talon has to think about, because it's a direct counter to how Primi would just dive right into B site.
Talon easy win.
Now that it's an Odin though, picked up by Jesse. A little bit more urgency towards mid. Team Secret starting to fend themselves out 2-1-2. Talon looking to execute into B once more.
पहला गेम का भी मैच MVP था.
See what he's gonna think about doing in mid with the Odin, but Jeremy He's going to be going for the initial op shot. Has multiple ways to exit out of this. He's waiting for the jumping. He still finds the kill, and he gets out safely to his teammates. Does not back down from the drone. That's what you want to see from your opper.
Amazing stuff. Nerves of steel. Able to land down that shot against Cruz while he was trying to set up a flash for Primi. So although Talon has the site, now they're working against numbers disadvantage. Being able to block out the back. Just watching towards Link as well as Tower. Jesse Vash, remember, he has that Odin. He's ready to let it rip.
Yeah, he is weak though, so he's waiting for the full setup. The spam still comes through. It's a weak box right there. And Primi, he's been trapped for so long. Team Secret, they knew that there was no further push yet. Jip Boys answers back, but Spike still not planted. Ban refilling the site. Governor will get two with the Guardian. Headshots back to back. Pop flash from Envy. They want to try to deny this Spike plant. Envy gets one. Paranoia comes out. The Neural Theft, but it's the Fragment as well. 2GE is trying to chase through. The From the Shadows comes out. 2GE has to get this kill. He has to clear it. He's been pinged, but he'll be able to get it. A 2v1 set up for Team Secret on this retake.
Oh, shit, boys. From the shadows all the way to the other side. Now that he has a little bit of time to play with, he holds out towards the vent area instead. Might be able to double back if Team Secret makes a single sound. Envy is down low, so there is an opportunity here. Oh, no! Crosshair placement a little bit off, though. Envy just able to take things slow and steady, eliminates his opposition, and gets the spike defused.
Oh, close, but Talon, they had to go for the Hail Mary play, left Ban all alone. The whole idea there would have been either more time or Ban getting a kill, and unfortunately, it does not happen. Great redemption from Jeremy, though, shaking off any doubt from last week, coming out with a confident round on the operator.
Really showing the strength that he has. Now back on it again, still Talon having to keep these things in mind. Their previous hits have worked out in the start of this map, but not anymore. Team Secret starting to show different looks that Talon now has to respect. Slowly inching up towards mid. They don't have the best buys. They do have the Blade Storm. How are they going to make this work?
And because of the Blade Storm, Team Secret, they had a lot of plans to try to shut things down on mid. The Recon Bolt being sent all the way deep, actually. And then they had the KO ready as well, but now that it's mid, they want to make sure they're not giving up too much space. It's already been taken by Primi, but can they get out? Envy's ready to receive. Invents. It's been shut down. No Sentinel, no info. And Talon, they have to rely on the Superstar once again. The Superstar rookie, he's found it, but he can't find the headshot. It's the knives. He can't spam through that one. Now the drone as well. Caught. He's trying to see if there's a swing around it. Doing the best he can. Everything he's learned online, he's trying to bring to life on stage. But it's just too tough. Not grouped up for Talon. Still 40 seconds left. Huge kill from Cruz. Opens up a little bit more room.
Still know where Primi is, though. 30 seconds in the round. And Primi's going to regroup alongside Cruz to find that entry into the A site. Team Secret have themselves positioned to watch down this little tower position, though. Just firing off a couple of shots. Although they don't quite land, they do have Cruz alongside Primi down to pretty low HP. The shock dart trying to clear. Spike now getting planted. Primi with the rifle. Just marking the heck out of this smoke.
He hears him up top, but he wants to wait for the smoke. He wants to get the first kill. He eliminates it. Now he's ready for the swing around. He knows there's still one coming in from spawn. He's ready for it. Constantly swinging on the 180s. He gets two, but he's out of ammo. Jeremy takes him down. Now down to Cruz and Chip Boys, but the Rolling Thunder, it's enough to buy time. Chip Boys just has to stay alive, and he is successful. Jesse Vash, he won't get dropped, but he's stunned. He's stuck. And he's just going to try to jump around, get a surprise kill, but it will be the Tide Trio that hold things down, and the OG crew of Talon will bring them a 6th round win.
Good little long jump attempt, but that is going to be the recovery from Talon. They tried to push through vents, Envy shut them down, and then once it all goes haywire, onto the side it goes. Primi alongside the patience with Cruz, managing to take down the first two, and then the Rolling Thunder for the final finish. Talon has the lead now, and they're trying to deny Team Secret from getting that 6-6 first half.
Hunter's Fury on one from both sides, but Envy got the Meltman as well. Once again, Bit of a spread out 2-1-2 deep.
ए कितना बार टैग होएगा रे साला मैं इरिटेट हो रहा हूँ
Wild Oreo, half armor and a sheriff. Stinger for Jeremy. So Jeremy's mission right now on the B side is just shut down Primi. Catch him off guard if the dive comes in, but Talon has no intention of going to the B side. This is going to be a full A hit. The one way holds him off for a bit, but there is space to push around it. 2G knows he can't hold on to this on his own.
Hangs back.
गवर्नर के पास अल्ट है वैसे
As soon as this one-way dissipates, though, it's going to have to be the quickest rotations from Team Secret. They don't have the best guns, but at the very least, they got the Hunter's Fury along with the Null Command. Ben makes his presence known just to instill a bit of paranoia into Team Secret's minds. There's the paranoia. Now Primi dives straight through. In towards the tower he goes just to try to hold down the site for his team. Spike planted. Not quite yet. Hunter's Fury denies Cruz.
And another tag as well. Jet Boy's weak, but Primi, he needs to hold on to this. He gets two. Envy is down, not out just yet, but there's no saving him because Primi is still running amok in the tower, holding things down. Teammate now with him. Governor, a bit of a body block. Oh no!
अबे अपना सोवा के पास अल्ट था ना
The freedom taken away from Primi. Ban all alone. 1v2. Recon spots him. Jesse Vash knows where he's at. Ban wants to find the 1v1. He's trying to isolate him. He's waiting for the swing. He gets one. He's trying to transfer. But Wild Oreo will stabilize with the Phantom. And tie things up 6-6.
More stability coming out from Team Secret with the right plays, just working around the defuse. The recon followed by the swing out against Ben. He tried to reset the recall, but it wasn't quite going to happen quite clearly. Although Team Secret, you know, starting things off, all the best map control, Talon started to switch things up with the adaptations. Throughout the entire map, it has been Talon just trying to find that lead, but not quite being able to hold on to it.
Well, tied at 6-6. So far, across all the different types of tournaments where this has been opened up, slightly favoring the defensive side. Although, oh, there's Mika and Asarai taking the day off to show their full bias today. Team Secret. Meanwhile, we've got some Talon fans as well. But yeah, I mean, in Challengers, Korea at the very least, as I have been following that pretty closely, bringing you guys a little bit of English coverage. The attacking, I mean, it's kind of been full sends for a lot of these maps. So we still don't know quite just yet which composition will be the go-to. What size, what set plays will be favored. Now, looks like it's going to be a long time till we find out, as it is 6-6. Secret now taking the initiative on the attacking side.
Yeah, especially Secret in their composition, right? A lot closer to that Ascent composition that we were talking about, with the exception of maybe Wild Oreo on the Cypher. How are they going to go on the attack? Is it going to be any different from Talon so far? It seems like it is roughly going to be the same with the dive straight into B site.
Rookie 15 pe, any comments?
There's going to be the set plays, but Cruz has a good read on this. You expect that A main is usually where the defenders fight, so if Team Secret's going to go for that hard read on the pistol round, they're going to try to counter it with the Breach and Jet combo. Recon bolt at the ready. It's a timing fight. Talon staying silent. The recon, but the pop flash is early. Cruz still there for the cover, but Primi cannot get allowed. Governor still covering for another trade. Numbers advantage now for Talon.
Still holding on to that Sheriff. Smoke's off now. Blocks Team Secret's path, at least for the time being, unless they want to go through danger, unless they want to go through the ledge.
No, Cruz denies entry. 2GE was not happy about that one. Wild Oreo doing whatever he can to redeem this round. But it's going to be Cruz going over, making sure that he can defend the spike as Jip Boys comes and chases down the last kill.
Not like this. Just with the classic tagging him up as he tried to jump over. And with that, Talon manages to control the site. Cruz getting the right reads, the right plays. Even with the pop flash against Primi, they managed to stabilize. And so far today, Talon has been able to pick up several pistols.
They've been very successful, taking all of them. 4 pistols to 0. Served them just well enough and barely getting that 13-11 victory on Lotus. See if they can close things out a bit earlier on Abyss, or if we will be going to Haven on the 3rd map. Cruz can spam through that wall at B as well. Needs a fault line, maybe go for a quick peek. They hear the drone coming in, a lot of space already given up, but he sees the legs. That one way not working out for 2G. He's not having a great time over here on the B side. Now spotted. Too many members, but Talon Primi does not care. He gets the double. Switching over to the classic. A triple for Primi. Talon lead 8-6.
भाई इससे ज्यादा कुछ कॉमेडी हो सकती है भाई. एलिमिनेशन मैच में वो लोग गिर के एलिमिनेट हो रहे भाई. इससे ज्यादा फनी चीज वैलो में नहीं है. बेंच मैप पिक उनका ही है, 2 बंदे उनके ही गिरे हैं और एलिमिनेट भी हो रहे हैं. तारा सपना भी गिर रहा है उनके साथ.
In full. It's going to be a little rough on it. I gotta say, I mean, I think Primi's already done his job. He's already proved his value because he has been a core part of winning 8 rounds so far. Either the pistol or the anti-eco or both. He's getting multi-kills. He's leading them to victory to get that lead in every single half that Talon has played today.
+1.
Now just locking down mid as well. Not allowing Team Secret any legs in this race. Team Secret trying to stretch over, but nobody from Talon's pushing out just yet. You got that one-way blocking on A-main. And now firing off those shots towards the middle. Team Secret going back into investing.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, अल्ट पढ़ने देने का तो पांचों को देंगे.
Yeah, fast re-clear by Secret. That helps a lot. And Secret is using
राउंड खत्म करो, अल्ट पढ़ने देना.
That's talked about, gives you a lot of control, allows you to find a timing to dig deep in for the flank if you want.
एक साइड स्टैक करेंगे, दूसरे साइड प्लांट हो, सीधा.
So Wild Oreo, he's going to be sticking around that part of the map for as long as possible. The rest of the team looking
स्टैक का स्टैक
to
हो गया.
execute onto the B side. Fault line at the ready just to delay, and that's a peak timing from Cruz, but he kind of takes too much into his own hands. All alone there, no cover. Gets taken down. Jeremy lost a little bit of health, but that's all the damage they'll take. The spam lineup is ready. Talon have studied this map. You got to go far on the plant. No post-plant spams for you. It's going to be all the way on the other side. Ban covers the flank as well. Mid control, now back in Talon. That means that Jesse Vash has to watch their back for Secret.
So at the same time, 2G puts up the smoke just to give his team a little bit more room to work with, able to fire off that shot into Primi. Then answers right back from Jit Boys. Governor along the sides of the rafters, able to take some shots in through even further. Jesse Vash has to do it all on his own now. The defuse getting stuck halfway. He spots out the first player. Spots out Governor's head, but then the wall gets stuck on the ledge. Unfortunate for Jesse
जीता तो क्वालीफाई हो जाएगा. नहीं, अभी प्लेऑफ चल रहा है, तो जो प्लेऑफ पूरा जीतेगा ना, वो शायद जाएगा चैंपियंस.
Keeping him only 2 points away from that Hunter's Fury. I mean, Talon, they've studied this map. They know how to deny it. That post plant, you think it's going to be easy? You think this is Sunset 2.0? Think again, because we're denying that plant for you. That Chip Boy's great kill there. I mean, Primi, it felt like, did he go in too early? But no, turns out it was just in time. Buys time, creates space for Chip Boys to come in for the trades, and now Secret back down to weak weaponry. Just always trying to scrape by with whatever they can, and then just staying on half armors to try to make sure they have enough chances. But at this rate, they might run out of chances.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Primi just goes in for that fight inside of A main. Similar looks to what we've seen from before. He's confident on this anti-eco. Picks up his couple and then just backs out.
Yeah, they might not have the KO for the deep pop flash, but it is going to be that breach to help set up the recon bolt as well. So early kills for Primi. And Van digging deep into mid as well. Talon, quick adjustments. They recognize Secret. They want to start taking mid control. And now they're keeping it for themselves in round 16 the entire time. Primi given the freedom to go on the hunt. He wants it. He's not going to have much health to combat it. That'll be a lesson for you, youngster. But Jesse Vash can't get much more than that. Just one extra kill on Chip Boys as Talon still leads up 10-6.
Finally cementing and locking in this lead now. They've won 4 rounds in a row ever since the pistol breaking Team Secret's economy. It will reset for the next, but this is truly where Team Secret needs to plant their foot firmly into the ground. If not, that's going to be Talon finding that economy once again. And this, you know, keep in mind, is a match where Team Secret is facing knockouts. They have to keep themselves in the game, hence the timeout.
It's your pick. You pick the new map to secure yourself a way into Champions. And Team Secret, this may be where their entire year ends. The team that was known to always get so close but just not enough to get back to an international. See if history repeats itself today. Jesse Vash, he's been yearning to return to the world stage. To hear the crowds once again. But
DRX Gen.G qualified, तो आज जो जीता वो already qualified ना. पता नहीं, देखते
The
देखते.
new additions, Wild Oreo, 2G.
PRX और DRX का मेरे को
They've been
पता
showing
है.
their impact,
ये qualified है.
but they need even more right now.
ये
Talent
देखने
just
दो ना,
shows that they
playoff का
have a
वो
lot more
देखने दो.
prep work on the map, despite not
RRQ.
picking it there on their own. They let it slip on purpose. And Talon with our own addition as well. Primi, back-to-back 20-plus kills.
I mean, just insane. If there was ever any doubt, is he going to be comfy on stage or not? I mean, that's gone. It's dashed.
Oh,
it's
हाँ.
evaporated. He's here to stay.
Guys. PRX, DRX, Gen.G और Talon qualified. बराबर है.
Well,
बराबर है.
he's down there somewhere.
मैं वेलर देखा अभी.
But I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure what just happened.
अगर चार
But
टीम्स है.
it's definitely not good news for Team Secret. I'll tell you that.
यही चार. एक और गिरा क्या? मैं देखा नहीं.
Governor just
एक
trying
और
to make
गिरा
sure
क्या?
that they don't make
गिरा
their way
क्या?
through smoke. Perhaps.
बैंड में देखा नहीं यार.
Listen, I will say, Team Secret can do the funniest thing. They could be the first team to win with the only team having fall deaths on Abyss. You know, there's 3 fall deaths on this map so far. That's all come from Team Secret. See if they can overcome that. It's not just spam you want to start with on this map. It's going to be a hard entry, but the spam, they're going to avoid it, matrixing their way
हर
all the
राउंड पे
way
गिरो बे.
through.
जो भी राउंड
Team
गिरे
Secret,
बेंच से जीते हैं लोग.
they've heard my bet, and they
Huh?
will answer. It's a 4-man
अबे
push
जो
into
भी
my
राउंड
planet.
गिरे वो लोग
Still
जीते हैं.
moving on.
हेलो.
They're ready for the wraparound as
एक
well.
गिरो पहले.
They hear the doors being broken. And Wild Oreo, he's fast on it. Jesse Vash going to position himself for the Hunter's Fury as well.
भाई क्या चुपचाप चल रहा है.
Just trying to play around A tower. Wild Oreo
ये लोग से 5v5 नहीं हो रहा है guys. 4v5
This is so
strong है लोग.
fast. As Talon, it's hard to expect.
वो
'cause
लोग
you
का
think
खून
you just
गरम
took
होता
all
है.
that time
लेवड़ी
to clear
गिरा
that.
कैसे करके फिर.
Good boys trying to clear the
खून गरम
recon.
होके
That spends a lot more
उसके
time away
मारते.
from the smoke he's just set up. And 2GE with a perfect swing. Wild Oreo, great timing as well. And Secret, despite the rough start to this round, they will get a 7th round win.
Just waltzing, blitzing through the site after an initial fall death. A little bit odd with the...
Championship point से एक जगह आई blind था.
That is a mega feels bad moment. I mean, because here's the thing, you imagine fault line, flash, recon, like they're charging out, I gotta hide.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
Just tiny ledges. Yeah, because you want to get undercover, right? But you can't see anything. So it's that same fault line again. But now counter hit with the 0 point.
बेचारा है यार.
Talon hangs back. Meanwhile, Team Secret trying to keep an eye towards mid with the deep camera
इसके
again.
साथ Valorant हो गया है.
There is a trip to watch any deep push into top mid here
तो
from the
अगर
Talon
TS
side.
को
Ban
जीतना तो एक
watching it
बंदे
as
को गिरा
well.
दो तो जीत जाएगी.
They do have
Confirm.
someone in A tower. So
Confirm.
Governor, it will be his job to make sure that there's
Omen
no
by
sudden
smoke
push,
blind
no
डाल के
pinch
गिर जाओ.
onto A site.
4v5 जीतेंगे वो लोग. Let's go.
Cruz waiting for the fault line to come back up, see if he can ruin the entry. He will have a timing. It's going to
Is
be
he
coming up
just
soon.
gonna do the
Chip Boys keeping mid
Premi
smoked
thing?
off as well, though. The Hunter's Fury entry. Jeremy diving through, managing to catch Cruz.
And the spam. They've heard Governor. He has to back out. Can't
Buddy.
spam through that wall.
heavy
Out of the
भागा
many
वो.
walls you can spam through on this map. But here, the drone gonna be broken. Get some decent information. Keeps them at bay. So Talon, they have an opportunity. They've got 2 on the flank as well, and they get Oreo. So now the pinch begins. 2 members drawn out of the site. It's now the timing for the Sova and the Cypher to get through. Paranoia to push 2GE back. It goes all the way. Site now opened up. And Jim Boys and Primi, they are doing their job to the darkness. Primi's still alive in the Cloudburst. They clean him up. But now the spy camp set up. And the Cyber Cage, half done, draws out the fragment. Talon, still some time to work with. Trying to start it, Governor. He's trying to be the shield, but doesn't quite get it. But the half's already done. He's done his job. They don't suspect it. Ban even wraps up the kills. Clutch for Ban as Talon now 2 rounds away from making it to Champion Soul.
Just playing for the team when it looks so lost. You know, Primi even just trying to stay alive inside of that smoke. The shots through the cyber cage.
You see that? Oh my gosh, you see that reaction?
I don't.
I mean, you saw him on the cam. His eyes are on the meter. As soon as it ends, he just swings around. Talon, they're here to win it. And here's the thing. I mean, I always said that this is a team that they're their worst enemy. They trip over themselves no matter the cause. And today, sure, 1 or 2 rounds of overheating, but outside of that, they've been very disciplined.
Clearing out.
Aftershock, just to deny any fast push off of that drone. They're trying to pretend that it's not a Cypher setup, but Jesse Bash, he's not going to buy it. Doesn't quite break the trip just yet. Jeremy going to try to go through. He spots one. And the no command will keep everyone else at bay for Talon.
They managed to sneak themselves firmly into the site. Talon trying to make their way through security, but kind of getting blocked off as well. So trying to go through heaven as well. Jeremy's just trying to stick around the corner, making some noise around those ropes. He's got 2 blades left, but now fully paranoid. The Hunter's Fury unleashed. Jesse Bash tries to hold down the angle. Jeremy unfortunately whiffs the blades, and Primi manages to fire back against them, but it's some trades from Team Secret to hold down the ground. Governor in a 1-on-3.
Enough creds, but the time not in his favor. So he's just going to see he'll keep the round lead. Wild Oreo's heard this. Governor just checking, waiting for the peak. Doesn't want to see him fight it. He'd rather keep the weapon. He'd rather make sure that they don't get the extra points. Just happy with what they have. Team Secret will also not go for the chase, as of course they are a bit lower, a bit all over the place, I should say, on their credit situation. 3 points difference.
Offensive champs win na.
PRX able to make use of some of these plays.
PRX bolte.
Spikes planted, pushing up on the offensive. Hunter's Fury pitched down. Jesse Bash knows his objective is to just keep them away from pushing out of security. So off of the win now, Coach Frost, smelling victory, a couple of rounds away, calls in the timeout.
Both of these teams, their fan bases are no strangers to having the best of leads and letting it slip away. Coach Frost, he's talked about it openly, about Talon, about their own team. They always just let it slip away. They come in with a game plan, it works out. They're not able to close it out. And out of all the teams they don't want to make that mistake against, Secret is at the top of the list.
Yeah, definitely not against Secret.
Definitely not
in this final knockout stage, wanting to make it through. Team Secret trying to call in their own strategies as well, so they have 3 rounds away from tying things up. So far, they've shown a couple of strategies where they are able to put Jeremy further up front, but it's also been Jesse Bash collecting in a lot of these frags.
See how Team Secret tries to read this. They're ready for a bit of a push out from Talon. They think it's going to be the mid push out play, but Talon nowhere to be seen around that part of the map. Going for an aggressive cam on B, setting Primi up on the ledge, on danger. And now they could just rotate out. You can always check with the cam for Primi to just jump around. This way they can stack A a lot harder. They can re-clear mid. There's a lot of options here for Talon. I mean, this is going to be a hard one to read and figure out for Team Secret.
Yeah, they know the blades are somewhere, but they won't have any idea that he's just up on that ledge in danger.
Oh, this is a fast re-clear of mid as well, so you know somebody's watching it, but Jeremy, he's just going to be waiting. The cam's going to be the first point of contact. Looking at the height of it, you know that it was used very early. The drone is just going to go through main. They don't suspect it at all, and it's a timing play for Primi. He's a little early on it, only gets 1 kill, but he does slow things down. Ban trying to make sure he can be the anchor, but now Talon fall like flies 1 by 1. They need to regroup. Jit Boys all the way on the other side. He has from the shadows, but he wants to see if he can get a timing for a flank. Wild Oreo not in distance to hear him just yet. There is a trip, and Jit Boy's gonna get past it. Wild Oreo seems like nope, he's heard it. The pings come out, So Team Secret,
भाई
they're
इतना
now
दूर से
aware
सुन
of it,
लिया.
and Talon, they're just going to back off. They're just going to go for the save. Okay, it's too much. I mean,
all right.
Listen, the
9-11
previous rounds
क्या
and
save?
this one, I get the save, but you're not at match point just yet. This could be one of those situations where you keep putting it into your bank account and you're never able to withdraw, and you go on to the next map.
Gotta be able to cash it out at some point. They're so close towards match
Aye?
point, but
इतना भाग के
what do
साउंड
you
देके मार के
do?
गया.
They're trying to set themselves up into these sneaky spots and places, getting some advantages, but it's not quite coming through just yet. Team Secret hunkering down when their backs are against the wall, working together as a team, just having too many targets for Primi to even hit. And with that, Jeremy finding that heads-up frag against Ban as well, just turned things around.
25 मारा है चैट उसने 25. दूसरा जेट 10
Gonna go for the
पे.
half armors. See if they can try
Primi,
just that match point first more than anything. Recon bolt used, but the Cypher Cam, it's going to deny the dash forward from Primi. Talon has to back out, and Secret, they've actually regained a lot of space. They can now go for a slow re-clear of mid, both the high and low ground.
Not quite able to do too much around this spot, though.
He's
It's gonna be a couple
मारेगा,
of
मार
pings
सकता
from
है.
Team Secret
He's
while
got
the
बाची
main
किल
forces
चाहिए
head
उसको.
towards the B site. Cruz jiggling for info. He's got the fault line, and he's trying to slow them down if they do decide to make the same execute.
अभी वो ड्रोन उधर से उड़ाएगा ना.
Breach at the ready. Cruz, a dangerous position, but waiting to use the fault line to deny it. It's a double team. They break the 0 point. Now Primi's ready for it. The slow is there, but he doesn't quite get the kill. He's trying to swing back out, but Jeremy's ready for it. He's got the crosshairs lined up. 30 HP. Spike trying to get in. They're just going to go for a safe plan. Secret knows the Talon have the spam, and they actually bait them in. Impy's ready with the cover. Double kill for Team Secret. They are on the verge of tying things up. Now only 1 point away. The Secret lock in, the Pulsar flawless.
Have they broken the bank yet? That's what I'm curious about. It seems as though they almost
Map 3
did.
guys, let's
It's
go
gonna
map
have to be
3.
Somewhat of a half buy for Talon in the next round. Just when they are about to reach match point as well. Team Secret starting to turn things around. They got the reads. They're trying to clear out all these tiny little nooks and crannies. And they're able to pile drive through as a full force. A
कहाँ है
full
प्रीमी?
team.
टैप दबाओ टॉप पे. कहाँ है
And one of
प्रीमी?
the things that Secret has done, both on Lotus and here on Abyss, is that
पहले
they
दिन में
recognize the tendencies of Primi very quickly. They recognize that he will stay for the fight, that he'll dig deep to try to create space, that he's one of those players that tries to win the round by creating space, by getting frags just like this. As
Yeah,
he
hey,
gets all the way
Primi.
down mid.
Yeah,
Lurker
hey.
now gone. Jeremy stranded on A site. The smoke will cover him just long enough.
Yeah, hey,
Now
Primi,
Jeremy
yeah,
finds the
hey.
seat. He has to force his way all the way through. Paranoia to buy more time. The drone gets the ping onto Jesse Vash. He's stuck there. Ban gets a nice kill with the Sheriff. Chaos ensuing on the side as Team Secret tries to back out. Just a 3-man hold against 5. Vash, you've been spotted. Governor gets the kill. 1 away from the match point. The fragment thrown early, and it's all up to Envy. He's trying to hold on. He has to push out the pop flash. He's not able to get the kill quick enough.
भाई चलेगा.
And Talon will
उसने अपना काम
recover.
किया.
Now
फिर से 2
getting
मारे.
to match point. 1 round
Sorry
away
Binks भाई,
from
instant regret.
qualifying
Love
to
you
champions.
यार.
Just narrowly making it through. All they need is 1 more round, and they did it on a
2 मारे
thrifty.
तीसरे पे इतना
Just
कूदा कि
having
ट्रेड
the
हो गया भाई.
tendency to
हे
actually
बेबंदा
dig deep.
है.
Still, although it was a tendency that Team Secret read, they weren't quite expecting him around the corner at the bottom of mid. And that was just the darndest thing, as though the rest of them managed to get down to the site. Talon comes and floods back in with the biggest retake.
kill maar,
now
Primi, please,
smelling
3 kill maar.
victory just right around the edges.
3
Yeah,
मार
I
दे
mean,
यार.
Talon, here's the thing is that probably a lot of teams have practiced similar set plays, right? And Talon
Bangla
used it
क्या हाल
against
है?
Secret.
सब
They
बढ़िया.
send the recon, but no noise from the jet. Just a slow creep in. And now again, pressure on mid. You know that it's going to tie them up. They don't know. Did the jet creep through or not? Now spy cam is set up. It's not broken. Ping does come out from Talon, though. So Talon's aware of the setup. They know that Secret could already be on the move.
Just kind of watching for it. Team Secret slowly creeping around, waiting for the smokes
वापस वो
to
लोग
go
बी जाएंगे
away.
ना, वो लोग का बी अच्छा है.
Talon not giving up a single peep. I mean, at some point, the call's gonna have to be to peek through, but Talon has everything set up. Cruz ready with that fault line or flashes. Primi just alongside him to assist. Hunter's Fury though.
There's a tag. Not quite finding the shot, so no kills are going to happen. He does get a tag onto Governor, now taken down to half health. There's a 0 point. Ban going to get spotted. There's a good pop flash for Jeremy to utilize. Space taken. The breach too far to deny this plant with the Rolling Thunder.
Safe.
And Talon, an immediate call. Just go for the save.
Once again.
नहीं दो बंदे लड़ सकते हैं.
Keeping up their bank. They still have enough credits. But at the very least, not wanting to give away too much to Team Secret. Jeremy close to his blades. At the same time, though, I mean, this sight hit really just comes through.
Buy was not wrong when he said about debuts.
Because they can still buy for one. They gotta stop giving kills over to Governor. Talon just need one more round.
Scanning ahead.
Envy stuck there. He's been spotted. The jump spot. They think it's a retake. That's why they're fighting. But eventually, Governor, I believe, ends the round with only 1 point away from the Hunter's Fury. And the Rolling Thunder as well into the next round. As Waldorio gets taken down. A Team Secret. Sure, you're 1 point away from overtime, but you just given a small window of an opening to Talon to close things out.
Right there.
1 point away. And that Hunter's Fury could potentially deny, you know, not just Spike Plant, but also a bit of a retake, especially with Cruz and his Rolling Thunder as well. The next round is everything for both teams. Talon wanting to close this out. Team Secret wanting to push into overtime. They've got their ultimates.
It's a push out. It's going to be instant. You can use this here because then you get the orb if there's nobody here, and you'll have the Hunter's Fury for the retake, for the defense. Now, Secret, they hear this. It's going to try to be a fast push. The trips are broken. Chip Boy's in a dangerous position, has to exit. Has to respect the fragment. He's waiting for Jeremy. He takes down the jet, and now you can exit. There is a no command, but there is the Hunter's Fury used to deny it. 2G dies at the spike is dropped. In the middle of the site.
I have the spike.
Enough time for Talon to be ready for the flood in. No command already activated. Secret does not have much more time. Primi waiting for the angle. Envy denies it. Pop flash at the ready. He's trying to push through. Wild Oreo by his side. Trying to pinch onto him. Envy, he's been stranded. Just the IGL. Uncle Jesse Bash, can you bring the team? No, you will be denied. And it will indeed.
Guys, दोनों मैच प्रीमियम MVP है. दोनों मैच
2024
Talon Esports, they've finally done it. The biggest calls, the Rolling Thunder picks up the Hunter's Fury, and everything in this map, in this round, just shows the improvement from Talon Esports. The biggest stakes, and they still managed to make it happen.
I love the call at the end. Because you don't expect, because they've been saving, they've been waiting to make sure that they can win. And then they just throw everything they had to force Secret's hand. What a call by Cruz. We kept talking about Secret returning to the international stage, but what about Cruz going all the way back to the older days? Obviously now with an entirely new roster around him. Two relative rookies, Jim Boy's of course a year under his belt, but Primi, a debut in the knockout stage, and now he's going straight to champions.
Heavy debuts,
really
heavy debuts.
Can this give them an edge against the DRX that they're going to play up against next? Whatever it is.
So basically, अभी क्वालिफाई का सीन देखो. क्वालिफाई का सीन ये है कि ये चारों टीम्स क्वालिफाई हो गई है. ये देखो. तो स्टेज कुछ ऐसा था, ठीक है. तो PRX ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाई हो चुकी है, ठीक है. Gen.G मास्टर्स जीता है, वो लोग के पास भी है सब कुछ, वो लोग भी अच्छे के लिए, वो लोग भी क्वालिफाई हो चुका है. पेपर X भी क्वालिफाई हो चुका है, DRX भी क्वालिफाई हो चुका है. एक स्लॉट जो बचता है वो अभी टैलेंट को जाएगा, क्योंकि Gen.G ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड है. इसमें कोई भी ऐसा टीम नहीं है और जो आगे सब जीत के पॉइंट्स कमाए और बाद में उनको स्लॉट मिले. तो बेसिकली जो भी ये टॉप 3 है ना, वो लोग ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाई हो चुके हैं. अगर इनके जगह पे कोई दूसरा टीम से रहता था ना, Gen.G, PRX, DRX के जगह पे, तो शायद वो लोग ऐसा अपर फाइनल ग्रैंड फाइनल सब जीत के पॉइंट्स कमा के वो लोग आगे जाते, बट इट इज व्हाट इट इज, it is what it is, guys. So these are the top 4 teams. These are the top 4 teams, 100%.
Can come in to a moment like this, to a situation like this, and step up to the plate like Primi did. It is very rare that that kind of thing happens, and he showed us that he is truly a player who belongs on this kind of stage.
I mean, we set the stage. It was, are you
अभी
going
तो
to
लिख के
rise?
आया
Are you going
वेलकम
to
टू चैंपियन
crumble?
सोल
This
टैलेंट.
guy
हाँ
rose
क्या
to
मैं
the
देखा नहीं.
occasion. He put up 2 back-to-back incredible performances on the Clove, on the Jet, just showing off what has helped him climb to the top of APAC rank. And it was just an indomitable performance from Primi. But the rest of the team around him having fantastic moments, giving him the space, giving him the util necessary to set him up to have these kinds of performances. For the side of Secret, though, this has got to be a monstrous heartbreaker. Finally looking reinvigorated, looking reinforced with the recent changes in Wild Oreo and 2GE, looking like they were surefire picks to be able to make it to champs, to their first international since
52 मारे चैट
2021
उसने.
champions. And it all falls to pieces here at the end.
Yeah, there's no other words for it than heartbreak. It's rough when this comes in at the last second. A wild card like Primi here, then you have a brand new map like
Debut हो तो
Abyss,
ऐसा.
which they did look like they had excellent ideas on, but
डिबट हो तो ऐसा बैंड चोद.
Yeah,
डिबट
that's part
हो
of it,
तो
and I
ऐसा
think they
बे.
got in their own heads. I mean, it's a
Fuck.
lot of mistakes mechanically that caused them to fall off the map a bunch. Things like that really did cost.
था तो से, लेकिन अच्छा खेला बे. टैलेंट भी बहुत अच्छा खेला. डिबट्स तो था बे. हाँ मजा आ गया बे देख के. मजा. चलो चैट, दैट इज इट फॉर टुडे. आई थिंक रात को स्ट्रीम नहीं होएगा क्योंकि मेरे को अभी बहुत सारा शूट है और मेरे को घर पे जाने का है, तो शायद से ना हो पाएगा. अगर हो भी गया स्ट्रीम तो शायद हगा से इनके साथ आएगा क्योंकि रेस्ट फुल एनएच के. तो जो भी आएगा तुम लोग को रात को पता चलेगा. तो अभी के लिए इतना ही. मिलते हैं गाइस, दैट इज इट. आदियोस, चेडी में पादियोस, टेक केयर, खुश रहना और बाय. प्रीमी के बारे में 2 शब्द लिखना जरूर, जिधर चाहिए उधर. ओपी तो है. ठीक है, चलो गाइस, बाय 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 बाय. सी यू गाइस, मिलते हैं. हाँ डिबट हो तो ऐसा.